GHB TV. Ah, golly. What's going on in the world? Norman Jr. makes short work of Jin Sasaki. Knock him down twice in the first round. Sasaki acted like he wanted to fight after that. He got up, started swinging punches. He was kind of like going crazy, just swinging hooks and overhands and I don't know what to call it. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. It's not even 8 o'clock. It's fucking 7:58 in the morning, and we just got done watching Jin Sasaki. I mean, Brian Norman. After knocking him down twice in the first round, Sasaki started fighting his way back. Sasaki looked like he was finding home a little bit, and then in the fifth round, Norman get him the fuck out the way. I'm trying to figure out why did Sasaki did he earn a shot at the title? Why did you have to go over there? I'm trying to figure out what was the point of this fight. Sasaki was too small for Norman. He looked like they didn't even look like they was in the same weight class. He got his win, and that's what he was supposed to do. He better have won that fight. He better not have went over there and did all that to go lose to that motherfucker. So I'm definitely happy he got the win for sure. But I'm trying to figure out why. Why did we go all the way over there for Sasaki? If that guy, Sasaki was definitely on a suicide mission. If that guy was what we just saw, well, how come he couldn't come to America? Who said it's not a W? What are you talking about? If you go back in the, wait, cause you with Philly, you making this not a W for little buddy. Big Herm, let me tell you something. Big Herm. And I hope that's for Herman. Hey, Big Herm, if you go back in the books, right? I'm on live with Brian Norman Sr. wishing them luck. I'm I'm on Twitter sending them luck. I'm on uh I'm on my own live saying I hope they win this fight. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? That guy, he did what he was supposed to. Brian Norman Jr. did exactly what he was supposed to do. But you sit here and tell me that guy was some type of goods, and I'm gonna come looking for you. And that's all I'm do. That's all I'm giving energy to that. If you sit here and tell me with a straight face that guy Jin Sasaki was the goods, I'm coming looking for you. And I'm not saying nothing else. I'm not saying nothing else. That's all. Fuck is y'all talking about? He was I wanted Brian Norman Jr. to win that fight because he was going all the way over to Japan and this and that. And I'm trying to figure out, what, you know what I mean? What type of fight we get ready to get. After seeing that guy, he should have made him come to America. Duck would smoke. Duck would smoke. Did That's what I'm trying to say. Y'all driving me crazy. How could you duck the smoke, right? Norman fought 2 weeks before Boots fought Stanionis, right? Boots fight Stanionis. They could have went and set up the next fight right then and there. This motherfucker already had signed to fight this guy. We just watched him fight, and that guy wasn't shit. That guy was a. Let me not do that, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That guy was that guy was scum between my toes. Hey yo, yeah, he had to go get the bag. I get it. But that guy was scum between my toes. You hear me? He was, hey yo, Jin Sasaki was, what can we say? what kind of flavor are we gonna use? He was like teriyaki chips. He was like a bag of teriyaki chips. Scum, I tell you. Jen Sasaki was a bag of teriyaki. He was he was a bag of teriyaki soy, baked 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 Japanese chips, whatever, however you want to say it, ginger chips, extra wasabi. Hey yo, the Walkers appreciate the donation. Said Sasaki just a Japanese roll, a Japanese rolly. Did you see how he was acting when he got hit? When he was getting hit, he was waving Norman in. He was talking to Norman. He was throwing punches at nothing. Yeah, yeah. Sasaki said, my lady said, he watched too much TV. He was like, yeah, yeah. Norman put a hard ass hook on his head. Norman walked up to him and cracked the shot in his head. Marco, he go, yeah, yeah. Hey yo, stop the bullshit, man. Sasaki was trying to. Sasaki sold some wolf tickets on that one. I swear to God, he did. He sold big wolf tickets, bro. They all sold wolf tickets on this one, bro. I swear. Yeah, he was like an anime character. Yeah, like what the fuck is going on, man? All right, Boots' whole resume. Are you shit? Yeah, these I don't know. I don't. Boots never fought a guy like that. And listen, I don't care if Brian Norman fought a guy like that. Norman won the fight. That's all I needed him to do. I didn't need him. I didn't need Norman going over there and losing to a guy like that. His brain definitely got turned off after some of the shots. Yeah, he definitely. I don't know, man. Where y'all get that guy from? Yeah, I don't, they trying to they Big Herm. They trying to make this a Gerard Ennis campaign. They trying to use they trying to use Boots' name as like they trying to use Boots' name as like some type of catapult, like some type of boosting mechanism. I don't know. That don't even make sense. Why would you go all the way over there for that guy, man? That was a waste. You know what? I'm not mad they went over there. They went over there. They got Brian Norman Sr. got to take his sons over there. He took his oldest son. He got Norman Jr. He take them over there. He get to hang with his sons in a different world, in different country, man. Enjoy life, eat some good food. Go learn how to train dragons and shit like that. There's a lot of shit he went to go do, man. But that fight wasn't it. Gee, they needed this payday for negotiations. You kept telling him he was $100,000 fighter. Gee, Boots could had one last negotiation before going to 54. Who what's the name that? Oh, this joint's starting to act crazy. Let me see. Clifton Dennis, appreciate the donation, Clifton Dennis. I don't know, man. I don't know. Everybody's saying it was for the money. How much money was it for? Because that guy was pitiful. That guy, that guy Sasaki, that boy was hot. He was a bag of hot soy chips. That shit he was swinging, boy. I can't see the comments. Oh shit. It should be doing what it's want. I'm about to put the link in the chat, man. Y'all gotta help me. Y'all gotta help me clear this shit up. Just Sasaki me is crazy. Yeah, that guy is crazy, bro. I don't know. I don't know where that. I don't know. Hey, listen, we gonna bring people in, but look, yo, I need y'all to really let people talk, man. Let people get their shit off. You know what I'm saying? I don't want nobody feel like they getting jumped on the show. You know what I mean? I want people to be able to talk, say their piece, tell me what you thought about the fight. I did, I thought I'm glad Norman Jr. won the fight, but I didn't know Sasaki was, I didn't know he looked like that. Sasaki was some bullshit. Sasaki was some wild bullshit. And yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. At one point, I was like, I hope Norman not over there playing with this nigga, bro. Like he dropped him twice. He dropped him twice in the first round. Then he started like letting him. He started like letting him get his shit off a little bit. I'm like, oh man, I know you ain't. I know you ain't acting like you tired or you confused or you don't know what the fuck going on. You better go in there and finish the job. Get him the fuck out of there. Cam Senior. What's up, cuz?
My boy.
What's going on with you?
Man, it's an early day for, but he didn't belong in there with that boy.
This is an early day for everybody. Yeah, talk to me about it though. What did
He
you
didn't
think, bro?
belong. He didn't belong in there with that boy. He damn near unalived him.
You say damn near what?
He damn near unalived that boy. Well, no way he was supposed to be. Hey, but see, they sold me. I thought he was about to.
Yeah,
I thought he was perfect.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I thought.
Hey,
That's what
real
I
shit.
thought.
Hey, I got on YouTube. Hey, soon as so my son get ready to leave for work. So he like, damn, let me know how this go. He walk up the stairs from my room. 30 seconds later, I videotaped the stretcher. I said, yeah, if you'd have just stayed a couple more minutes, you'd
That's
have
it, cuz. That
got.
bull. But what was all right? This is what I'm trying to. This is what I'm trying to make people understand. I'm not trying to be smart. I'm not trying to be an asshole. My thing is, because that's what everybody keeps saying. It's about the money. He ran over there for the money.
Yeah.
But what did he learn from that fight? What did you get from that fight? What did you get from a fight like that?
So okay, so I got a outlook on that too though, right? So okay, I gotta go through these negotiations and everything with the Boost fight. I'm the B side in the Boost fight. I gotta and that's no shot to Norman. It just is what it is because that's the bigger name. So that's not no
Right.
shot to him. So the B side in that fight, he got to go through negotiations. Probably got to take the shorter end of the stick. He got to do it where they say do it. Uh, and shit, everything is in the favor of Boost, regardless of the talent level or whoever's gonna win, right?
Right.
But I can go over here. These negotiations are gonna go on my all the odds is in on his side going over there,
Mm,
and he get the bag. I'm
mm.
going to go handle that too,
Me too.
and it's a payday, big dog. I mean, why not? You know what I mean? At the end of the day, everybody got a family to feed.
Yeah.
His dad was in the camera. Can they hear me? Like he was starving. So
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, so go get the paper, big dog. I'm not. I mean, I ain't
Yeah.
mad at that.
And that's what right. Listen, I understand that. And with the way you just because you gave me everything. You let me know everything. My thing is, why we talking about all the other shit though? Why we even doing all that?
So the reason why I just
Talk
put it
to
in the
me.
comments too. I wish you would have. I would, but then right after I did it, you said you couldn't see the comments, and
Yeah.
it's not a bad thing. But the same way Boost used Bud to to build off of that, everybody needs that fighter that they could try to get the fight with, and hoping that they're gonna get that fight with to display their talent. And
Yeah.
Boost wanted that fight with Bud, which that's my native. So I mean, I don't. I have a. I told you that before when I was up here. I got a bias, but I still think Boost is talented, so no question. But everybody got that fight that they want with the person
But
that's on
but
top at the
this
time,
but
and
this can
that's
I say
Brian.
this? Can I
Hmm.
say this? My
Go
bad.
ahead.
My bad to cut you off.
You good?
Boots and Bud never was champ at the same time.
But Boots wanted that spot, and
No, he did. He did. And they talked about it because you're right. You should when you in a game like this and you going up, you should want what's at the top. You should want that, right? But they was never champ at the same time. So me, I never thought the fight was going to happen.
there's.
But Norman and Boots, we had them at the same time.
But see, it's always a Kakarot and Vegeta. You got to think if at that time Bud wanted Spence,
Right,
but Boots if Spence wasn't in the way at that time,
right,
Boots would have been next up. So you got to think, Brian Norman just doing the same thing that he did. You need a legacy fight.
Mm,
You need a legacy fight to catapult yourself. So I'm
mm.
not mad at B Norm them for doing what they doing because
Yeah,
shit,
me neither.
they feel like the I just think that's the business of boxing.
Yeah.
Like it's that's how you become marketable. You know, like his dad talk a gang of shit, and I like what his dad do. Like my son wrestles, so I'll be behind him on the same type of shit.
Yeah.
So so I understand, you know. So it's just a business of boxing shit. You got to promote him some kind of way, shit. And if it come off the back of this motherfucker, then that's what we gonna do.
Right.
Shit. If we can get that fight, and he believe his son to beat Boots, I'm not the one to tell him he ain't. Shit, I
Right.
want to see the fight.
Right.
I
Oh,
want to
I
see the
ain't.
fight. Now I think B Norm strong than a motherfucker though.
You said you think? Oh yeah, I do. I
Strong,
do.
man. He's
I
strong.
do.
But Sasaki just stood in there with his hands down the whole time. That last left hook, he didn't even roll. He didn't roll. He didn't have a chin tuck. He didn't even have his right hand up. He pushed his hands with his right and left hand, still pulled back and caught him with. I said, oh my, he don't even. This
But
dude is ready to go. And right there before in the corner, his dad told him like, man, this motherfucker just trying to survive. He trying to, man, let's go and get out of here, man. Get him out
yeah,
of here.
get the fuck up out of here. But did you see the fight? Did you see the fight before them,
No. I only turned no. I didn't want to see
bro?
no more of that shit. I just turned my
Them
alarm. I turned my alarm clock on for that shit.
So them two little niggas was doing the same thing. They was sitting in there, nobody moving their head. They had a kid that was 3-0. I never heard of this kid 3-0 fighting a 12-round fight. And he was fighting a guy 14-7. And they was up against the rope. Same thing. They just rock him, sock him. So I'm like, damn, they was making Sasaki seem like he was like,
I thought he was the guy.
I thought he was
I
the guy. That's what I
I
thought.
thought he was next up. But you got to think when they fighting over there, they continues fighting over there. It's no skill level. It's no skill level compared to what you getting over here. You could have took who what's dude name that Brian Norman just knocked out with the jab.
Sorry. Oh, Cuevas.
He could you could take Cuevas would have stopped him. Cuevas would have stopped him.
I think they would have stopped each other.
hey, hey, the ref would have called the fight. Man, this is bullshit.
Hey,
Call
I
this,
think,
this is bullshit.
I think them niggas would have stopped each other, man, watching that shit, man.
At first, so like we only watch them fights in Japan sometimes. Whole time when Brian Norman when Senior getting all happy and shit after the fight, talking shit. I'm like, man, he better calm down before he get in trouble over there, man. He over there about to fuck up, man.
Yeah,
Here,
going
calm his
crazy.
ass down.
I'm glad yo, on some real shit, I'm glad he won. I didn't want him to go all the way over there and lose to no motherfucking no. I ain't never heard of no Jen Sasaki, so I
Yeah.
so I wasn't trying to go through that. I wasn't even trying to hear no shit about that. But then when I'm watching the fight, I'm like, you better not lose to this motherfucker.
Dude, that shit, that was a diss.
Hey.
That was not even honorable what he did for the people.
I'm glad he fucked him up though. Get up out of there, but now get home safe.
Hey man, the South got something to say, man.
Hey,
South
who
got
that?
something to say.
Hey, who
South
that?
got boxing in 4K.
Hey,
South
I guess
got
so.
something
You
to say.
fighting Jen Sasaki, you better.
Nah, man. Hey, I got a question though. I got a question. I got a question for real, for real. Why
Hey,
why
yo.
we why we getting mad at a senior for talking about Junior, talking up his son? I feel like he getting that Devin
No,
Haney
no,
effect.
no, no. I think, and that's not to cut you off, my bad. I
Yeah.
think what happens is, right? I think what happens is people look at the title of a video or they either look at the overall question and they forget all the shit that be being said in between. You know what I'm saying? The video, see, he'll say, I was just talking about my son. I was talking about my son. But in between you talking about your son, you said a bunch of other shit. Nobody's ever mad at a man. Nobody's ever mad at a man for taking care of their son and wanting their son to be great. Nobody's ever mad at that. If you is, you should be kicked in the ass. Fuck out of here. Cause like my man said, no matter what it is, you gonna stand behind your kid, bro. No
Yeah.
matter what it is. The thing is, I and he just cleared it up a lot for me. But I was Cam Senior. But I was under the impression that Sasaki was somebody really dangerous. That he
Nah.
was
Nah.
that
Nah.
he was a guy, and
Nah.
we should look out for this guy. And I also was under the impression that before before this fight that him and Boots was gonna go into negotiation right after Stanionis because he had just fought 2 weeks before that. So it was a lot I was lost on, and I was just thinking like, yo, well, where this fucking fight come from? And then in my mind, I'm like, all right, this fight better be the shit. Like this fight better. And
Nah,
then
but you
he
gotta think about it though. You gotta think about it.
talked
Just
to me.
like bruh said, he basically promoting his son. So he gotta say
Yeah.
Boot's name. He got to.
But all right. So this where I be confused. I'm stuck in between an old man and a young man. I'm 38 years old, right?
Okay.
So
Okay.
so I'm
Okay.
I'm 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 stuck. I'm stuck in my brain because in my brain I'm 60 something years old. You feel me? Cause all I ever fuck with was old OG niggas. You feel me? So when this new shit be starting up, I don't get it. Cause I be like, if you not fighting him, why you talking about him? You know what I'm saying? That's my mindset. But then
Okay.
now
Okay.
I gotta look at how this shit
Exactly.
go now. Okay, this is how you get some shit going. You gotta get everybody looking. So now I'm starting to really understand, like, okay, all right. So everybody just
Hey,
talking
look,
about each other.
I
peep
got
this.
another question too though.
Go, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go
I
ahead.
got one
I can
more
go.
question. This one's specifically for Greg.
Go
The
ahead,
whole
John.
panel can chime in, but
Go ahead.
If Boots took lower for Stanionis, why he can't do the same thing for Brian Norman Jr.?
No,
I'm just asking
let,
the question.
let me
Just asking the
answer.
question.
Let me answer.
Asking the question. Go ahead.
Let me answer. One, because Brian Norman is coming up. Brian Norman, he knew he was gonna beat the shit out of Stanionis. He knew that was gonna be a walk in the park. He had already broke him down 100 times in camp before he fought him. Now Brian Norman gonna be a tougher attack. I'm not about to
I don't think
when the
so. I'm
risk
a Brian Norman
when
fan,
the
and I
risk
don't even think it's
when the
gonna be.
risk.
I think it's gonna be kind of easy.
So
Well,
look,
let him answer.
when the risk and the reward, your risk got to outweigh the reward. So I'll take a little less for standing on this because I got 2 belts I'm about to take from this motherfucker. I got 1 belt I'm about to take from Brian Norman, and I might go into a war. Nigga, pay me for that.
I guess, man. I guess, man. I guess.
This
And
shit is about money. If
and the
go ahead.
Brian Norman fight going to do more than the Stanionis fight.
It is. It is.
Stanionis being from Lithuania, he got fans over here, but not like if him and Norman got it in. If him and Norman got it in, it'll
Yeah.
be a whole thing.
Like
Yeah.
if you want to, hey, look, peep this. If you want to, if when you training a dog, when you training a dog to bite, you don't train a dog to bite with just chew toys. You train them with meat. You train them to go get what they gonna go get. You train them with the bone. And so if you want a motherfucker to come fight, Stanionis wasn't gonna fight if he didn't get no money. That was the bone. They threw him
Yeah,
a bone. You ever heard the term throw him a bone?
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
They
Yeah.
threw his ass up. They threw his ass a bone. Come get your ass beat for this bone. That's what it was. Boots knew what he was gonna do to him in camp. He probably had a
Yeah,
punching bag with standing on it. He already had broke him down.
yeah.
So y'all. So okay. Okay. I get it. I get it. I mean, I
BTS,
understand.
what's up,
I understand
cuz?
a little bit.
Hey, what up, G?
What's going on? How y'all feeling, man?
Hey, man, listen, it's been a long time coming. I said, I'm gonna jump on this shit one day, man. I gotta fuck with you. I fucks with you hard.
For sure, my nigga. I appreciate that.
you, Foreign, Chef,
Yeah,
all of y'all, the whole crew.
My boy Bang.
Hey, yo,
yeah,
bang,
yeah,
bang.
yeah.
Sunday dinner with Bang. I fuck with y'all.
My
Hey,
nigga.
yo, lesson learned. You can't hook with a hooker, baby.
True,
Facts.
true.
Because I watched them highlights of Sasaki, man. That nigga had a mean left. He had a
Yeah,
mean left hook, but
yeah,
you see how Brian Norman kept that right? He kept that right up.
yeah,
He kept that right up, so that left hook wasn't susceptible. He couldn't catch it and shit like that. And plus, I don't think the power was enough, man. Brian
yeah.
was too strong for him, man.
Yeah, he looked way bigger than him. He looked like too much
Yeah,
for him.
you seen this?
Yeah,
I was looking at their arms and shit. I said, "Damn, man, Brian just
yeah.
too
Brian
much."
looked like,
dropped the second time, he just started overextending himself on every punch. And he let it all down. He didn't want to get in the
that
pocket no
nigga,
more.
that
Yep.
nigga start that nigga start windmilling.
Yep.
Hey yo,
Hey, yo, I
hey,
had to get on here, man. I had to get on here.
my dog, appreciate you.
I appreciate you, man. Hey, yo, and you know what? It's something with his corner. Like it seemed like he had to psych himself out. He knew he couldn't fuck with Brian, man.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
got
He
him in
psych,
some shit. He made
yeah,
somebody mad. They got him in some shit.
yeah.
yeah. And we don't speak Japanese and shit, so I don't know what they was telling him in the corner, but that shit wasn't working, bro. That shit wasn't working. And I think Brian Norman Sr. probably was telling him, listen, man, after the third round, walk him down. Walk
That
his
shit
ass down.
wasn't working.
Hey, they got that stretcher. Hey, they got that stretcher in the ring so fast. I said, damn, they knew that shit was coming.
They
Yeah,
knew it
that
was
shit was
coming.
crazy.
They had that shit right by the
Hey,
doctor's chair.
they had that shit under the arena like a WWE match.
The South got
That
something
shit
to
was
say.
crazy.
South got something to say. South got something to say.
Hey man, y'all got
Yeah,
chill,
they
man.
don't.
That
It
shit
sounds like
pity.
all they doing is talking. That's what it
That's
sounds
all we
like.
need to do. That's all we need to do.
Who
Shine,
is that
talk.
down there? Is
That's,
that foreign?
That's the boy Shine.
nah,
Oh,
That's
that's
all
okay.
we
Sean.
need to
What
do.
up, though, G?
What's
What's
up?
going on,
Uh,
gang? Talk to me,
I've
gang.
been wanting. I've been wanting to
Okay,
come on here with
peace,
you.
Brody.
I've been watching you since you had what, like 2K or something, right when you first started your YouTube channel. That's a fact.
My
But
nigga. Appreciate you.
no, like my whole thing though with this is like, why niggas be, why niggas be fighting bum ass niggas and then start talking like they ready for to fight the wolves? Like, nigga, you had your opportunity.
That's the game, bro.
Hold
Like
on.
you
Yeah,
had
No,
your
hold on,
opportunity.
hold on,
Hold on,
hold on,
hold
hold
on,
on.
hold on, hold on, hold on. Let me finish talking. Let me finish
You
talking
right,
first,
you
and then
right,
y'all
you
can
right.
go in.
You right.
This like, so this is my whole thing. It's like, okay, boo, we in the boxing realm, right?
mm-hmm.
Okay, so build your name up, right? But build your name up with the talent and the aura that you are as a person.
Mm-hmm.
Stop building your talent up off of thinking you finna fight somebody that we know you're not finna fight. Think you only calling his name because you feeling overly flexed up in the ring from just beating up some nigga that's really wasn't on that level. That's my
Mm-hmm.
whole thing. And I don't like when people I don't like that us boxing fans don't hold niggas to standards of men. Like that's not shit that men do. Men don't, why are you talking, nigga, if you not really about to fight him? If you not talking about going to 154 right now or talking about a catch weight, what you talking about? Because you had your opportunity. That's my whole thing. I don't like niggas talking and they not really gonna follow through. What's the point?
I got a
Hey,
question for you.
What's the point?
I got a question for
Where
you.
does it get you? Go ahead. Where does it get you?
I want
You
to, and
talking about
before
his
you ask
dad?
your question,
You,
answer his question.
you
Because I
talking
want
about
to answer his question.
you talking about his dad or him?
No, Brian Norman Jr. said the nigga got his boots and ran up. I'm talking about the nigga in the ring. I don't give a damn
That's
what his
the
dad doing.
but that's the thing. That's
Give a damn what his dad
if
doing.
you really listen to him, Brian Norman Jr., he really don't be saying shit about Boots unless somebody asks him a question.
So then what was that?
Okay,
That's just some bullshit. That's
let me
just some
answer. Let
bullshit.
me
Go ahead, bro.
So
let me answer. Let me answer
so
my dog
so
question.
we validating bullshit.
So,
Go
see,
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
the thing is, I see you feel like it's bullshit, right? But they had an opportunity. They had an opportunity to negotiate. They had an
Right,
opportunity to negotiate. Things didn't fall through as planned for
right.
whatever reason. Negotiations, that's business, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the negotiations don't work. That don't mean that he don't want to fight, and
Mm-hmm.
it is true and it's documented. See, you can't erase the
I
internet.
I never said he don't want to fight, not to cut you off.
Okay, so it is he wants to fight. I believe Brian Jr. believe he could beat Boots. I believe the dad believe he could beat Boots. For whatever reason, whatever they talk about at camp, he believe he could beat him. So when you say it's a person you know he ain't gonna fight, well, they was just at the same weight class. Boots went up, not Brian Norman. So when he called
Mm-hmm.
him out and saying he ran to another weight class, that's now whether he ran from Brian Norman or just went to another weight class because he outgrew it, that's a
Mm-hmm.
fact. He went up in the weight class. So for him calling his name, that's not oblivious. I go back to the same thing. I think we have so many double standards when we're talking about Boost because everybody's a Boost fan, and I'm a Boost fan. I'm a Boost fan. But at the end of the day, the shit be documented. He was still talking about 154 guys when Boost was talking about people that went up to 154 when he was at 147. I mean, we didn't hold him to the same standard then. Everybody got to catapult themselves and attach themselves to a name that they want to fight. Whether the fight's going to happen or not, this is business. You
Mm.
T.O. do it on a regular basis, knowing he's not going to fight none of these dudes, even if they start negotiations gonna fall out because T.O.'s gonna duck. We
And it's
talked about this.
soft.
And we talked about this last time when we talked about we talked about To before one of these fights last time, Greg. We was up here, and I
Hmm.
said that this motherfucker, he's not going to fight him. He could call him out all he wants to, but it's not going to happen. So faulting the man, faulting the man for it. This is business still too. You got to think we got to take our personal out of it a lot of times because you say, man, I feel like I hate when motherfuckers do this. It's the I and I feel likes and all that. Our
I
feelings
ain't
got to
say
get
none of
taken
that.
out of it.
I ain't say none of that.
No, I hear you though.
No,
No,
you
I
didn't say
like.
I feel like I don't like when niggas you
Yeah.
talking
Yeah, I
about
said I
people.
don't. I said yeah, I said I don't like that. I ain't say nothing about feelings though. I'm
No,
keeping
No,
but
I'm
feelings
saying
no.
out of it.
I is a feeling word.
Yeah, yeah. When you, but that's why I said I like what we talking about now because it's clearing up. It's clearing up a lot of what we be thinking because I like both sides. But
Yeah, we don't.
Shine not with all the pussyfoot.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Shine
yeah. I hear him
Shine
too. Yeah,
Shine
yeah,
ain't with all the bullshit. He like what the fuck is going on? Like why y'all niggas just gonna keep talking about fighting like but
yeah.
ain't gonna
That's a
fight?
fact.
You know what I'm saying? But
Oh,
But
Cam is
I,
kicking
I, I
he
got a
kicking it. He
question. I got
letting
a
us
question
know.
No,
for everybody on the
no,
panel though.
He letting us go. He letting us know what's going on with the
no,
business though. Like these
no.
niggas,
I
this is
agree.
how you boost niggas. You gotta boost niggas now. So I guess
Nah, I
you know what
agree.
I'm saying.
I agree. Like we gotta understand this business at the end of the day, but then move that way though. Like actually talk about making the business move come to fruition. Like it's like niggas just be talking just to talk. Like
But I
but
But
can't
that's the
say this.
thing.
I
Every
can't say
boxer
this.
does this, bro.
I can't say this. If I tell you my every move, when are you ever gonna
no,
be
you don't got
surprised?
to. Like okay. So let me give you an example, right?
Yeah,
Devin Haney and Bill Haney, I feel like they one of the most thorough niggas moving in the sport right now. If they
yeah,
actually, they literally will ask the fans, okay, look, who y'all want us to fight next?
right,
Like they have done that literally damn near after every fight. Who y'all see as a good opportunity, right? And then they don't do no talking unless a nigga say something to them. Richardson
right.
Hitch has been calling dude name out the whole press conference. Then they asked the nigga after the fight, hey, so you gonna fight Devin Haney next? Well, I got a bunch of opportunities right now. You know, TO, this and that. Nigga, yes or no? Nigga, which
Yeah,
one is it?
But hey, but they
he
can
was
do
straight.
that though. They not signed to
They
nobody.
can, they can. I'm just saying though,
No, I'm
like
saying Dev
you
not
just
signed to nobody, so he can really ask the fans who
I
he
I
want to fight.
know, I know that, and that's another thing. If you if
And
you
he
if
want that
you
smoke.
really
He want that smoke.
if
Facts.
Yeah,
you really talking like you want to be one of the greatest, you all about legacy, you want to fight the best. Why are you not fighting the blueprint to be able to do that? Why
But
you
my
still
thing is
stuck in
though,
a management situation or this and that? These guys can do that shit themselves. You can learn the business and become that ultimate businessman and make your own
hell no,
moves.
hell no,
hey,
bro, hell no,
have you
hell
ever
no.
Hold
seen
on, I can't hear y'all.
have you ever seen a
What the
professional
fuck?
boxing contract? Because I haven't. I haven't. I've never seen
Damn,
a
I can't hear nobody.
professional $1 million boxing contract or how
yeah.
that goes or the
Uh,
terms or how that looks.
It gets really crafty.
Exactly.
yeah,
And I know that because I've seen a bunch of land contracts and real estate contracts, but I've never seen a professional boxing contract that got
Mhm.
all the terms in it. Some of these boxing contracts and the terms in them say when this fight is over, this is what we need you to mention because this is what we want to promote next.
Right, that's
So
true.
we always think that
Eh.
these fighters, but a lot of times it's a whole bunch of different moving parts that go into that shit. It's not just it ain't as easy as one, two, three. If it was, then we would get all the fights we wanted. Or money would make everybody move like Turkey, make everybody who we want to fight. Ain't no ducking over here, man. Come see me or get the fuck on, man. That's what Turkey do, and I like
Real
that.
rap.
nah.
Man,
But my
ain't
thing
no.
is, bro, just I'm kind of mad he left because my thing is every fighter does this. These niggas be woofing on Twitter all the time and never fight. So I don't get my
But
hopes up. I don't get mad at nobody. I
but
just
how
say,
come?
hey, that's the game. That's the
But
game.
how come? But this is the problem with it though. This is why niggas just be up and down about it. And when I say up and down, some niggas be agreeing, some of them be like, I hate that shit. How come
No,
only
but
our
look,
fighters
I
got?
do hate the
How
shit.
come?
I
No,
do
no, no.
hate it.
But
But
how come only our fighters got to do that shit?
what you mean? What you mean? What you mean?
It's only black. You only see that from the black fighters. You only
That's right.
What?
you got your
That's
Well,
special
the
right.
case. You
Mexican,
got your special
no,
cases.
no.
No, no,
Yep.
no, no.
Let's not
Listen.
put it on
No,
black. Let's
no,
put it on
no,
American
bro. No,
fighters.
bro.
Because
It's
Listen.
facts
Mexican
though. It's
Americans be
Listen.
facts.
doing it.
It's
Mexicans do
Listen.
it.
facts.
Listen.
Anybody
It's
who
Listen.
on
facts.
social media
You
do
about to
it.
name five niggas That's a special case. A Teofimo Lopez, a
Yep.
Caleb Plant, a Caleb
Yep.
Plant,
Ryan
make
Garcia,
Edgar
Ryan
Berlanga.
Garcia,
Edgar Belanga.
Edgar Berlanga. That's 4. You only got it's only them
But you
4.
can't. But you can't
Rolly.
name. But you can't name
Yeah,
a
but
bunch of black fighters that do it.
nigga, it's all of them. It's all of these
Hell no,
niggas.
bro. Hell
Bro,
no.
these
Hell no.
niggas be on
Hell
here,
no.
bro,
Hell no.
bro.
Hell no.
You might not see
Keyshawn
this.
Davis, Shakur, Tank,
Tank,
Richardson Hitchens, and that. Who
yeah,
else? Who else?
all of them.
Hell
Bud,
no, bro.
all of them.
Hey,
Dula
look.
don't do it. Dula, but when Bud ever talk shit
Listen,
on
listen.
Twitter,
Hold on,
Abdullah
hold
don't
on.
got to.
Hey,
Abdullah
look,
don't
look.
got
This is the
to.
thing. This is the.
His role is the humble monk.
but
And
my
this.
thing, bro.
Hey,
He
one
let his
thing is
hands do the
true.
talking.
One thing is true. This is what you gotta realize. I don't know why y'all be acting so oblivious to reality. Look, dog, look, boxing is black.
I already know
Yeah.
that,
So
bro.
who's
Look, bro.
The
look,
talent, the best
I'm
talent.
not disagreeing with
listen.
y'all, bro.
All
All
right,
I'm
Hold on,
saying
hear him
is,
out. Hear him
It's
out.
the talent.
look,
let me
look.
finish. Boxing is black. So how entertaining is it to see two Caucasian? Is that the right word to use, Greg? how
Hey, you can
entertaining
say what
is
you
it
want over here.
to watch two Caucasians? Because I got away from, so I don't want to say the wrong thing, but I would
No,
say
I know.
how entertaining is it to watch Stanionis and fucking Jen Sasaki fucking go at it?
Bro, y'all not hearing me, bro.
Or bum ass
No,
Cambosis.
Y'all
you're
not
not.
hearing
You
me.
ain't listen. That's
No, I'm
Bum
reality.
hearing
ass
you, but I'm
Cambosis.
saying it's just
Yeah,
Americans.
like don't nobody
Americans
want to
that's,
talk to Cambosis.
bro.
Yeah,
I'm saying
exactly.
it's just Americans on
That
social
shit was
media.
horrible.
I'm not saying it's.
No, but Coley ain't American. He on social media talking his shit.
Well, I don't got his Twitter. I don't know. I ain't seen him do
Yeah,
it.
nigga, you
Ain't
gotta
seen him do
follow
it.
Bacoli.
I don't
Bacoli
know.
on there dancing on niggas, all types of
Hey,
shit.
look, you look at AJ. Look at AJ and Dubois.
Yeah,
Black,
yeah, yeah.
black from over
They went
there.
at it.
You ever seen that? You ever seen they face off before they fight? Before the
Yeah,
massacre?
yeah, they
Yeah.
was talking shit. What about it?
Boy, not just talking shit. They was throwing chairs, about the rolling over tables, everything. That's
Is that? But is
entertainment.
that, bro, bro,
You
bro,
won't get
bro,
that.
bro, bro,
You
bro,
don't
bro,
get
bro,
that. Either you
bro?
get a clown show
Y'all
like
talking about shit that Matchroom or the Zone post. I'm talking about you going on Twitter with your Twitter fingers. That's what I'm
I'm
talking
like,
about.
that's not the entertainment portion. The entertainment
No,
portion
but
is
I'm
what.
talking. I'm on Sean. I'm talking about what Sean was saying.
What I'm saying
Niggas,
is,
when
right,
niggas
right,
talk
what I'm
shit back and forth. Niggas
all
talk
right, look,
shit back
look,
and
all
forth
right,
all the
look
time.
what I'm saying. Look what I'm saying. Look, hear me out. Just hear me out. If we say Brian Norman fighting, right? We like who Brian Norman fighting. Brian Norman Sr. now got to get online and go crazy so that we remember that Brian Norman Jr. is fighting. When Caleb Plant is fighting, Caleb Plant just fighting. We not, we
Right.
not, we
Oh
not.
my
Listen to what
god,
I'm
bro, y'all
saying.
not hearing me,
Listen
bro.
to me,
Y'all
but
not
bro, you
hearing me.
Yeah.
still,
Man.
but bro,
Yeah.
this is what I'm trying to say, bro.
There's
You
no
Go
still
ahead,
not
go
build
trying to
ahead,
up.
listen.
No
You
build
go
still,
up.
ahead, go ahead, go
no,
ahead, go
but
ahead. Go
listen,
ahead.
you trying not to listen to me. Listen to
No,
me.
I hear you,
What I'm
but
saying is,
we
why
on different
niggas? I'm
paths, bro. We
saying,
on different. Now, go ahead, go
I'm
ahead.
listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Why do niggas gotta constantly get on here and be like, oh, I'm fighting September 19th. Oh, June 19th, meet me at the show. Why do we gotta do that? But when it's fucking Caleb Plant, you just supposed to remember Caleb Plant fighting. You know, they're not asking Caleb Plant to get on every fucking media outlet and talk. Listen, me and Brian Norman had a beef, right? And we fought, right? That nigga still will get on my live and still talk his shit just
Yep.
because it's a chance for him to keep reminding people about his son. What I'm
Yep.
saying is, even like my man Cam said, even though the business is black at the end of the day, because it's black everywhere.
Right.
Why we gotta be making it so hard for each other? Why we gotta just keep talking about the same dumbass shit over and over, or we gotta keep going at another nigga to make this shit pop? Why
Right.
can't it
Right.
just be why can't it just be about my skills?
See,
Like
that's
damn, I
what.
can rough
The
Okay,
you.
reason
look,
Hey,
why.
that's
hey,
what.
hey,
Go,
G.
go
Hey,
ahead.
G. Perfect example when Hitchison came at Haney at the end of that fight.
Right. But
See,
you
I
see,
Look, bro,
so
understand the
right
look,
build up
bro,
there,
for the
look, bro,
fight.
look. I'm
But hold
not
on, bro.
disagreeing with y'all. I'm
Hold on,
not
hold
They
on, hold on.
disagreeing.
agreeing with. They're agreeing with you.
Hold on. But what I'm saying is, I understand the build up, but what G is trying to just hear me out. It's the ethnic part. Why we got to come at each other in such a way where we could sell a fight a different way.
right.
See what I'm saying? Like with the
Okay.
Latino fighters, they don't do that shit.
The problem is, all right. So I'll give y'all a
That's
scenario,
all
right?
I'm saying.
So all right, so boom, I'm about to blow y'all fucking heads off with this one. No diddy though. But look,
Talk to me.
so how what's the ethnicity of every promoter that we know for the most part, or the face of the promotion company?
White.
You might get a
Yeah,
Jewish boy
either
in it, you might get
Latino
a
or
Okay,
Caucasian.
so if we go back, the only way they know how to promote niggas, go back to Mandingo fighting.
mm,
This is what they do. What we act so oblivious to what it's hey, ain't today Juneteenth? Let's
all
act
day.
for real in here, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so we know why they pinning them against each other, because that's what sells. That's how they market. That's how fighting began from the beginning of time. Put
Mm,
this nigga versus this nigga, make these niggas talk shit to each other, even though they don't even know each other enough to talk crazy. And that's
mm,
how we gonna sell the fight. It go
mm,
all the way back to the fucking 1800s, Mandingo fighting.
mm.
You know what? You know what, brother? You're right. You know what? I'm gonna give you your props on that. Remember Django?
Come
Remember the
on,
movie
Yeah.
man.
Django when they had the two brothers fighting?
They
Yeah.
ain't even know each other.
Yeah.
That shit,
Okay,
perfect
I'm not.
analysis. I like
And
that.
then pay the nigga with some food
Come on, man.
Nah, he
I'm
gave him
not
G.
disagreeing with
Yo
y'all,
G,
bro.
he gave
I'm
him
not.
a beer. He
Y'all,
gave him a beer.
and a beer. Yeah.
y'all took my
Yeah, he gave
point
him a
and
cold
moved
ass
it to
beer.
another place, bro. Y'all took
But go
my
ahead,
point and
brother.
moved it
Go
to
ahead.
They
All
Go
right.
was
ahead.
agreeing with
Talk
you.
to me.
They were agreeing with
No,
you.
I was just saying because y'all. Now I'm just saying I'm agreeing with y'all. I'm not disagreeing with y'all. I'm just
Right.
saying on Twitter, niggas argue back and forth all the time. Like boxers, it ain't just black niggas argue back and forth all the
Yeah,
time,
Shakur and
and the
yeah.
fights never happen. That's all I'm saying. That's
A
all I'm
lot of
saying.
them got personal relationships in the gyms. Shakur has sparred and fucked up everybody in sparring and shit, so he believed he could beat everybody.
No,
So
but
he,
I'm saying the arguing and shit. I'm like, bro, y'all arguing, but y'all ain't gonna fucking fight.
we don't know what.
At
But
first I
that's
was
what I'm
getting mad at it.
all right,
At
but
first
that's
I
what
was
I
getting mad at it, and now I'm like, shit, I can't even get mad at it. That's all
all
I'm
right, but
saying.
that all right, but that's what I was trying to get to. Like, why? Because they not just doing it just cause they some catty ass niggas. They not doing it cause of that. I believe they being asked to do that shit. Like, yo,
Oh,
you know,
okay, okay. See now,
like
okay,
yo,
okay, okay,
like
okay.
yo, you got you like yo. Next time you bring Cam up, Cam Senior up, yo, say something about his son. Then now Cam Senior go online. He like looking for my kids now, nigga. I seen your son, nigga. Ha da da da. Now we going at each other real bad. Then that's your man. So next time you jump in, now I'm going at you. Like it's just some shit that's like
I
expected to like why do it gotta be like that? Why do it gotta be on some fake gang shit, on some fake like y'all niggas live regular lives. Like y'all
Right.
train fighters and I mean y'all train animals though. I give y'all that because I understand what that life is like too. But all that beefing and shit, fighters for real don't move like that because from day one you being taught to be humble. You being taught to be humble because you being turned into a weapon. You know what I'm saying? So all this I'm what I'm trying to say is why do they want why do that got to be the thing for the black fighter when he once he start making it he got to start. You seen Richard Henderson the other day? You see what he just did with his money? You see the first
yeah,
thing he did? That motherfucker
bro.
went to a jeweler. What the fuck? The jeweler
Hold
looked
on,
like
hold on, bro.
the
We gotta take into account cities, bro. He's from New York, bro. That's how the niggas act, bro.
listen what I'm
No,
That's
saying.
how
I'm
the
from New
I
York.
Listen
know
what
a
I'm
Ain't no
bunch of New
saying.
excuse.
York niggas,
Bro,
Listen
bro.
what
bro.
I'm saying.
Bro,
I
ain't
know a
no
bunch of New
excuse.
York
I'm from
niggas,
New York.
bro.
Brooklyn. I'm from Brooklyn, right
no,
there where he from.
I'll tell you why he did that though, G. He did that because you be on Twitter, you see
Yeah,
what's going on. You
yeah.
see him and Tank. No, my man's. Uh, uh, he keep talking about Twitter. You said you and then G. You said he went straight to a jeweler. He just low key got lightweight embarrassed right before his fight by
Right,
Tank because he
right.
was saying he was wearing somebody
Oh
else's
yeah,
jewelry.
yeah, yeah. Okay, okay,
So
okay.
that was just a flex. Like nigga, I can go buy
Okay.
my own shit now.
Yeah, but my thing,
Mm.
So that wasn't. So I mean, I understand that.
but
Like
why do we? That's my thing, and I'm glad you brought that up because you're right. But my thing is, why do we feel like I gotta go buy jewelry on camera to let y'all niggas know I got the money? Y'all niggas know I got paid
because
already.
him and
Why the
Tank was
fuck
I
I
Right.
don't
gotta
know,
go out
bro.
Right.
here and
I don't
show
because
it?
know.
him and Tank was
Right.
friends like
They
that. So
close.
it was tight. And when him and Tank was tight, that probably hurt his feelings some. So he probably, I mean, shit, nigga, he's still like you said, you're a trained animal, but he's still a human too, and you
Yeah,
still got to be humble. So he he probably got humbled a little bit by damn. This nigga did let me wear his chain. Then he posted it too. Like he might have went to go put his shit. He might not even went to buy it outright. He might have just put 1,000 down and put it on layaway. We don't know.
Yeah,
We don't know.
it's
I'm
true.
not saying that's what he did. I'm just saying we don't know. But it was just a
Yeah,
flex for him just to be.
but it,
Yeah.
I liked it
but it,
because he could
but
be proud of himself. Like I wouldn't have bought my own
Hey,
chain
you know
now.
what? I'm from Brooklyn, man. It's like you said, it's a flex. He trying to prove a point. You right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
but my thing is why we gotta do that? Why that gotta be
Right, right. I get you.
When Mandana fought Floyd, this nigga went back to what's the name, bro? This nigga got like a whole farm, bro. This nigga bought a farm. He bought some guns, he bought some new guns, and he bought a farm. Like, you know what I mean?
Hey,
Like why
you
we
got
gotta do the jewelry shit, like and all that.
you
It,
gotta take into
Come on
hey,
now.
account,
a lot
bro.
of that
Niggas
shit
different,
depend where
bro.
you from too. A lot of that shit depend where you from too.
Where you from, bro?
And
Like
what?
Hey,
I'm
niggas
fellas,
from
I,
Philly.
Boots,
I'm
like
from Philly,
Boots.
you already know.
That's what I'm saying. Boots, he ain't gonna do all that shit because he from Philly, just like you. So he ain't really,
That shit crazy. That
it's
shit
just
just
where you
ridiculous.
from, bro.
No, I
Yeah,
get it.
it's a lot of it. A lot of it got to come with your background where you from.
But you think, but you think the promoter is really telling them to like talk shit and shit?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
yes,
yeah, yeah,
yes.
That's
I've
just
been
a
yeah,
there.
question. It's
No,
just a
listen.
question.
This
yeah.
what y'all.
Me,
This
I
what
ain't
you.
never
This
thought of that. I ain't never
no.
thought
This
of that.
this what I'm trying to tell you. This what you
Yeah,
forgot when you talking to me. I'm
yeah.
nigga. I'm the
Oh
inside
yeah, nigga. I
man,
know,
nigga.
I know, I know. Shit,
I done been
I
right
know.
there. I done been right there when
That nigga
when the
G
little
said I'm
chick.
an inside man.
No, real shit. I'd have been right there when the little chick from PBC, little white girl with the glasses, y'all be seeing her, directing shit on the stage and all that. I've been right there. When she be like, "Oh, give us some more, act more tough, give us some more, fellas, come on, like, oh, all right, now turn here." Like I done seen that, and you think it's not taking no effect, but it is because you just trying to get this shit over with. You just trying to get it done. So they tell you, all right, look, on the last promo, we did good, but on this one, show a little bit more flash. Like you don't have no new cars or anything. Like they could be in your fucking business, bro. They
Now
be,
see, I didn't know that. I didn't know
and,
that.
and, and I'm a, and I'm
Now
a,
I can take that into account.
and I'm gonna keep it
Yeah.
one more thing, right? When I did that joint the promo for Brian Norman down BLK, these niggas wanted to come to my crib. I'm not bringing y'all niggas to my crib. I don't know y'all niggas. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You telling me one of the cameramen is from the city. You telling me another nigga from DC, another nigga, I don't know y'all niggas. Y'all not coming to my house. Like I'm not having y'all sit in my crib. I'm not doing that. Y'all, we gonna go to the gym. Y'all gonna catch me training. We gonna go to the little spot where I run at or whatever, and y'all gonna catch me do my little shit in the gym. But we not coming to my house. Why do these young boys feel like they gotta show them their life? I really hate that shit, bro. I hate shit like that. I don't know. Maybe I'm just an old ass man. I don't know.
38, bro.
I don't know, bro.
uh,
Tim
nah,
Boski.
nah, nah. I agree with you, but it's just a different time. That's all I can say. It's a different time.
Yeah, fuck all that. Tim Boski.
Man like Greg, salute to the OGs, you know what I'm saying? Salute to the two, the two done the tree beard. Look at the three powerful beards over there. You get me?
You already
Fucking hell,
know.
fam.
You already
What the
know.
fuck?
My
What
boy
the
Bang.
Bang was good.
Big
Hey,
What
bang.
my
nigga?
man
Salute, bang.
Bang,
dreadlocks, you
what
know what I'm
up?
saying? Bang,
Salute,
Salute,
bang,
salute,
salute.
bang.
Sunday dealers,
Salute,
Hey, no,
salute.
Sunday
fuck all that.
dealers.
Fuck all that. Bang. What you think about Sasaki?
Hold on. See, hold on, sir. Jin Sasaki, see,
Hey,
hold on, sir. Jin Sasaki is he's still a credible guy, as in
Oh
he's
shit.
got he. No, hold on. See, that's what I'm saying. This is wrong, you Americans. Just because he ain't fighting the way you want him to fight, he ain't got no skills. Yes, he ain't got no defensive tendencies. We understand that. His footwork, no footwork. We understand that. Someone of the likes of Brian Norman Jr. Is not going to be able to. I don't think he's going to be able to just get access to the top welterweight guys like that with the counter right, the counter lefts, the left uppercuts, the in and out, the inside work he was doing in Jin Sasaki the counter, and he impressed me with his counter work.
you
He
watch
impressed me.
boxing?
He was boxing. You said,
You watch boxing?
do you watch boxing?
You just said he don't got. You just said he don't have none of the qualities that a boxer need in order to win fights, but he's a credible guy.
Wait, hold on. I
Hold
didn't.
on, y'all.
Those words. Hold on. Those words never left my mouth.
You said he don't have inside work. He don't have defense. He don't have footwork. Don't you need those to box?
There's more to boxing than those. Those are the key supplements that you
Teriyaki.
need. Those are the key
Sasaki,
supplements that you need to
Sasaki,
be
you in
successful.
here?
But you don't need that. You don't need certain things. Maidana didn't need certain things to get his victories over certain guys. You get me? Maidana didn't have those things.
Sasaki, you in here?
Oh my god! Look at you lot getting amped on that. You lot get
Sasaki, are
excited.
you
I'm
in
saying you
here?
lot get excited about this. Look at it saying it's Jin Sasaki, man. Didn't see the size of Brandon Jr. You need to get real guys up in there. Get Cruel up in there. Get
Sasaki,
Roach
where the fuck
Cruel
is
up in
you?
there.
Where the fuck is you at, Sasaki? Where the fuck is you?
Jesus Christ, man. America's America.
Like a motherfucking rat stuck on a trap. This nigga hard to get out of here.
And that sound like Chef. That Chef?
Chef God.
That sound like Chef.
Hey, that nigga chips, y'all. That nigga's chips. Hey, everybody in the motherfucking comment, get some chips.
Yeah, you gotta get the chips.
Hey yo, fellas, I got one last question before I get out of here because I'm let somebody else on the panel. What y'all feel about the Haney and the Hitchison fight? Perfect.
I love that fight. If they fight, I love that fight.
I love that fight. I love
If they
that fight.
I love that fight.
That's a good fight.
I like that breakdown. I like that breakdown. Greg gave where that first 3 rounds gonna be the boxers boxing, the chess
match,
and then they got to figure it out in the middle of the ring because somebody got to get some push and somebody got to pull.
That's right. I think
that.
Yeah, I seen that. G, you was on Mill City with that one, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I think that was Mill City. Yeah, I like that.
Yo, that was a perfect breakdown. That's why I said, let me pose this question before I get out of here. Let other people on the panel. But to me, I think I wouldn't say the best fight of the year, but that's one of the perfect. That's one of them fights. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I like that fight.
Because it's a chess match, and like G said the other day, somebody got to give.
Somebody gonna have to pull on. Yep.
Yeah, somebody gonna have to move that queen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. They both got. Look, peep this. Now check this out. They both got a common opponent.
Right.
Haney hit Kambosos with everything he had for 12 rounds.
Right.
It couldn't put him down.
Right.
Now I could say that Devin Haney just wasn't at it wasn't competing at his full potential at that time because he was draining in weight.
35, yeah.
But it's only 5 pounds more that we seen Richardson Hitchens at, and he stopped him cold blood.
Right. That's why I asked you, do you watch boxing? Are you forgetting that he got knocked out by Lomachenko? He took 2 back-to-back hard fights already, and the level of magnitude on that fight with Kambosos Devin Haney, it was a
so you saying he was watered down? You saying he was watered down for Hitchison?
Kambosos had more to lose against Devin Haney, so it's harder to knock someone out when you got more to lose. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Haney
He
beat
had
him
his
with
whole
just
career on the line. He had his whole career on the line versus Hitchison. He's done.
Right.
But you need to credit the man.
He's out the sport.
That's right.
We won't see Kambosos
maybe we can get one of your Americans to take them back to back tough fights. You know what I'm saying to you? You don't want to fight over the hill guys. You don't want to fight each other. You're gonna tell guys you're knocking guys out when you're not knocking out nobodies. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Parker just did it.
What was that?
So
Parker just
my
did
question.
it.
So my question.
Parker just did it.
So my question is do you think he was over the hill?
Everybody in all 3 tough fights he just had, he beat one of the overseas Japan dude. He knocked out Bacoli, and who he went and got his get back against before that? And he just beat Deontay Wilder, the most dangerous puncher ever. What are we talking about, man?
The most dangerous puncher ever. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he one of them. He
got the equalizer.
And I know. Mr. What's your name? Mr. Cam Senior, sir. You said he's one of the most dangerous punchers ever. Okay, then. See, this is where you get into the trivia with me. So, in his title defense of 10 title defenses, can you name me at least 5 of those opponents, please?
Man,
I can name you. Listen, I can name you. Hold on. I can
name you 3 right now. I can name you 3 right now. Tyson Fury 3 times in a fucking row. That's the last 3 title defenses.
No, sir.
What
Cam Senior, sir. My question was, can you name me? He defended his WBC belt 10 times. So can you name me 5 of the opponents that he defended that belt against?
Stavern.
See, Greg,
Stefan,
You can't
we
pull the
talking
olive branch for your
Stefan.
boy.
Hey, listen. This what we'll do. We'll take away Stefan. We'll give you the other big Puerto Rican monster, the dude that had the same daughter with the same condition as him. He was losing the whole fight. What's his name?
King Kong.
King
King
Kong.
Kong is enough said.
King
Ortiz.
Kong.
King Kong is
King Kong.
enough said.
Hold on. We'll give him another one. We're gonna give you. You gotta count Tyson Fury 3 times.
No, sir, no. Wilder never had the belt. Never. Only the first bout which they fought. That's the only time
No,
he had the belt.
he beat Stavern for the belt.
Yes, that's you've named me 2 people.
He
So
beat
far.
Stavern for a belt.
Where are you going?
No, I just want
Ariola.
to understand why you think he's the
Chris
most dangerous. I
Ariola.
just want to
Hey,
understand.
Butch.
Hold
See,
on.
this is what
Hey,
you do.
Butch.
You
We
don't
talking
answer
about
the
his
question.
power,
You don't
Butch.
answer
We
the
talking about
question.
his
You try
Yeah,
and
power.
yeah.
make it.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on.
No. You said, hold on, sir. Hold on,
Hey,
Cam. You asked
one
me
at a
where
Bro,
time,
am
you're
I
man.
not about
going
to
with
make
this.
me do nothing,
Hold on,
man.
hold
I'm
on. You
asking
asked
you
me
where you
where am I
going.
going with this. You asked me where am I going. So I'm breaking
Just
it
go
down to you.
there.
Huh?
He said,
Just
just
go to
go
where you
there. He
going.
said, put your tea down and go there.
Yeah, just go where
Put your
you going.
fish sticks, put your bologna sandwich down, because you don't know what you're talking about right now. You don't know what you're talking about right now. You
All
said he's
right,
the most dangerous
okay,
puncher
man.
ever.
All right, come
All right,
on, mate.
yeah.
You
Come
said he's
on,
the most
mate.
dangerous puncher ever. So I'm asking you, who are the guys that he knocked out in his title
Who we
defenses?
who y'all talking about?
He said
Wilder.
Wilder is the most dangerous puncher ever. I had to just scratch my head and
No, he
understand
said
how.
one of them. He said one of them.
I said he's one of the most dangerous punchers ever.
He
How are we
said
Yeah,
one
arguing
of them.
about that?
yeah,
He didn't say
Nah.
the most. He didn't say
that's
the most. He
Okay,
said
that's
one
maybe
of them.
true.
maybe it's the
That's
American
true.
accent. Sorry, I didn't comprehend things properly. Sorry, sir.
Man, that's all them cigarettes y'all motherfuckers still smoking in the indoors.
That's why I was like,
Cigarette.
where is
You nigga smoking
Good
Newports,
day,
drinking
mate.
No, nigga,
Thunderbirds.
we
Good
do
day, mate.
We
vapes.
talking about
We do vapes, mate.
vape? Okay,
Listen,
yeah, we
man.
do vapes as well.
Hey,
Oh, yeah, dude.
listen,
Yeah,
I'm
man.
just
dude.
but
Man, let's
before
talk
that though,
about
I
that
just want to
fight.
see where you was going, where was you going with the comment before the insults and all that with
Right.
this internet. I just want to know where you was going.
It's not the internet, sir. I've been like this on and off
No, I'm
the internet,
saying
sir.
we on the internet, so we ain't gotta throw jabs at each other. Just tell me where you.
Brother. It's just a joke, bro. If you don't know how to joke about boxing, then
All
you
right,
get me.
All
Hey,
right, come
listen,
on,
man.
where you
Fuck
Boski.
all,
Come on,
man.
Boski.
Fuck all that, man. Let's talk about that
So
fight, man.
like I said,
What you
man.
He got the
see,
pen
man?
Don't
to
be
his
having,
head.
don't be talking shit on
That's
the
Big
Hey,
Chef.
Bang.
That's
international
Chef.
guys like Jin
Bang,
Sasaki,
talk
man.
to me about Sasaki.
What you see in that
Hey
fight, man?
man. Hey
Salute,
What's
man.
Chef.
the salute,
Salute,
my brother?
salute, salute.
Salute.
That's
Hey
right.
man.
I'm just
Listen,
happy to
man.
be on here with the team, man. That's all. That's all.
Yeah. Listen, man.
Salute to you,
You
my guy.
welcome, man. You know it's love. It's always love
Absolutely.
here, man. We love and love. You feel me? Word.
Real good.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Man,
You know, I'm
listen,
out
man.
here in
Go ahead,
Brooklyn. I'm
man.
out here in
Speak your
Brooklyn, New
piece.
York. So, I'm
Okay. Say no
and,
more.
and Bill, hey
Yeah.
yo, Bill is out here too, walking on the Brooklyn Bridge and shit.
Yeah. Bill better have security with him.
You know he
Yeah,
do.
Bill had a goons run up on him and shit. That's my nigga. I love Bill, man. Hey,
So
I'm
what
gonna
it
leave
is?
y'all with this, man. Like G said, perfect. I think that Haney in the Hutchinson fight, that's the one, y'all.
Yeah, that's a great fight.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's the one, man. So I'm gonna sign off. Hopefully next time I get
Salute.
on, all the whole crew, fucking foreign,
Yeah.
everybody will be on, man.
For
Yeah.
sure. Get with you, gang.
bang
Peace,
Appreciate you,
fellas.
homie.
Salute,
Salute.
y'all.
Sasaki.
Salute, bang.
Salute.
Peace, G.
Salute.
My
All
dog.
right.
Hey, y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Loud
you.
and loud and clear,
All
bang.
right. All right. So look, hey man. I told Greg, I say, man, this boy going down in the 5th round. It ain't going past 5. And
Yeah.
damn sure enough, he went out there and got his ass smoked like roll weed. Listen, bro. Listen, bro. That boy Jen Sasaki is a domestic level fighter, bro.
Nigga said
He's a
the best.
domestic. He's a domestic level fighter, bro. That's why they was able to sell him to us. When somebody said, man, they sold it to me, man. I thought Jen was him. I thought Jen was him. She is just so enough. It's shit stink. That boy went
Yeah.
out there and hey man, I'm talking about wonton chips. Wonton chips, man.
One song.
Hey man, with the onion soup dip, man. That boy,
For
hey man,
sure.
listen, man.
For
Hey man,
sure.
listen, man. Jen Sasaki has himself nothing. So I also heard somebody say, why didn't Boots, if he took less money against Stanionis, Why didn't he take that against Brian Norman? People got to understand, for them to get to the number that they asked that Brian Norman them asked for, they was already dipping in the Boots purse. And plus, the Brian Norman fight was worth more than the Stanionis fight.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? Because it's more of a domestic level as far as like two countrymen. You feel me? So that fight was worth more.
Mm-hmm.
So really, Brian Norman them, they can say what they want to say, but what Boots did was exactly what they wanted him to do. Move up. They wanted him to move up just so they can get on camera and say, "I told you, I told you, I told you." But y'all knew that man wasn't finna make weight. But anyway, listen, man, listen. That was a bank robbery, not a robbery. The right man won, but they robbed them Japanese people, boy. I got on Twitter and say, man, I say, man, Brian Norman out there went out there stealing them people money, man.
Yep.
He
He might,
stole them people money, man.
he might go to jail over there for domestic violence. He went and put a beating on that boy.
Yeah, man, lock his ass up and throw away the key, man. I ain't lying, boy. That boy Jen was tough in the beginning. Like you know what I'm saying? After he took them two knockdowns and then he started saying, come on, come on. But he was drunk in. He didn't have his legs up under him for about 3, 4 rounds. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? So yeah, that was the power was no comparison. It was like a boy to a grown man, bro. Like as far as power, bro. Like Jen Sasaki, I'm not finna sit here and say, hey man, he's a good fighter, whoop de whoop. Now I do give him his credit for getting out there. But listen, boy, that boy's chips. I'm talking about ass chips, like the crumbs.
Hell,
That nigga chips.
Bro,
Shout
he
out to
can't be chipped. He
Fago,
can't be
man.
chipped, bro. He
That
can't be
nigga,
chipped.
bro,
That man,
he
a seven
chips, bro.
seven win fight.
He I saw all them highlights they showed on that boy before that fight was against other domestic fighters, bro. Look how small he was for a big 47-pounder in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Look like domestic violence.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Look how small he was for a big 147-pounder in Japan, bro. That should
Mm-hmm.
tell you enough right there. Look how small he was compared to Brian Norman. He couldn't hurt Brian Norman, bro.
Mm-hmm.
He couldn't
So
do nothing with him. He hit him with some of his hottest shit.
I want to see Quinton Randall against Andy Hiroka and see how that goes.
Quentin Randall.
Yeah, because he couldn't knock out Quinton Randall. That fight was abysmal. That fight was disgusting. Boca Chica fight, disgusting. No real sense of direction. Andy, you laughing at Jin Sasaki? He fought Andy Hiroka at 140. Andy Hiroka should be fighting Gary Antoine Russell next. 6 foot, cut like a bag of dope. You understand what I'm saying to you? So you can sit there and laugh what you want, bang, Jin Sasaki. That's fine. But he took on the better challenges. He took on the tougher guys.
Hey Butch.
No, like I say, he get respect for lacing them up and getting out there.
Hey
But
Butch.
if we just want to write this boy's attributes on paper, you get nothing.
Hey Butch.
You get nothing. When you write, you're gonna have a blank page, bro. What is he good at that can stand in front of some of our best fighters over here at 47? You get a blank page, bro, if you write down it. The only thing you're gonna get is heart.
Hey Butch.
It stops there.
Hey Butch. I know y'all do things different over there, right? But let me tell you something about America, what we don't like. We don't like to be sold bullshit. Now, what that means is if you tell me that you get ready to sell me a dragon and this dragon spit fire and he can fly, that's what the fuck I'm looking to buy. When that dragon pull up and it look like a fucking a
It's a
gecko.
kite. It's a kite. It's a kite.
Yeah, but they've been doing that to you though. They've been doing that to you though. They've been doing that
It's
to you
a
though.
kite.
Well,
When they pull up, it's a kite.
They've been
yeah,
doing that to you, man.
hey G, hey G,
real shit.
hey G,
Talk to me,
motherfucker.
King.
Hey G, a motherfucker ever sold? Hey, motherfucker ever sold you? Ever had a pit bull laying around and then sold you one of the puppies and that motherfucker grew up and it was a Labrador?
Hey
Yeah,
man. Yeah, they got us, bro. They burnt
Or
us
it
with
was
that
a
one.
or it was a half Labrador, half fucking Yorkie or something.
on
A
everything.
fucking mutt. Now I ain't gonna lie, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna
That
lie.
shit was a half
I
animal.
thought
Shout out to Bang.
shout
Hey,
out,
OG, hey,
man.
man. What you saying, man? With this situation.
I think well you know what, when I was watching the fight, and I'm glad I started driving this morning because I was able to stop and watch, and I kind of caught the one before that.
that slugfest before that. But when I saw the fight and I saw how quickly he dispatched the dude, the way he was beating on dude, reminded me of the Japanese dude Andy just fought. That's what it reminded me of, because both of them just they defense that dude
His cousin.
Andy was like he was standing there like this. He wasn't even
Yeah,
covering his whole thing. He was standing with I don't know, but see with the Andy fight, I think they just got Andy an opponent to keep him busy. Because to me, that Antonio Moran fight was the one that I was impressed with. I felt like that was a step up for Andy. Because
right.
Antonio Moran, he's been around and he's a big I'm saying and he buzzed and he came back and stopped him.
Yeah.
Him fighting Japanese dudes a step forward. You know what I mean? For where he at now, but people busy. He need to stay busy. I mean, the one thing about him and this dude, Japanese dude is sturdy. You know what I'm saying? So you have to be sturdy, you know what I'm saying, dealing with them. But I'm wondering if they gonna still do business with Top Rank and try to match him up with that guy that was in the fight before him, because he's 147 pounder too. The one they called the Japanese Tyson. I think his name was Tanaka.
Yeah, that short guy.
I think his
Yeah,
name was,
Tanaka. Yeah, Tanaka.
yeah, his name
Yeah.
was Tanaka. I'm wondering if they're gonna try to match him up with him, because he 147 pounder. Because to me, I want to see Norman fight, a top welterweight. You know what I'm saying? Like one of the top ranked, the top 10, top 5, ranked welterweights, man. I don't want to see none of these obscure guys, man. You know what I mean?
Hey,
Who's gone? So you still got Karen there. You still got Stanley Owners there. I mean, you got fighters there. You know what I mean? I don't know Barrio. I don't think
hey,
Barrio's going to
EH,
fight.
Hey,
EH.
can I say one? Can I say one thing real fast though, fellas? No bullshit. Like outside of the chips and Jensen Saki, I ain't gonna lie. I never seen Brian Norman fight like that. And what I mean by that is like I never seen him I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. I don't know if Brian Norman respected like Sasaki power before the fight. That's why he was so composed. Cause usually Brian Norman he'll try to bull rush you. You feel me? And he really ain't do that. Like even though it was an easy fight for Brian Norman, I ain't gonna lie, he kind of showed me, oh, okay, like he can find another way if he had to. You feel me? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. If that's him or if that's his dad. Is like yo, don't bull rush this boy. Take a slow pause. But I ain't gonna lie, Brian Norman, he showed me. He showed me something. You feel
Hey,
me?
how long is
Hey,
that?
look,
How long is that flight? How long is that flight to Japan?
That shit
I
like
don't know.
it's probably about 18
I think
hours.
Hours.
About
I
Hours.
18
think so.
hours,
Yeah.
right?
16 hours, yeah.
Yeah,
So
18
there's
hours.
no way they wanted Brian Norman to go over there and stop that dude in that second round or in that third round. He had to
Right,
carry the fight, bro.
right. It looked like he was carrying them too. But
When his
look,
dad
Okay.
he
told him to
the-
go,
from
when his
what
dad told him to go stop him, 35
that's
seconds
what
later he went and stopped him.
that's a
Oh,
fact. That's
okay.
a fact. So
That make
look,
that
Chef,
make that makes sense. That makes sense.
this what I feel. I feel like Brian Norman went out there and did what Keon Davis should have did. Work on your shit. You see, you got it. Work on
Keon,
something new.
that's the older
It,
brother.
no, that's the younger brother.
Little
No
brother.
bang, no bang, man.
Oh,
No, here
okay.
Albright's just
That's
no,
the
no,
younger
here
brother.
Albright's just a better fighter.
Hey,
He's just a better fighter than
No,
Keon
no,
Davis.
no, 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 no.
No,
That's Kelvin. That's
yeah, that,
Kelvin. The
Oh,
that
you're
fight
was
talking
you
about the
talking
oh,
smaller.
about
Oh,
is
you're talking about the
Kelvin.
smaller one. Sorry.
I'm talking about the smallest brother. That's
Oh
what
yeah,
I
yeah,
was.
yeah.
That's what I was saying about him. What Brian
okay.
Norman did this morning is what I felt like Keon Davis should have did the other week. You know what I'm
his
Take his
saying?
camp.
Work on
take his
some.
time. Work on shit. You
Yeah,
saying, man?
yeah.
That
Yeah,
Because
comes
they
with
not on. He
experience,
not
man.
on. He not on your level. You feel
yeah.
me? So work on something. I know he just getting started, but that's just something that I
You
want
gotta
him
think.
to
He's getting
Brian
his feet
Norman,
incorporate.
wet. He's getting his feet wet. His
In
feet
my
getting wet.
opinion,
Right.
in my opinion, Brian Norman only looked like that because of that guy that was in front of him. That Japanese dude made Brian Norman look like he was Roy Jones or some shit. I need to see him
That's
against some
true.
competition, bro. I need to see him against some competition. And even with the welterweights that's there now, you need some guys that's a little bit more skilled, that got a little bit, deeper pedigree. You know what I'm saying? Like in the amateurs and shit like that. You can't just be fighting. Them Japanese dudes, like they ain't that boy. The monster, he's a fucking anomaly. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't keep fighting him. Nah, man. He need to fight. He need to fight
Hey,
stronger level.
look. EH. Santillion, Karen, Stanionis. They all would have beat the shit out of uh
Jim
uh
Sasaki.
uh yeah, Chips Jim.
Yeah, yeah, they would have beat. Listen, they would have beat Sasaki
Sasaki.
ass. But we can't. But B Norm, he did get that nigga out of there. You feel me? And honestly, I
He
feel like
did
he could have
exactly
got
what
him.
he's supposed to do.
Yeah, he could have got him out of there faster. You feel me? I'm not saying. That was a world class fight. But all I'm saying is like it's like okay. It's like when I watched Rolly fight Ryan, and Rolly was so disciplined. I ain't never see Rolly like that before. And last week
Right.
when Africa got Cambosos out of there, I ain't never see Africa do that before. You feel me?
Hey, facts,
Not
facts.
saying not saying Africa don't got dog. I'm not saying that. I fuck with Africa. You feel me? I just never seen that side of him. You feel me? And
Right.
With B Norm today, I ain't gonna lie, he was like composed like a motherfucker. You feel me? I don't know if he's just maturing as a man, as a fighter, but I ain't gonna lie. I tip my hat to him on that aspect where he wasn't like bull rushing a nigga like Sean Porter. You feel me? Floyd
He
Schofield
was
style. He
boxing.
was, yeah,
He
he
was
was, he
boxing.
was, yeah, he was composed to that. I ain't gonna front. I gotta give him that.
Yeah, nah, he was boxing. He beat him smooth. He beat him smooth. You know what I'm saying? He definitely was boxing.
Hey,
Brian,
baby.
and then what people got to remember when it come to this side of the game over here on this side of the street, bro. Niggas always said, bro, Brian Norman is a bad motherfucker. It's just we talk the shit because his daddy talked that shit. You feel me? And then a lot of people already seen that movie before. So it's like so niggas already know that nigga don't really want no smoke. Nobody ever said he was trash though. You feel
One
me?
sec, 1 second, bang, because I see a lot of people in the comments saying niggas is hating, bro. How we hating? I just gave Brian Norman credit. You feel me? How much credit the nigga supposed to get? We give you the credit for the kind of opposition that's in front of you. I'm saying you showed us a different style. You feel me? You showed me more tools in your bag, nigga. How we hating? How that's hating?
Yeah.
I feel like with
Nah, that boy.
I feel like with fighters and with fans, I know with me, I ain't no politician. I ain't got to be politically correct. When it comes to fighters, certain fighters I just like, and this is what it is. And my young boy was just in the 147-pound division. I didn't hear none of the other champions saying they want to unify and be undisputed. Man, fuck that, man. Like, fuck that
Hold
shit.
on, hold
Like,
on, hold on, Edge, hold on, Edge, hold on, Edge,
when
hold on,
you
Edge, real fast.
listen,
What?
y'all was having a
This nigga.
conversation earlier.
He
Um,
can start going
I
off.
don't know how to
Hold on,
put,
Edge.
I don't know how to put I got to find out how to put the do not disturb shit on when I come on the stream. Because I had got a call and I got off. And then when I got back, in the back, I heard the young boy, damn, I forgot his name. Young boy with the dreads in his head. But y'all was talking about like marketing fighters and promote fighters and all of that kind of stuff. Like he's talking about that. One of the promotional tools that used to be used years ago, it seems like it's starting to fade now, was the belts. Like that was the benchmark. You wanted to get the belts.
It's
And
too
then
many
you got
belts
four
now.
belts. So now you got four belts. That means you got four guys that's vying to get at the top, or four guys that's at the top, and now they want to challenge each other so you can become undisputed. But when there's somebody you don't want to fight, then you start talking about a whole bunch of other stuff. Listen, I'm money first. But the thing is, when you get the belt, you got leverage. So I don't give a fuck if I undispute, and then it's a bunch of C guys in my division. It don't matter. I got these fucking belts now. I'm the champ. I'm willing to fight anybody. They gonna have to pay you. They gonna have to pay you. So you can't. Well, I don't want to fight him because I want to fight this one, and we can get money doing this. You're gonna get money anyway. Like,
That's
well,
EA.
most people can't talk like that unless you Canelo or Joshua or you Tank or somebody. Like, that's where belts don't really matter. Like, other than that, when you play in the politics with that shit, the belts is what helps you get money.
EH, not to cut your
Yeah.
wisdom, big dog. Let me say something. Just two things, just to touch on what you just said. One, it's too many belts. You don't even have to fight to become a champion no more. You don't even have to fight to become a champion no more. They'll give you a belt. If you're
No,
a
I'm talking
contender,
about I'm talking
so
about the
hold on,
main
let me
belt.
finish.
I'm talking about
That's
the
just
main belt.
no. I understand. Rolly just about to get Rolly about to get elevated because somebody just left the division. So like it's you don't even have to fight for a belt no more. They got too
No,
many belts. That's
no,
one thing. That's one thing. Then the second topic you was just touching on when you was talking about the marketing and the money. You got to understand because I'm undisputed and I got all the belts and I'm the name. They're not just going to pay you to go fight a cab driver because at the end of the day, you got to be able to sell the fight. The promoter has to continue to keep
I
making you grow. So,
listen, listen what I'm saying. I understand all of that. Like I get all of that. What I'm saying is when you have four young men who have belts, you can talk all that business shit you want. Having a belt, I mean, I'm talking about the main belt because when it comes to the main belt, not those interims and all of that, that's why guys want to get that main belt. You know, there's certain percentages that you got to get when you got that main belt. I ain't
okay.
talking about them. I'm not talking
Hey,
about the interims and them silvers and all of that. When you
so,
get that main belt, I wish Mill was on here. When you
so
get
check
that
this
main
out.
belt, there's a
EA,
certain. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a
Yeah, the
minute.
walkers. I am the walkers. You're right. The walkers. I'm ready.
I,
This
yeah,
is
I'm really, yeah.
but
I didn't get you.
there's a certain amount of money that you get when you get those belts. That's one. And then two, listen, besides you, see, it's kind of hard, and I ain't even gonna go there. It's kind of hard to speak about this because I heard what y'all was saying earlier. It's so difficult to speak about this without feeling like I'm getting ready to get on my Black Power soapbox shit. But it's always people behind the scenes that's trying to create a fucking clown in order to commercialize on you. Like if you're a
True.
fighter, if you're a basketball player, there's no need to do all of that other clown shit. And as a man, fuck all the other shit because before you a pimp, a player, a gangster, a basketball player, a boxer, you gotta be a man first. So when you participating in a sport or entertainment, you do what you do as far as the sport is concerned. But when people want you to do all this extra shit, there's nothing wrong. You
Hey, EA,
use the power of saying no. And then that way, when you start to be a man, before you know it, we'll be controlling the culture of the industry. But
EA.
if you keep conceding every time they want you to, oh, show me your chains, oh, take me to your house, oh, do this, do that, and you just concede to it, then they controlling you in order to control the culture. You gotta be
EA,
a man sometimes and be like, no, I'm not showing you my girl. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing like I
Yeah.
don't know why we feel like
EA.
we can't say no because I'm gonna tell you this: as much as we love sports, ain't none of us going to watch fucking Jerry Jones and Mark Cuban fight it out or throw balls around. We want to watch the athletes. So you really got the power. We be giving power to these motherfuckers. For what reason? Like what?
So
what
look, EA. Okay, so look, all right, so look, EA. Look, this is the thing. Just as so look,
Hey,
Dig. Hey, you was going off too, big dog.
niggas
Hey,
up
you
here
was
at
going off.
9 o'clock in the morning getting busy. That's why I fuck with EH.
Hey,
You
yeah,
feel me?
hey, he gonna
Hey,
go
but
off.
listen,
Hey, he gonna go off. Every time I
hold
wanted to
on.
cut him off, every time I wanted to cut him off, he was spitting this shit. So
No,
I
no,
ain't
no. We
mad at
gotta,
you, EA.
we gotta let OG. Speak your truth. You
Yeah,
feel me?
for sure, for
It's
sure.
number respect for, EH. You feel me? And
Oh,
I understand, what he's saying, but EH also got to understand this is the times of that shit. You feel me? Like one thing about life in all businesses, y'all. I don't care what business you in. If you don't adjust with the times, you're gonna be left behind. You feel me? If you don't adjust with what's going on in life right now today, they gonna leave you behind. You feel me?
hey, so look,
I'm not saying it's right though. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm saying that's where this shit is going. This shit is going with the
So listen,
let me
but see,
show.
this is the thing.
Let,
This is the thing, though. The
shit.
problem with that is that's wrong because
I
when
never said it
you
was right, EH. I'm just saying that's
but
where it's going.
I'm adding to that this we complain a lot. Like we complain a lot. If you're not gonna step into the shoes of being a god, God controls time. And I'm gonna give you a perfect example of that. Right now, you and I can go on upstate Pennsylvania, upstate Ohio, upstate New York, and them white people in them communities up there, when you go in their communities, and me and you was to walk into communities, we would think we walked back into the 1800s. Why? Because they control everything that's in their environment. Don't tell me you can't control this shit. We
Yeah,
just we accept shit and just keep going. Then when shit go Ari, we start complaining instead of taking control. You
yeah,
gotta
EH.
take
No,
control of
How
what
did
you
we get here?
doing.
Listen, what you saying, you not wrong, but you gotta think about it, it's more people thinking the opposite way versus how you think and how we think. You feel
Yeah.
me, nigga? We outnumbered you. It's like we outnumbered our bro. Your voice and what you saying, you could be right. You feel me? But to the to the kids coming up, they ain't trying to hear that shit. No disrespect, but they ain't trying to hear that shit. They trying to get some money. They trying to fuck some bitches. They trying to show their jewelry. You feel me? They gonna pop they shit, and that's how they carrying it. You feel me? I wasn't raised that way. Maybe not you either. But what I'm saying is, these young niggas coming up, they don't give a fuck, and they ain't got no respect. You feel me? And they won't
Well,
learn until they.
I'm not
Hold
saying
on,
they
hold
can't
on.
do all of that. I
Listen,
ain't
what
saying
I'm
they can't do all of that.
no, I'm not saying you not saying, but what I'm saying is the way this shit is going is how it's gonna go, EH. These motherfuckers, they don't care. They don't care. They gonna show their ass and they gonna let that shit be seen. They don't give a fuck. You feel me? They getting money. They getting money at a younger age. Like I said, they fucking bros at a younger age. They living life. So I know G said Africa went to go buy some change. Nigga, he from the bottom. You feel me? The nigga from the gutter. What a nigga from the gutter gonna do? I came from nothing, piss poor, roaches and rats. He gonna go buy some motherfucking jewelry. Why? Because
But
that's what he see.
listen, I understand that. I come from the same place he comes from. I'm not mad at that. That's why I'm not even talking about it on that level. What I'm saying is because see, this is another misnomer about us. Like a lot of the black people that I grew up around, and we like to look good. You know what I'm saying? We like to look good, bro. So when we do get some money, whether you work for, whether you become a big entertainer or whatever, motherfuckers do that shit. I'm not mad at that shit, bro. I'm not mad at that shit because we act like we the only ones that do that shit. We act like we the only ones that do that shit. Let me tell you something, man. All that Gucci, Versace, Louis Vuitton, that shit been around, bro. That shit been around before we was born. Wealthy white people been wearing that shit. Where the fuck you think it came from? You know what I'm saying? So that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about understanding your value about who you are. If you can take control of the industry and you can make the culture however you want to make it. But if there are groups of us who don't want to do that, that still should be fine too. That's why I don't like it when people talk about groups gotta talk more. No, the fuck he don't. He need to get in the fucking ring and beat motherfuckers the fuck up. And if he don't, and listen, and if he don't do that, and you decide not to support him, oh well, it is what it is. It is
Hey,
what it is. Because I'm gonna tell you something. Andre Ward, right now, Andre Ward may not got the money that Floyd Mayweather get, but guess what? He ain't living like the regular motherfucker. Andre Ward ain't out here driving no motherfucking truck. You see what I'm saying? And he never compromised his behavior and who he was. He always stayed true to who he was. So it's not like you can't become wealthy, well known, you know, uh, uh, um, um, accomplish your goals in the sport or whatever you in, and still maintain who you are as a man because you wanted to do it. That's all I'm saying. Make your own choices about what it is you want to do. If you don't want to put yourself out there, tell them motherfuckers, yo, I'm not doing that. Whatever it may be. That's all I'm saying. If a motherfucker want to do that, fine. But we can tell whether or not what you're doing is organic. That's just like people talk about how AB used to act. Like AB really from the street. AB was in the fucking penitentiary. If you ever hear a story, he talked about how he told God, man, if you let me come home, like if I beat this case, he didn't even think he was gonna come home. So that's really who he is. Now, we may not agree with a lot of the wild shit AB did, but it wasn't like he was acting. Like he really, you know what I'm saying? Should he have cleaned this behavior up and got more discipline? Yeah, but it wasn't like he was putting on an act. That was just where he was from. And unfortunately, you know what I'm saying, he didn't get on the right. It's not like you take somebody that's not from that, and then you got all of these people around you who are advisors and producers and directors and managers and handlers and fashion people and the wardrobe person, and they telling you dress like this, wear this, do this, do that. Like, come on, man. That shit.
OG. I ain't saying you wrong, but I don't think you taking in account, for one, most of these guys in their 20s, they don't know shit. Two, a lot of them don't got the right team around them, so they telling them to do this shit and shit. I could give you example. Shit, Schofield Jr., he don't know shit. He doing what his father tell him to do. You got me this far, so I'm gonna keep doing what the fuck you tell me to do. Plus, you my dad. You not taking a bunch of stuff into account. Also, shit, the region they come from. We just said it. Richardson Hitchin, he from New York. That's kind of what them niggas do. So sometimes you can't even be mad at it. It just is what it is. And like Brett said,
I'm not mad. I'm not mad at that, man. I'm definitely not mad at that. Cause I always say this, and I said it before, bro. Those of us that was kidnapped and brought here, those of us that was already here, motherfucker, took your land, took your name, took everything from you. They never thought in 2025 that young black men would be millionaires. They never thought that. So when the dude do become a millionaire and he ball out, I ain't fucking mad at him. Like, people tell him what he should do with his money. You do what the fuck you want to do with your money. You earned it. You ain't taking from nobody. You ain't robbed nobody. Like, you earned it the right way. You can do what you want to do. I ain't mad at that. I'm not mad at that at all. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just saying that the choices that these young dudes is making, especially as far as how they presenting themselves, that's what I'm talking about.
But you gotta be mad at the choices. You can't be mad at the choices because they young. That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm not. I'm just talking about, as fans, sometimes we rally for them to do X, Y, and Z. That's what I'm talking about. Because listen, okay. I've seen it over the last 40 years. I seen what happened in music. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know guys came into music and guys coming out of the, 80s and 90s hearing certain type of music. So when they talented, when they bring their music, they really got some positive shit that they want to bring. But the record company's like, no, we need you to do this. Like, that's what's happening. Bro, listen. Matter of fact, fucking Tiger. If you ever listen to, I forget Tiger's first album. I believe it's the first album. Tiger.
I already know where you're going. I already know where you're going with this.
With some Black Power shit, bro. So don't tell me young people don't know. Young people ain't stupid.
They don't, man. They don't.
Bro. Now listen, let me tell you something, bro. Listen. I don't condemn young people, but I also don't excuse them. Because I'm gonna tell you something. In your nature, as a human being with a heart and a brain, when you go to the internet and you watch something, don't nobody gotta tell you what's right and what's wrong. And there's so much information that's at your fingertips through video, you know what I'm saying, through all of these platforms. You can find out anything you want. So what's happening is you being presented with a clean glass and a dirty glass, and you're able to make a choice. And a lot are choosing the dirty glass. It ain't that the clean glass ain't there. It ain't that the good shit ain't there. You just not choosing it. You're not accepting it. It's actually a lot easier today than it was back in the day, because so much information is available to you in seconds. So I'm not saying that there's not a need for mentors and shit like that. I'm not saying that. But I know parents who have been in their children's life their whole life, parents married, never been split up, had a solid home and all of that. And you got 5 children. 2 of your children may be good, one of them is so-so, and the other 2 ain't worth shit. And you gave them everything they wanted. You was a good example for them and all of that. It gets to a point when young people get in their life, they gonna do what the fuck they want to do. And then and I personally know, like in my you have a child, you ain't never around the upstanding motherfucker, and you ain't had nothing to do with that. You know what I'm saying? They just went through life, might have stumbled a little bit, but then they figured out, man, I gotta live right. And in their early 20s, they get it together, and because that's what's inside of them. So it ain't always just because you ain't had no mentors. It
Hey,
ain't just that. It ain't,
EH,
it ain't just that.
EH, hey, EH.
They in the chat
Yo,
going crazy.
They called you EHX.
They in the chat going crazy.
Hey yo, y'all gotta
Oh
chill,
man.
man.
how the hell we be talking about boxing and we get all the way here, bro?
Hey man, y'all gotta chill, man. Y'all gotta let my old head get his shit off, man.
Yeah, you gotta let him get his shit off. He
he,
talking that shit. He real, but he
no,
just
he
don't
talking
understand.
it. No, he understand.
Oh,
He just
but I'm
getting
gonna
that
tell
shit
you though.
off.
This the thing though, cause me and G be agreeing. Like when you got good young fighters, like you be wanting your fighter to go train. You know what I'm saying? Go and put on a good performance and be a fucking like top flight fighter. All that other shit, like if you do it like naturally, then fine. You know what I mean? Like if you like Floyd Mayweather and it's just come natural to you, man, do your thing, and you still can stay. But I just feel like a culture being created where young boys feel like they forced to try to fit in on some other shit to be able to sell, and that's not the case, man. It's just not the case, man. It's more important for you to be a top-notch athlete than it is that other shit. It just is, and when people try to pull you away from that, you ain't going. The shit is not going to be right. It's just not going to be right. And then it's kind of, I think it kind of puts a lot of extra pressure on the fighters when a guy like Jake Paul come in and he do so well in boxing. Well, it's like 10 years ago, 12 years ago when y'all was in the gym, probably in the amateurs, you know what I mean, working out on your craft. Jake Paul was making fucking videos, putting dead bodies on the fucking YouTube channel and all this dumb shit. That's how he got all them fucking followers doing a bunch of wild shit. He wasn't in no gym. He was in the gym. So that's how he got his followers. He didn't get his followers through boxing. Then he just transferred over and came into boxing. And because people like him, they just followed him. Ain't no boxer doing that. You gonna spend the first half of your life doing a bunch of goofy shit so people can follow you and then get into boxing? Like people we're trying to set a benchmark for a boxer and compare it to a YouTuber. Like you can't do that. And then when you feel like you need to keep up with that, now you're trying to do a whole bunch of shit and talking crazy and saying, like, man, come on, man, like that shit. I feel like that shit just ain't, that shit just don't, I don't know, man. I just honestly, I just don't like that shit. Bro. I just don't like it, man. And as a fan, like it's just like a motherfucker don't need all of that, man. Like that shit ain't. I want to see motherfuckers get in the ring and fight, man. That's you know what I'm saying. All the entertainment shit, we can do that. Shit, we talking enough shit and causing us drama, just doing podcasts and shit. That should be enough.
Real shit. No, EH, you remind me of my pop, man. He be talking that same shit. He be y'all get it going. I ain't mad at you, cuz.
Damn, I done ran everybody off.
No, you ain't run them off. They just niggas just forgot they was at work. Niggas was on here and forgot they was at work. See, you out there in your own truck, so you good. Niggas forgot they on somebody else's time.
Damn, man, I wanted to get the portal. I wanted everybody to touch it on the. I'm excited about this job. The high tucker and truck fight, man.
Yeah, that's this weekend, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, they gonna get it in. That's gonna be a good
I'm
ass fight.
excited about that, man. I'm hoping everything like work out wherever I'm at. Like, cause today I got started early this morning. I remember I said, "Oh damn, yeah, the fight on." You know what I mean? So I was
Hold
able to
up,
cut it
man.
on and kind of listen to it. Um,
It's Juneteenth, man. What you doing working?
oh shit, I ain't. Yeah, it is doing it, man.
You said fucking huh? We gonna get this paper.
Hell yeah, shit, I ain't, man. I don't celebrate no holidays, bro. I
No,
don't
I
celebrate.
feel you.
I make my own holidays. That shit. When I'm ready to
Mm-hmm.
relax, party, take a vacation, I ain't. I mean,
Real shit.
unless one of the homies invite me to stuff or something, then I'll show up or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I get this money, man.
Real
But G, who
shit.
you like in that fight?
To me, it's a 50-50 because we've seen both of them lose, right? So it's not about wins or losses. It's about who really want to go to the next level as a 160 pounder, middleweight. I think Truck Simpson had an up and down career because with all the cat, I mean, with all the fame around him early, being with Tank and being part of that crew, you know what I mean. I think he got kind of big headed early on. You know what I'm saying? And it kind of took some of the interest away. Now I think the interest is there again because you got to fight like Jahad Tucker. You know that's a good fight. You know in your mind that's a good fight. You know in your mind that's somebody you got to train for. And I believe Jahad Tucker feel the same way. So I think that's why we get a better fight. You know what I mean? I don't know. I can't pick one though. If
You,
put it
do
like
you give
this.
anybody a slight edge?
Put it like this: if Jahad Tucker could stay on the outside and be slick and pick his shots, then Jahad Tucker could win. But if Truck get on the inside and Truck get the ripping at him, Truck get the like really beating on him, punching him on his arms, punching him on his body and shit like that, I'm giving it to Truck. Truck get on the inside. Joe Breezy, he said.
I get a slight edge to Jahad.
Y'all keep saying EH is a commercial driver. He owned his truck, man. He said he said on the phone as a commercial driver is violation while telling other guys what to do at work. And after it's crazy. You in violation. You fool for highway patrol.
That's true. You telling the truth.
That is true.
Yeah, that's true. But I don't have my phone in my hand. But you know, that's true. If I was in New York, because New York, you're not allowed to be on the phone. Period.
Yeah.
Even if it's not handheld. Like, yeah, you even if you don't hold your phone in your hand. Now, other states you could talk as long as you ain't holding it in your hand, like if you got it put up or whatever. So I don't have it in my hand, but I am talking. So I don't know. That's kind of murky, but I don't know. I give him that. I mean,
I mean,
people want to
long as you ain't holding the phone like you
hold it
said.
in your hand, and I'm not going to do that because I got my eyes on the road. But you want to take the shot at me? You want me to say I'm wrong? All right, I'm wrong.
Yeah.
All right, I'm wrong. Sorry,
Hey, but there's a lot of white women out here giving out diseases too.
but I get it. I get it. I get a slight edge to Jahad, and I don't know if I'm wrong about this, but
Okay.
I feel like Jahad been more busier than Trump.
Yeah, yeah,
Has he
he
been more
have.
active?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
he in a way, yeah, he have.
That's and I don't know because see, Trump might have been fighting and it just ain't been on major networks and I didn't see. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying? Like I'm
cause
not
he
sure, but
did
I
fight.
don't think I've been seeing him.
Yeah, cause he did fight on. Truck did fight on. What was that joint? OTX, I think once or twice.
How
You know
many
what I mean?
rounds was OTX?
OTX is it'll be like 6 or 8 or 10, but then the thing is, if it's a draw, then they have you fight one more round.
Okay, so it ain't that one round shit.
No, no, the one round that's TCL shit.
Oh, it's CC. Okay, okay, yeah, the combat shit. Okay, all right. So what you think about Rashidi Ellis and Brian Norman?
I love that fight too because it's the boxer. I mean, against the brawler. Well, not even though Brian Norman getting a little sharper, he getting a little better. But that would really make him like that'd be a real fight. That'd be a real fight. I say that. I would love that fight.
That's my that's my
You
because I
said
know
that's your what?
Rashidi been fighting. I said that's my
Oh,
test for both of them.
okay. Yeah, I
You know
like
what I'm
that fight.
saying? Like
Yeah, I
for
like
where
that fight.
Rashidi at in his career and for where Brian Norman is at in the competition that he's been having. That for me would be like okay. But see, the thing is, if I'm not mistaken, Rashidi been fighting at 154, some type of catchweight his last couple of fights,
Yeah,
right?
I
Am
got you.
I right
Yeah,
about that?
yeah. You said Rashidi next couple
Yeah.
Jones.
Yeah,
You said they had a catch weight.
I think so. I know one fight in the last couple of years he had at 154 because I think it was one of those Team Combat League joints.
Yeah, he was fighting. He was fighting at 160 in that shit.
Oh wow. Okay, so he might can't even make 147 no more then.
Yeah, he probably can. I mean, no. He could make it. He could make it. That 160 shit was just, just to, stay busy.
Okay, okay. Because I think he got a fight coming up. I think I saw something somewhere. I'm gonna have to look on BoxRec or check the internet. But I thought I saw him saying that he got a fight coming up soon. But that, I would like to see that. I would like to see that. I mean, like if Norman ain't gonna fight like a Cameron or a Stanley Jones, you know what I'm saying? Like I like to see that. Because I did he fight what was the Gearsaw? Did he fight Gearsaw? Yeah, Brian Norman.
Uh, that might be next.
Because
That
it ain't.
might
I
be
mean, I don't know. That
that
47.
might be next for him, realistically for him.
It's just weird right now because it's like where he gonna go right now? He just gonna be fighting a bunch of people we ain't never heard of. If he don't fight Karen, Gearsaw, or Stanionis, I mean, because it's obvious that Barrios don't want to fight nobody. So
Hey man, look,
I
y'all
don't
can say
know.
what y'all
Let's see.
want, but Brian Norman Jr. beats everybody at 147 right now.
But who everybody?
Shit, whoever there, to be honest with you, shit, Boots left. He can beat Stanionis. I think he would beat Stanionis. That's just me personally.
You think Brian Norman Jr. could beat Karen?
I think that's gonna be his toughest fight. I think he beats the fuck out of Gearsoft. Not even gonna lie.
He's
But
talking some shit too, though.
I ain't down on Gearsoft.
I ain't saying he the best in the world. I'm saying he got some shit. When I say a motherfucker got some shit with him, I'm saying they got like some shit that that'll give you problems. I
But
ain't
to be,
saying that. I ain't saying it'll beat you. I'm just
but
saying it'll give you some problems.
Karen good. I think that'll be his hardest fight, but I think he'll pull it out. I feel like Karen really only got. He can move. He can move. That would probably really Norman would struggle with. But other than that, I don't see nobody really fucking with Norman, bro. And I could be biased. Don't get me wrong. I could be biased. I'm from Georgia. I could be biased, but I don't see nobody fucking with him.
So who you think his next fight gonna be?
I don't know though. He on top rank, so I don't really, I don't be, I don't like fantasy fights. I just keep it real. Whoever I think he gonna fight whoever with top rank. The only reason he fought Sasaki because Sasaki was with top rank. So there's a guy named Rohan Polanco. I fuck with hard. I don't know if y'all know him. He been
Rohan,
chasing.
is he at 140 or 147?
He been chasing Brian Norman. He been calling out Brian Norman Jr. I think he at 147 now. I can't remember. I think
I just
he moved up. He moved up to 147. I
he
think.
moved out. Rohan just fought. He just fought not too long ago.
Yeah. He just fought
Yeah,
probably like
yeah,
last
yeah.
month.
I had my eye on him the last couple of years. I like him. If he had 147, that'd be a good fight.
Yeah,
That'd
that'll
be
be
a
a
good
good fight.
fight.
They'll
That'd be
probably
a good
meet.
fight. That'll be a good test. I want to see Norman fight somebody who got some skills. You know what I'm saying? Like who got a good pedigree behind him. You know what I mean?
But that ain't.
Amateur shit like that, like somebody that's skilled. And that's what I'm saying. It ain't necessarily gotta be somebody we know, but I just want to know when he faces somebody, it's like, oh yeah, this guy
I don't think that's gonna happen.
don't mean that he ain't good. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like, you know, I mean, the Santillion win was a damn good win. You know what I'm saying? I ain't
That was
Santillion
his
ain't the
best
most skilled
win.
guy, but he was solid.
I think Santillion. Shit. I think Santillion can probably stand in there with Stanionis.
Ah,
It'd be a tough fight. It'd be a tough
you
fight.
know what? That's why these guys need to fight,
They just
man.
gotta fight each other. Facts.
Yeah,
Facts.
I mean everybody. You know what I mean? Like I don't know why they don't mix and match the top 10 and the top 15, because that way we as fans we have a better gauge and we actually will have more to talk about because we would know who fought who beat who, what styles matched up. Like, but they don't. You know what I'm saying? Like just the way that they, because of the business side of it, like the way that they move fight.
They don't care about the fans, man.
What I was saying earlier about the belts, because this is what Senior said. on that live that time when he was talking to G. I remember when we got off the live the other day what he said. He said to G, if my son was to fight Boots and beat Boots, after that, at 47, what's going to be the big fights? He said, because whatever we got paid to fight Boots, if we fight somebody else at 147, we ain't going to get the same pay. You know
That's
what I'm
the
saying?
issue, though.
What they gonna pay us to fight Boots? You know, I'm just using this number hypothetically. Okay, you pay us $2 million to fight Boots. After we beat Boots, then if we go fight Gearsaw, they not gonna pay us $2 million or more to fight Gearsaw just because we champ. But this is my point. See, this is where I disagree with that kind of talk. First of all, whether you fight Gearsaw first or somebody else first and then fight Boots, or whether you fight Boots first and then fight them, the pay is still going to be the same. If you go fight 2 or 3 C-level, B-level guys just to get the paycheck, if you already knew you was going to beat Boots, why not beat him first, get him out the way, and have the belt?
I don't
Because
think the pay. I don't think
when
the pay gonna be the same. I don't think the pay
But
gonna be.
listen, this is what I'm telling you. See, that's why I was saying what I was saying earlier about the belts. And I would actually have to go to the WBC, WBO, WBA, IBF website to see it. But when you get those belts, you are representing those belts.
Yeah, facts.
So in the sanctioning body, that whatever sanctioning body belt you got, they get a percentage.
Facts.
So it's in their best interest to get you in the fights. You understand what I'm saying? To bring mandatories in and say, hey, you mandatory for this person. It's in their best interest. So when they do have to pay you a certain amount of money when you a champ. So it don't matter. If you not Canelo, you need them belts. So
No,
that's not something you should be worrying about unless you're a big ticket seller. You really don't I don't want to say you don't have the right because you can do what you want to do, but that's not business. Like you're not leveraging yourself properly. You just not. You need
nah.
to
I
have
get what you're
those
saying. I
belts,
get what
man.
you're saying for
You
sure.
need and anytime you have somebody like Bam, you have somebody like the monster in a way got all the belts. He wasn't turned down in no competition. Like I don't understand. And he sell more than any of these guys.
Oh
Like I
shit!
don't
Hold
when
on.
you're not trying to unify and you're not trying to go undisputed. I don't understand what you're doing. Unless you Canelo, unless you Joshua, where you can maneuver around. Even if we say you ducking, it don't really matter because it's like whoever I fight, we gonna fill up stadiums. I get it. You get the money. All right.
Nah, I
I
agree
just
with you. I
I,
agree with you, but
I, I just
I
always
don't
say
think
what?
I don't think they get paid the same. But the fighters, they don't want to take no pay cuts. That's the real problem. The fighters scared to take a pay cut because they scared they're gonna lose. Or the team is. I don't know who's scared of it. I think that's the real problem. I don't think they're gonna get paid the same to fight a C-level fighter and all that. If he get paid $2 million to fight Boots and he win, he ain't gonna get paid $2 million to fight another person. Unless he
Okay,
can show he can bring the fans out.
but what I'm saying is if you fight Boots and beat him or you don't fight, that's not going to change. That's what I'm saying. Like there's no reason not to fight him and get that belt.
It is a reason. They protecting their record. They protecting their belt. Shit.
Yeah, but so that means that you don't think you're going to win. See, that's the whole point I'm trying to get to. If you don't get in the ring with
I'm not.
somebody,
Look, I ain't disagreeing with you.
it's
But
because
look,
you know what I'm saying. You don't think you're going to win, and I'm see that I don't know, man.
this why I was trying to say earlier. You gotta understand. They gotta build their name up somehow. How else they gonna do it? Okay. They gonna win. But shit, you gotta. Shit, how else they gonna do it? In a way, he's an anomaly. He don't say shit. He don't speak English. That motherfucker, he knock everybody out.
Check this out. Boots was calling out Spence and Crawford
Okay.
for about 2 years.
Okay.
And Boots just said this on the interview the other day. Do you know that Boots had been the mandatory for both of combined? He had been the mandatory for both of those guys combined for like 2 years. First he was Spence's mandatory, and then when Spence lost, he was Bud mandatory. That's how he say like they say he emailed Champ. He said, I woke up one morning, I was just Champ because Bud and Spence was in negotiations to make the second fight. They was trying to figure out what they was going to do, whether they was going to stay at 47, go to 54. So they was going back and forth with that. And in the
Yeah.
meantime, Boost the mandatory, and he just wait. So Bud like, listen, man, I'm negotiating this. Now, what Boost supposed to say? Okay, I'm gonna wait for y'all.
Nah.
And then if he wanted to do that, he couldn't do that anyway because the IBF was mandating. So they like, all right, they strip Bud. You go ahead and work out your business. So Bud didn't duck. I wouldn't say Bud duck, Bud scared or none of that. But you can't get mad at Boost because you decided to do a business deal and Boost woke up as champ. Boost supposed to hold up his career to wait for you while you making your money. See all of that kind of shit. And the thing about it is after Boost got the belt, Bud's team was talking shit. Oh yeah, see, I would have wanted to fight for the belt. Well, who the fuck was I gonna fight unless I'm gonna fight you?
Okay, okay. You know Boots. Okay, but you love boxing, right? You know Boots, right? When did Boots really start going towards that stardom? When they was attaching his name to Bud, right? That's true. That's true. That's the only thing that's happening with Brian Norman Jr.
No, but see the difference. But for me, how I understand it, how I see it, the difference is if Spence or Bud would have said, "Come on, Boots, come on, get in the ring." Boots would have fought them. Brian Norman Jr. It's an excuse. It's the money and all. You know what I'm saying? Like when people talk about money, I ain't gonna argue that because I understand that. We want to get paid.
But that's his team, though. I can agree with you, but I feel like that's his team. I feel like that's not him.
Okay, listen, and I can agree with that because there's a lot of teams that do stuff and all of that. I'm gonna tell you one of my favorite fighters that I like, and I'm disappointed in him right now, but I ain't gonna act like I don't like him. It's Jaime Munguia, and I remember when Jaime Munguia was coming up, a lot of the boxing world was talking about how Golden Boy was protecting him and they was cherry picking his fights and stuff like that, and I couldn't really argue with that. But the one reason why I like Munguia, because Munguia, the fighter, never talked shit. He was never disrespectful. Whoever they put, he was the true example of whoever they put in front of me, I'm a fighter. Because all they was trying to do was build him up for a real big fight, and he finally got it with Canelo. You know what I'm saying? Well, my thing is, when you making moves in your career and you trying to just get money and you saying, well, man, I don't want to take these dangerous fights right now. I'd rather take them later on, or your team making no excuses. I get it. Because you want to get the most you can out your fighter. You want them to make money. Man, listen, come on, man. Let's get the paper. But don't talk shit to the competition. Because now when you start talking shit, it's beyond the boxing. Now you're talking about the legacy. So if you wanted the legacy of beating all the good fighters, you got to fight me. Now, if you're saying you don't want to fight me right now, you got other shit you're trying to do, I respect that. But don't talk shit about me. Because then I'm going to talk shit back. And then what happens is as fans, it look like we taking sides and all of that. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, no, yeah, I like a certain fighter. I ain't gonna act like I don't like a certain fighter. But at the same time, that's why you don't really hear people talking too much about Barrios. Because even though Barrios didn't take the fight, Barrios ain't out here talking shit to people. Or his team ain't out here talking. You know what I'm saying? They ain't out here making up scenarios about, oh, yeah, we'll fight him, but he ain't nobody. They not doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the difference.
I don't never hold that against the fighter, man. I feel like that's what y'all be doing, holding that against the fighter, and I don't be doing that shit. It just is what it is. They said Polanco about to fight Quentin Randall though in the chat.
So Quentin Randall, so Polanco is at 147.
Yeah.
If he fights Quentin Randall, that's a good fight.
It's a good fight.
Hey, look,
if he a common opponent. Shit.
That's what I was getting ready to say. If he beat Quentin Randall, then they should make that with him and Brian Norman. I felt like that'd be a good test for Brian Norman.
I think they're gonna make it because shit, he been calling his name and he moved up to 147. So
and he on top rank. So yeah, that'll be easy. Yeah. I like that. I like that. Yeah, I like Roman Polanco. I'm down with Roman Polanco. Hell yeah, I like him. I like him, man. He can fight. He can fight.
I hope Boots and Norman fight eventually though. Shit, I don't know when, but they gotta fight. They got to.
I mean, Norman looked like he he looked like he eventually gonna go to 154. You know
He
what I'm
got
saying?
to. He look big as shit.
Yeah. I mean, but because he's I mean, I don't know, everybody's body moves different, but I mean shit, he only like 24, so shit, he might can stay at 47 for another 2 years.
Yeah, he
You
real
know
young.
what
He
I'm
real
saying?
young.
And I'm pretty sure if he think he can milk it, you know what I mean? Because he, you know what I mean, he a good solid 147. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
yeah, he's solid, and he come in, he make the weight. You know what I mean? And you can see when he make the weight, you know, he be cut up. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, shit, he probably can stay there another 2 years, man, unless he just have a hell of a growth spurt, you know, in the next 6 months to the year. So he might
Look,
just stay there and
I ain't even gonna lie. I did not want Brian Norman to go against Boots right now. I want him to wait that shit out. I ain't even gonna lie. Cause I already know Boots gonna kill
wow.
him. Like he too young, experience. It's the same, it's the same thing. It's the same thing with David Morrell and David Benavidez. I didn't want Morrell to go against Benavidez right now.
Man, do you know there was so many people who thought that Morrell was going to beat David Benavidez?
I
There
mean,
was
I
a
can see why they
lot
thought
of
that.
people that, yeah, it was a lot, but I knew it though, and I knew it just because of the experience, not because Morrell ain't good. You know what I mean? It's just
Yeah,
because of the experience, man. Like
it's
I knew a
experience.
lot of stuff that Benavidez was doing in there, and you got to give credit to his dad too, and whoever else he got on that coaching staff, because they came in with the proper game plan for David Benavidez, bro. Like you could tell they game plan for him. Because I'm telling you, man, Benavidez fought a hell of a fight, bro. Like
Yeah.
I'm telling you, he. I mean, I was already a fan of Benavidez because I like the way he moved. You know what I mean? But skill wise, he showed me something in that fight with his IQ, bro, that I had to give
That's
him
what that's
more credit for.
when you saying that. That's another thing about fans. Before that fight, I knew Benavidez had skill. You probably thought he was just coming forward and throwing a lot of punches, right?
No, no, because you don't beat fighters like Boo Boo Andre, even though Boo Boo might have been a little smaller. You don't beat fighters like Boo Boo Andre without having those skills. But I'm
Facts,
talking
but
about
I feel like
he took it to another level, though. I'm telling you, with
okay.
Morrell, because I've seen some things he was doing, and I'm like, damn, like because I don't know, it's just something where I can tell, like with certain fighters, I can see it where they're thinking and they're processing and putting it together on the spot. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like it's just certain. I don't want to say certain fighters. Sometimes it's certain fights where I'm looking and it's like I can see them processing and putting it together. And I saw David Benavidez doing that in that fight, like I never seen him do it before. And I could tell it was some. I could tell they was working on a game plan when they was, they was training for him. You know what I mean? Like they didn't underestimate him. They didn't look past him. You know what I mean? Like nah, nah. He took it to another level, bro. He took it to another level, and it really makes me want to see him against Bivol now, because
A
Bivol is
four
a
a
cold.
a 4K. A
Yo,
4K. Can you do me a favor?
yo.
Can you read that can you read that super chat from his trenchlessly, please?
Yeah, I got you. It said, man, Norman fights a Japanese tax driver with minimal skills, and people want to act like that man is a world beater. Norman is a joke. I need him against Haney, Karen, Rowley, etc. Norman is and will always be a duck to me. That man duck boots, period. I can't agree. I cannot agree on that. I ain't gonna lie.
But see, that's the Georgia bias, though.
Nah, it's not even enjoy. I
Oh,
was just
look,
I
hey,
was
look,
just
and
nah, but
look,
look though. But look though. Haney will be a tough fight. Karen be a tough fight. I think he get Rolly up out of there. But I feel like he can beat all those guys, right? As far as the duck, I was just on Wyatt Sim page, and he even admitted that it wasn't a duck. It's not. It's just how I think. It's just how I think. I take account business more than I take account the fighter. The business that shit was never gonna happen. Yeah, they talking shit. They talking shit to Boots, but Top Rank ain't about to let him go fight Boots. It just is what it is. I don't think it's a duck. I don't think none of the fighters are be ducking each other. I think the teams be ducking each other. I always blame it on the teams. I could be wrong though. I could be
I
wrong. I ain't
mean,
gonna lie.
that's correct. Like it's the teams making decision, and it's because the promoter and the manager have so much time and money invested in you. If they think a guy can beat you or really hurt you, even if you win, but if they think you're gonna come out that fight so beat up that you ain't gonna have another good 5 or 10 fights so they can make their money back off you,
Yeah,
they probably won't. So I ain't gonna disagree with that. That's true.
exactly.
I
That's
mean,
all I
we
be
know that
saying.
in boxing. That boxing been like that forever. That ain't
And
nothing new.
then,
You know what I
and
mean?
then
That
some
ain't nothing.
fans would say, "Oh, but they talking about money." Shit, how we know the promoters ain't just like G said earlier? The promoters be telling people what to say. How we know the promoters ain't telling the fighter what to say in interviews or talk about this in interviews?
Yeah, no, that's true.
Like, come
That's
on
true.
now, like
No, that's true too. That's true too. I
I
guess,
can't
I
even.
guess, I guess it's because as fans, we probably, be rooting for our guy, and then when somebody else come out talking shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I'm just saying that is, to be honest with you, as a fan of boxing and as a fan of boots, that is one of the reasons why, though, we'll have um like we'll give a strike to the Normans because not only do his dad talk shit, but he talks shit specifically about Boots and my son will beat him. He do this. He can't punch. Like, you know what I mean? Like he be going there.
But just like you said, that's his dad. The son
No,
ain't saying shit.
listen, but you said it earlier too, though. I
Yeah,
guess that's his way of trying to like build up the son or whatever. You know
yeah.
what I'm saying? I don't know. But that shit gonna play out now because Boots at 154, so you gonna say, oh yeah, Boots ran to 54. Okay. You ain't gonna be able to that shit gonna play out after a while because everybody know that didn't happen. So I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I just feel like with guys, I mean, see, I don't believe that when a guy is in your division and you call him out, that's not clout chasing because that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What do Boots look like calling out Jamal James? You know what I'm saying? Like that don't make sense. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Like it just come on. You know what
What's
I
up,
mean? Like,
fellas?
what's going on? Who that?
What's good?
It's three heads.
What's good?
Three?
Yeah, I'm new to the panel. It's my first time up here.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. I can't see it. Go ahead. You want to cook about something?
No, I just wanted to, what you just said, basically. I mean, he don't have no intention on fighting the guy, like, so there's no point of calling him out. Like his intentions ain't there. Like he flew all the way to Japan to fight Jin Sasaki that wasn't on his level, and it showed.
I mean, I can see where y'all coming from. I understand it, but just like Greg said earlier, maybe the promoter told him to do it. Who knows? Who knows? I feel like they do. They got probably an intention to fight him, but not right now. Not at this moment.
And see the other thing too about boxing, and I heard Keith Thurman say this years ago. He was talking about how you know concentrating on the fight that's in front of you. Because what happens is when you get in a mental place where it's like, okay, you know what I'm saying? EH, you about to fight 4K. You know what I mean? But I'm
Yeah.
worried about three. No, but three got what I want. He got the fame, he got the belt, he got all that, and you looking past 4K.
Shit, we just
And
seen it happen with Caleb
hey,
Plant.
look, and then guess what happens though? Three fuck around and get married and drop the belt, decide he want to get out of boxing. You know what I'm saying? Like the boxing shit shifts so much, and sometimes you be laser focused on the guy. It's not about that, and that's what I'm saying with Boots. And I remember Mr. Bosey was saying this. He was saying, "Man, listen," because Mr. Bosey will tell you this quick. He's like, "Man, we respect all fighters." He said these fighters is good fighters. He was like, "It ain't personal. It's about the belts." That's why it ain't even really about the fighter. It's about the belt. So if you decided tomorrow, oh man, I'm relinquishing the belt. I'm getting out of boxing. All right, man, salute to you. Man, success in life. Who got the belt next? Or who, you know what I'm saying? Who I got to fight for? It's about the belt. And see, that's why it becomes clout chasing when a guy got the jury and you don't want to do whatever it is you need to do to make the fight. Because I don't care who you are. I don't care what you're saying about money. Some of the richest, most successful boxers, when they started off and they was trying to get to that next level, they took shorter money. One of the greatest that ever did it. Money-wise, the greatest who ever did it. Floyd Mayweather. If you ever listen to his interviews, he'll tell you. When I was on
It's a
top
different
rank,
time, man. It's a different time.
bro, no. It could be, it's a different time, but the format is still the same.
They going off Floyd format. He the one fucked up the format.
But I'm talking about as far as fighting the fights. That don't change in boxing. You have to fight the fights. Listen, we looking at Floyd Mayweather now. I'm talking about when Floyd Mayweather was with Top Rank. People knew Floyd Mayweather, but he wasn't the Mayweather that we know now.
Oh,
Floyd said,
right.
Floyd said, I told Top Rank the fighter that I want this fighter. And they was like, no, Floyd, we ain't gonna be able to pay you the money we want you to fight. He was like, I don't care. Just give me what you're gonna give me. Because I know I'm gonna beat him. See, that's the part of Floyd's career that these guys don't know about. That's the you thinking I'm talking about these guys trying to get as much money as they can. No, Floyd was taking short money. I'm telling you, bro. These guys, you gotta work to get to that level. That's why I say get the belts. When you get the belts, you can say, I'm undisputed. That's why Buzz stood on his. Buzz was like, nah. I was champ at 135. I went to 140. I undisputed. I jumped up championship fight. My first fight, I beat a champion. I stopped him. Like, y'all know. That's why Buzz stood on it, and that's what these guys. And Buzz wasn't selling like that. I mean, he did good at Omaha, but it wasn't like he was no real big ticket seller. But he fought to get where he got. You gotta fight the fights, man. When you start off.
Hey, can I say something? This Dean, y'all. Brian Norman is the biggest fucking duck in boxing. All of this, he not a duck shit. Bro, when you turn down your biggest payday, when you take a voluntary defense, because I'm about to tell homie from Georgia why it's a duck. If the main reason you didn't fight Jerron then is because you didn't want to fight him in Philly, well, that goes the fuck out the window when you take a voluntary defense and take a 12-hour flight to Japan to fight at 6 in the morning.
18 hours.
Who said he didn't want to fight in Philly? He said he didn't want to fight in Philly?
Huh?
He said he didn't want to fight in Philly?
Yes, Brian Norman Jr., Brian Norman Sr. and them said they not fighting in Philly if we don't get a certain amount of bread and all this. But he didn't get that for Japan.
They did, 4K. They did. They did say that.
Wait. Who is they? Did it come
Brian
out
Norman Sr., the father.
I don't care about the father. I don't care about. Did it come out?
Huh? You don't care about the father?
Bro, the father has a hold on the son's career. It didn't come out the son's mouth.
4K, stop that, bro. Stop that.
How?
You know what?
4K,
you know what?
We're not doing that, brother.
Not what?
No, because then.
Go ahead, Dean. Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna tell him because then, bro, I don't want to hear his dad come up here and say shit to Greg no more. Then his dad is not allowed to talk about his son fighting Jerron and this thing. If you're not gonna listen to his father, if you ain't gonna listen to the pappy who tell you what his son gonna do, then I don't want to hear his dad running his yaps no more.
See, this is what I'm trying to say earlier. Everybody mad at his dad. Be mad at
Brian Norman Jr.
after the fight.
Brian Norman Jr. backed up everything his dad said when he got the chance to talk. So it's on him too.
So
because he could have took the fight. He could have said, Dad, I don't care what you're saying. I'm taking a 1.7 million. He could have said that. He didn't.
Hey man, it's Norman Sr., bro. That's all.
Bro, can I ask you something?
Being mad at Norman
if you refuse to fight in Philly, but take a 12-hour flight to go to Japan for a voluntary defense for not even half the money.
That, bro, his dad said that. I don't care what you think.
No, he did it. No, his actions.
You just said it. You just said his dad.
Did he not just fight in Japan at 6 in the morning? Brian Norman Jr. had to agree to that.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about you saying that he didn't want to go to Philly. Because in the interview, I heard he said he would go to Philly. So I don't know what the truth is.
Bro,
I don't know.
We know the truth is what they did. They didn't take the fight and then they went to Japan. That's the truth. The truth is what they did.
All I'm saying is,
I don't care about what they said, bro. Let's go off of their actions. They did not take the money.
Okay.
And then Brian Norman Jr. and why he's not getting out of this, because as soon as Jerron Ennis, and I predicted this, bro. So I got a YouTube channel, I got videos. So this ain't hypergamy. I predicted this. Okay. As soon as Jerron Ennis goes to 154, I already said, give it 48 hours, they'll be doing interviews talking about how Boots a duck. What did Brian Norman Jr. do? He couldn't wait to get on camera as soon as Jerron Ennis went up. Yeah, Jerron Ennis looking funny, not moving up when he know he could fight me. That's his son. I'm not letting it. First of all, them niggas is grown-ass men. If you don't want your dad talking for you, tell your dad to shut the fuck up then. Because other than that, then we holding both of y'all accountable, brother. We holding them both accountable. I don't want to hear it.
Look, I'm not mad that you think it's a duck. All I'm saying is I don't think it's a duck because of the team. That's all I'm saying.
The team, well, that go out the window, bro. Because Brian Norman Sr. admitted on Mill City that he was mad at how Top Rank was moving his son.
Okay. Is Senior not a part of the team? Senior's the team, right?
No, Senior's the team. So if you're mad at what the team is doing, but then you got a better opportunity and you don't take it, then whose fault is that? He was the one complaining about how Top Rank was moving him. Well, he could have already been a unified champ by now. Then maybe he wouldn't have to fight in Japan at 6 in the morning.
I'm from Savannah, Edward. But anyways,
you turned down Boots to fight at 6 in the morning, brother.
Bro, that's cool that you think that, bro.
That's what happened.
I'm saying I'm not mad that you think it's a duck. I don't. We just disagree on that point.
From Georgia. You probably don't.
I don't think a lot of shit a duck. Tell me who ducked who.
Bro, a duck is
no. I'm talking about fighters. Like you think Ortiz,
Brian Norman Jr. and Jerron Ennis.
No. You saying I'm biased, so take the bias out of it. You think Ortiz just ducked Bachram?
Who, Virgil?
Yeah,
maybe, because I don't know if it's how true it is about his injuries.
So. I don't think so.
Boxers lie about being hurt all the time, so I don't know how true it is. If he's truly hurt, then no, you can't duck somebody and you're hurt.
No, I'm saying I don't think most of this shit is a duck. I'm thinking I think it's just really teams. Shit,
bro, your team can duck. We're not.
Let me talk. Everybody just said that. Well, not everybody. Hella people just said Boots duck Virgil, and I'm saying that ain't a duck. That's just fucking teams. You get what I'm saying?
I hear that part, but the problem is when you say Boots duck Virgil, what people not understanding about that is nobody's going to stop being a main event to be an undercard on a fight that flopped in Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
Because Boots would have been doing the opposite of what Brian Norman Jr. just did.
So name me a duck then. Name me a duck. Somebody name. Just give me 2 fighters.
You don't want me to bring up Brian Norman Jr.
Not because you're saying I'm biased. So I'm saying I need to take the bias out of it.
Okay, so we gonna leave Brian Norman Jr. out of it. You said leave Brian Norman Jr. out of it. So name another duck in boxing.
Yeah, that you think is a duck. Because I'm just trying to show you.
Vasil Lomachenko, what he did with Gervonta Davis in November when he was in negotiations and then backed out, said that he wanted to be with his family. Then 2 weeks later at Terrence Crawford fight was arguing with Shakur Stevenson and said he'll fight for free.
Bro, you think Lomo duck for real?
Loma was in Bob Arum said this. Loma was in negotiations. He left negotiations because he wanted to be with his family.
Team was in negotiations.
Loma left. Stop putting everything on the team. It was Loma's decision to leave negotiations, not Bob and his managers.
Okay, I don't think it's a duck for one. Let me just put this out here. I'm a big Tank fan, but why the fuck you ain't fight Loma way back then?
Because Loma never sent the offer when he was the A side and he had an ESPN deal. And Bob Arum said he wasn't willing to make the fight. Bob was willing to make the fight in November. Bob Arum said, like you said, teams. Remember you said teams?
You agree with me.
No, I'm telling you where you saying is bullshit. I'm just using your argument back against you. You said teams, right? Bob Arum came out here and said verbatim, because everybody in the comments know I'm not lying. Verbatim, he said years ago, why do I have to make a Gervonta Davis fight when Lomachenko got in-house fights right now? I'm worried about that. And then if what y'all saying is true, how boxing's supposed to go, 6 years ago, Lomachenko was the star. Gervonta Davis wasn't Tank yet. He wasn't the Tank Davis of today. So why Loma never sent him an offer? When everybody claimed Loma wanted to fight him you can't find Loma talking about he want to fight Gervonta nowhere. So why didn't he send an offer 6 years ago?
He said it in an interview years ago. I seen it. I remember that interview. He said it.
So why he didn't send the offer when he was the A-side, when he was the superstars, the Matrix and all of that shit?
Because his team sends the what are we not understanding, bro? No,
Only
you
time I
laughing,
ever heard
bro.
Loma,
You laughing, but you
Loma
not hearing
talk about
me, bro.
Tank is when he said, "Why would I fight him on a pay-per-view?"
You're not hearing me, bro. You're not hearing me, bro.
Why would he fight him on a pay-per-view? Makes no sense.
Yeah,
you're not hearing me, bro.
And years ago, they wasn't in the same division the years you talking about. Loma was already at 135. Tank was at 130.
Hold on. I gotta reply to this. Gap tooth. I'm not arguing, bro. We just having a conversation. We not arguing.
We're not arguing. I just get passionate. I'm from Philly, bro. So you already.
Nah, they talking about. I'm one of them Georgia dudes who like to argue. Nah, we just having a conversation. We got a disagreement because I put teams behind a bunch of shit. Fighters don't know shit, bro. Fighters.
That's not true, brother.
But I think it is though, because Canelo the only one that can really make his own.
Canelo ducked Benavidez.
I agree with that. No. Look. I agree with that. But Canelo, I agree with that because Canelo is the only one who can make his own moves, bro. Everybody else is signed to fucking Top Rank, Matchroom. Everybody else just signed to everybody.
So, bro, what's your name, bro?
What's my real name?
No, like what's your YouTube name? Whatever you go by on here.
Boxing in 4K.
Boxing in 4K.
Yeah.
So, bro, let me ask you this then.
What's up?
If your team say Lomachenko, Gervonta Davis wants to fight you in November, and you say, okay, I'm going to go in negotiations with him. So it's out of Bob's hands at that point, right? Mm-hmm. Bob agreed to let Loma fight Gervonta Davis, correct?
My fault. I was reading something. Go ahead. Yeah.
Bob let let Lomachenko go into negotiations with Gervonta Davis. So that means that Bob Arum's out of it right at that point, right? He lended his fighter out to fight Gervonta Davis, correct?
Yeah.
If Loma says he doesn't want to do it, whose fault is that?
Hold on, bro. They talking crazy on my name, bro. Hold up.
No, forget them.
Just going against shit for no reason.
I'm just asking.
Go ahead, bro. Yeah, go ahead. But I did the only reason
I'm saying if Bob Arum, because you said his team, Bob Arum said, okay, Lomachenko, you can fight Gervonta Davis. Yeah. His manager went to negotiations with Gervonta Davis' team. Okay. Loma said he didn't want to do it.
Okay.
Whose fault is that?
Now look, the only reason I disagree with you is it'd be different if
before you disagree, bro, is what I'm saying not true. Because people say they disagree.
No. Okay. I agree. It's true.
Okay, all right.
The only reason I can disagree with the duck comment is because the nigga retired, bro. It'd be different. He went to fight somebody else. The nigga retired.
But he held onto the belts for a year. He didn't retire when he first left negotiations, bro. I would agree with you. If Loma left negotiations, bro, and said, I'm retiring, I would have more of an argument for that. He didn't do that. He didn't hurt his back yet, pushing his daughter on the swing. Yeah. None of that happened. 2 weeks later, bro, he was arguing with Shakur Stevenson saying he'll fight him for free. Ringside. That happened. Okay. He didn't hurt his back yet. Ain't none of that happened.
Hey, man.
But he felt the time to fight George Kambosos. How convenient. How convenient.
You're right.
For less money. And out of the two, when people always say Gervonta Davis, Loma been wanted to fight him, well, only one of them has sent the offer to the other. When Lomachenko was the superstar A-side, he didn't send no offer to Gervonta Davis at all. And Bob Arum said they wasn't going to do it. So when people say why Tank
I know.
Tank wasn't the A-side then. Tank didn't have the power that he got today.
Yeah, they weren't about to do a deal with Floyd. Already knew that.
Canelo Alvarez, David Benavidez. I could go through a bunch of ducks and boxing.
That's a duck, but that's a real duck to me.
Bro, it ain't no such thing. It's either a duck or a not, bro. It's not.
Nah, we just got different points.
We got mutant ducks now.
No. We just got different points. Because if you know why it's in sports media, right?
Yeah, that's my bro.
He broke it down the same way I'm breaking it down. Cause he don't think that's he don't think none of this.
And me and Mill argue ringside at Gerard Boots in this fight about this same thing.
Shit.
Mill know what it is. He know too.
Man. I don't know, man.
I done got with his ass too about this.
I don't know. I always put business first instead of fight. I always put business first.
Now, bro, let me ask you this. Yeah, what better business do you got than fighting Gervonta Davis?
None.
Name me a better business.
But he don't gotta do nothing else but if you think about it, he don't gotta do nothing else in the sport. You want his last fight to be him getting his ass knocked out?
First of all, I'm not giving this Loma. Loma looked very good. So should I believe Loma or my lying eye? Because when he was fighting Kambosos, he looked amazing. Hold on.
Kambosos, bro. Kambosos, hell no.
Bro, can I say this to you?
Go ahead.
Three of the top 5 pound for pound fighters in the world, they all older than Lomachenko. And got more fights than him.
Yeah, for sure.
And Lomachenko, why would he want to retire like that? Hey, y'all in the chat, Lomachenko 2 biggest fights he lost. I hope everybody remembers this. Let's come up to speed. Lomachenko 2 biggest fights he lost. Teofimo Lopez and Devin Haney. And he didn't fight his other 2 biggest fights. He didn't fight his other 2 biggest fights, which was Shakur Stevenson and Gervonta Davis. So what am I supposed to do with
that? Hey, D, don't say that. He a Hall of Famer. Don't say that.
Maybe a Hall of Fame duck. Okay? If you lose your 2 biggest fights, right, y'all? Think of my boxing logic. You lose your 2 biggest fights. And then your actual 2 biggest fights, you don't even take. Sound a little Brian Norman-ish. That boy went to go fight at 6 a.m. versus a goddamn Japanese taxi driver, and I'm supposed to be excited.
Yo, y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yo, I wanted to ask Boxing with 4K a question.
What's up?
Yo, so I just want to give you an example. If you apply for a job, right, and they send you two contracts separately, like within 8 months to sign, and you decline both of them, is that not considered like not wanting that job?
That's me though.
I'm just asking you a question. Like,
yeah, no, I agree. I think I know where you're going with it, but yeah, you're right. Yeah.
All right, so they sent Brian Norman 2 separate contracts within a year span. The first contract got negotiated 3 times from $750K to 1.7. Decline. Cool. In April, after Boots' fight, they reached out again. Declined again. That's twice. What is Boots supposed to do? Mind you, this is something that nobody ever mentions. I see a couple people saying now, Boots been at 47 since his debut, dog. 34 fights at 47. Yeah. And then y'all say shit like, oh, why he don't wait? Why he don't go up? And then cause you said this before, why he don't go up and then come back down? Yo, health is the number one most important thing in boxing. It's like a book, you feel me? If you reading the book, do you just go to chapter 5? Or do you start at chapter 1?
Yeah, for sure.
You start at chapter 1. Chapter 1 with every boxer is their health, dog, their well-being. We're all watch these weigh-ins, everything. This nigga Boots, we all just seen his last weigh-in, dog. We seen it, you feel me? It don't matter what the fighters say. Fighters have some of the biggest egos ever in a gladiator sport. They're never gonna tell you what's really going on. They always gonna be on gangster timing. Always. We all seen what Boots look like. We all see him say, yo, this IBF shit. I'm saying, like, and then
yeah. Hold on. Let me.
I want to touch on too.
Hold on.
Brian Norman Jr. told me personally, me on Najee's live or Cigar Talk. He said it to me. Me and him, I was on live with him. He said out his own mouth, the only way that he can beat Boots is by a knockout.
Yeah. Okay.
He said that. Yeah. The only way he could beat Boots is by a knockout. And I asked him back, like, yo, like, you don't think that you could beat him just like technically boxing? No. I can only win by a knockout. These are his words. And that shit a paper trail. You can go on YouTube, type in Brian Norman Jr. Cigar Talk, The shit will pop up. Bro, he ducked him, bro.
Okay, hold on.
Don't your mom now? This is my last point.
Okay,
when you were growing up, didn't your mom always say to you, whatever you do in this house represents us all when you leave out this house?
Yeah.
Don't all our parents have told us that whatever you do outside when you leave this house, you represent everybody. When Brian Norman's father gets on these interviews and talk, because I agree with you when you say, yo, it's the teams that duck, but it's not the fighter. Of course, all of these fighters want to fight each other. I believe that 1,000,000%. The fighters want to fight. But if you have representation that speaks for you, they represent you, you're a duck. All the talking that his father is doing makes him a duck. Not because of what he's doing, what his father is doing. You feel me? Because he's writing checks that his son got to cash. Two contracts sent. 2.
I hear you.
Boots is already on record. Boots is not about to go on social media, pull his phone out, and scream at his camera. He's never gonna do that.
They already know that.
He's never gonna do that. And Boots don't got a father who's gonna pull out his camera and yell at the screen. He's never gonna do that. That's Burns' job to be a promoter. Brian Norman Sr. he's writing all of these checks. He's writing a duck check. He's writing everything for his son.
I think his team wanted to cash a bigger check on
of his son. It's just vice versa now. He's representing his son. The same way that Bill Haney tells us, I represent Devin Haney. Whatever I say, and Devin Haney co-signs it. Whatever my dad say, that's representing me. He's speaking for me. Brian is speaking for Junior, bro.
I hear you, but let me get to the first point. I don't know if you was talking about me or other fans. I never said Boots should wait on Norman. I never said that shit.
No, not wait on him. But the last live you did say
what I say
that. Hold on, I don't know what my shit. You did say that he should move up and wait and move back down.
I never said that either. I ain't say that either.
So somebody else with dreads up here?
On God, I ain't say that.
Hey, y'all, can I say this? Because this is important, y'all.
No, let me go through his points.
Though. No, go ahead, bro.
Let me go through his point. On God, I ain't say he should move up and move back down. Or maybe I worded it wrong. I ain't say that shit. So I don't nah. But the second point we agree on. The teams be ducking. Okay, that's cool. The third point, I hear you. I agree with you. My thing is we put too much flack on the fighters when it be the dads. No. I'm saying people literally, y'all know people hate Devin Haney because of Bill Haney.
No. That's part of the reason. Devin do a lot of shit.
That is part of the reason, though. Yeah, Devin do a lot of shit.
They're collective, bro.
I don't know, man.
Devin just came out on Twitter 2 days ago and said, whatever my dad say, you speak for me. That's a fact, brother.
Y'all not hearing what I'm saying, bro.
No, we hearing you. You're making an excuse.
I'm not disagreeing with y'all.
Reflection on you, bro.
No,
bro, can I ask you a question, bro?
Look, I'm not disagreeing with y'all, bro. I'm saying a lot of fans hate on the fighter because of their dad, and all I'm saying is don't listen to the fucking dad.
When the boxer Devin Haney is telling you to listen to his dad, what you talking about, bro? Devin is telling you to listen to his dad.
Listen to my dad.
That was just an example.
So why would we listen to you?
Okay, look. Let me say this. That was just an example. Okay, on Twitter he said blah blah blah. That's cool. Brian Norman Jr. ain't came out and said, "Hey, what my dad say?" Blah,
he
blah,
co-signed
blah, blah.
it.
Can I ask y'all this though, bro? This is important, bro.
Y'all not hearing me, bro. I agree with y'all. Like,
okay,
is that Tego?
No, that was great.
No, I'm saying Tego is the one that gave that point. I completely agree with that shit.
Yeah, that was me.
I agree with that shit.
Bro, and we all grown men up here.
I just don't like when fans get mad at the fighter because of their dad.
I'm about to tell you this, bro. Ain't we grown men up here?
Yeah.
We grown men, right? So all y'all in the comments and even on this panel talking about we don't blame the boxer enough, we blame his team. The team works for the boxer, not vice versa.
That's
if
what
the boxer wants to fight, he can take the fight. All this, the team and his business, that's duck talk. That's a way to hide behind your dad. No, these are grown-ass men. If I was a boxer and I wanted to do something, my dad couldn't tell me to not do it or do it if I want to do it.
Facts.
He
That's
a
right.
grown ass man. I hold grown ass men accountable for their decisions. Brian Norman Jr. is about to be 24 years old. Devin Haney, 26 years old. Tupac then accomplished everything and died by that age. I'm not trying to
Facts.
hear that shit, bro. They
Hey,
grown ass men. Be
hey,
then,
Okay,
cause then, as a grown ass man, go tell your dad, "Hey, yo, pop, I love you, but you got to stop doing that, good brother. This is my career." They
but
ain't
look
doing
though,
that shit,
hey,
so I'm holding them
we
accountable.
can't.
4K, hey,
Yeah,
4K. The brother just explained to you. He gave you the family scenario. As
yeah,
a team, whoever speaks on your team represents you. You can't tell us as fans, don't listen to
Facts.
the dad, don't listen to the promoter. Don't, you can't tell us that because I'm gonna tell you something. If you remember, after that whole Virgil fiasco with
yeah.
Boot, that next fight, watch what if you go watch the interview after Booth beat um Stanionis and they was asking Eddie questions, listen to how Eddie was answering them questions. Somebody at the family told him, nigga, don't say nothing again. We'll let you know what we gonna do. You gotta tell motherfuckers now. If something happened once with the dad and he say some shit, we could be like, oh, he just crazy. But this motherfucker constant, he probably doing an interview right now. You
Facts.
can't tell us not to listen to him. So whatever he's saying, we gotta take that shit for gospel. Cause he keeps saying it and Junior ain't telling me, Dad, chill out. Fuck that. If Will say something, if Senior say something, I'm believing him.
Bro, I think y'all disagreeing with me for no reason right now, bro. Like, cause we
Wow, bro,
basically
you trying to get us not to listen to the
nah,
dad,
cause
and we ain't gonna
bro,
do
No,
that. As
I
soon
agree
as
hold
with
up.
your
you
point. I
talking,
agree with your point that the team is the reason that people are ducking, not the fighter. Like I said,
Yeah,
all fighters want to fight. But like I gave you the example, your team is a representation of you.
but
A
I'm
nigga
saying
could come
this.
out and be like, nah,
But how
like
can you?
my
But
pop
how
said
can?
that, but I ain't jacking that. That
But how
never
can you?
happened. Bro.
But how can you be mad at the fighter for what his team like? How can you be mad at the fighter for listening to his dad? Like, let's be real, bro. It
okay,
you
fine. He
can't
listened
like.
to him. So whatever he say, we believe it. So
Because
if
it's
you
We ain't
not
tell me,
mad.
contradicting.
if
How
you
can you be
tell
mad at the
Contradicting.
me,
fighter for
how
listening?
you
That's
gonna
all
tell
I'm
me?
saying.
Contradicting.
Like, that's all I'm
No, but
saying.
4K, you telling us that's his team. He listening to his dad. He listening to his manager, whatever. Fine. So whatever they say, it's what you saying. How you gonna tell us to listen to him but then not listen to him? Which
You
one
can't
you
have it
want
both
to
You can't
do?
have
ways.
it both
Like,
ways. It's
That ain't what I'm trying to
contradicting.
no.
say, man. That ain't what I'm trying to
Hey,
say, man.
bro, you want to know where
You
that go out the
confusing
window at?
yourself.
I might be explaining it wrong, man. But
Bro,
that
you
Yeah,
ain't
want to
what
know
I'm
where
trying
that
to
go out
say,
the
man.
window at, bro? Because
Yeah.
Ryan Garcia, we would have never got Ryan Garcia versus Gervonta Davis. Oscar De La Hoya did not want Ryan Garcia to take that fight. Ryan Garcia said, "I'm taking the fight."
Exactly.
That's not
Miss
it.
me with
Exactly.
that, bro.
he
That's
took
not it. But
initiative.
look, that's the only issue, bro. It's only an issue when the dads are involved.
No, it's
You get
No,
what
no,
I'm
it's
an issue
not.
saying?
when he
No,
can't
it's
speak
not.
for himself.
Yes, it is. Kid
Bro,
Austin,
the
Brian
fighter got to
Norman,
sign a
Virgil
contract, bro.
Ortiz. No, I'm saying Kid Austin, Brian Norman, Virgil Ortiz. When the dad is involved, bro, that's when it's the
It
issue.
sounds like you just want to play the blame game on the dad,
But
bro.
the
No, I'm
homie
not.
don't
I'm
know,
not.
bro.
No, no,
He's
no,
a
no,
That's
no,
their
grown
no. No,
man.
fault,
no, no,
though,
no, no, no,
bro.
no, no,
Bozy,
no, no,
Bozy,
no, no,
Bozy,
no.
Bozy
I'm
is
not
Boots'
blaming the
dad. He
dad.
involved.
I'm not blaming
David
anybody.
Take the
Benavidez got a
contract
dad.
out.
I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying I don't think it's a duck because of that reason.
Brian
I'm not trying
Norman,
to blame nobody.
Brian Norman Senior says something that you like or that's okay, it's fine. But then when he says something that you don't like, oh well, no, see, it ain't Junior fault,
Oh,
it's Senior fault.
I
You
don't
can't
like
do
shit.
that, bro.
I'm a,
Nah, bro.
look, I'm a Brian
That,
Norman Jr. fan, but I don't like shit that senior say. I don't like
he
nothing he say.
needs to tell his dad to be quiet. If not, you agree with your dad. Point
I
blank.
agree
And I
with
ain't
you.
mad at
I
you.
agree with
He
you.
got
I agree
hey
with you.
listen, he got a father. That's a good thing. So you gotta ride with your dad no matter what. Shit. And if your dad is basically making you look like you trying to sell that belt, then that's what you trying to do. Because you ain't
See,
told dad to be quiet. That's just
EH,
what it is, bro. That's what it is, bro.
you know what my problem is with that? Ryan Garcia got a dad too. He didn't listen to none of them and took the fight. You are a grown ass man. I'm not blaming no dads. The fighter got to sign the contract. I don't want to hear about the damn dad and the team is the reason. That is a grown ass man. The team works for you. Don't make me go get my manager Marty up here to tell the team works for you. Miss me with that shit. You paying them. It's not vice versa, bro. My dad can't tell me nothing I want to do. Cause look, hey, bro, you want to know where the
Cook,
dad shit
nigga.
go out the window?
Cook, nigga.
No, no, I'm about to
Cook.
really cook on this. Y'all want to know where the dads go out the window? Them niggas don't listen to their dad when it come to the female they fucking.
No, it
They go
don't.
against their dad
Cook,
then.
No, it
nigga.
don't.
They don't
Cook,
listen to their
nigga.
dad advice
Dad
then.
and mom.
Cook, nigga.
You a grown ass man. Sign the contract or don't, or tell your dad to shut the fuck up. Period.
This is another thing too. You could come out and say, "Yo, I ain't trying to fight Boots right now. I want to build myself." I don't see nothing wrong with that.
I don't either. I don't either.
Me
That's because
personally.
but we like
But
boxing, bro. A lot of people
Brian
like
Norman
his
boxing.
dad
already.
already
Brian
came out
Norman
and said
Sr.
he could
already
knock
said
Boots
this
out.
already.
Prove it, nigga. Show and tell.
It's
His
just
dad
not
just
clear.
telling. He not showing. You gotta show and tell.
But
You can't
see,
just tell
you know
niggas,
what
you gotta
though?
show
It's
us, bro.
hard to do that when you got a belt. See, that's the thing. If he didn't have a belt, then we could be like, all right, shorty development. But when you get that belt, man, other belt holders is coming after you, bro. This ain't no
Facts.
motherfucking
It ain't no
playground.
more development.
Yo, this is
Yeah,
it.
ain't no
This
more
nigga
Bro,
Tom's
development.
3, his
look,
son
we
following
just
on Twitter. Tom's 5, his son following on Instagram, and gained notoriety and promotion from Top Rank all off Boots' name in 1 year, my nigga.
yeah, it's facts. Look,
In 1 year.
we
He
can just
Say
Tom's
that
disagree at
Five
again.
this
his
point, man.
IG
Say
following.
that again. Say
He
that again.
Tom's 5 his IG following. He Tom's 3 his Twitter following. Now he has notoriety. He's a name in boxing, and Top Rank is promoting him all off of his father using Boots' name. And I'm gonna keep it a bean. It's master marketing.
I was getting ready to say that.
They
That's
just
smart.
built him in a year. It's master marketing. Because niggas
Yeah.
went for it. Niggas took the bait and bit the bait. When he started screaming Boots' name,
Yeah.
including me, all of us, we bit the bait like, fuck out of here. You want to fight Boots? And now look a year later where he at. We wasn't seeing Bob Arum come to his fights before, show up,
Right.
be on camera
Right.
with him, taking pictures
Right.
with him. None of that. Nigga, you was just on Top Rank, bro. Now, he's one
Yeah.
of the faces of Top Rank.
Bro, look, that's
In
kind
a
of the
year on
point.
Boots' name.
But isn't that smart though? That's not smart.
No,
No,
that's
it's
why I said it is smart. It's master marketing.
It's smart. It's smart, but as
But
fans,
that's
you
all
know,
I'm bro,
When
but
this shit
that's all
first
I'm
happened, I
saying.
told
Like
Greg,
but as fans, you still a duck though.
I
But
don't think it's smart. I don't think it's smart.
as fans, you
That's the
still a
new
duck
age,
though
though.
to us.
This is the
You
new
still a
age
duck
internet
to us.
age.
nah,
Hey, yo,
what I'm
you
saying
want to know
is what
why
I'm
it's not
saying is
smart? Abdullah Mason ain't got to do that. David Benavidez' dad don't do none of that shit.
100%.
Did Canelo
Everybody
Alvarez? Hold
come
on,
up
y'all.
different, though,
Hold on. Did Canelo Alvarez do dad do that?
No.
What about
Everybody
Alexander
come up with
Usyk?
different, bro.
What about
The way
Noah
you make
Inoue?
$100 and the way I make $100 is totally different, bro.
different.
No, bro.
Let me
What I'm saying is, all that got all of those other fighters that did all that yapping is undercards. That's all it got them.
No. But what did it get Brian Norman, though? See,
Undercard.
we all get spades dealt to us. Everybody play their shit different, though. Brian Norman, I don't agree with the ducking, but as far on the marketing side, bro, the nigga, you could tell the nigga watched Bill Haney, my nigga. Senior
Of course,
watched Bill Haney, bro.
but bro,
Can I respond?
listen to this point though on this.
Hold on, let bro talk. Dude down there that just came in.
That's 2 Cent. That's a woman.
Oh, my fault. Shit, my fault.
Nah, yeah, go ahead.
I want to respond to what's up, Dean? To whoever
What's up,
that is with the dreads. And I've been saying this. Y'all can go back and check my videos. Y'all can go back and check my lives. I've been saying that Brian Norman Sr. has done a great job with the marketing, getting the name out there, and he did it without a payola syndicate.
Facts.
And he literally came out in an interview and said, you have to attach your name to a fighter. He said that in the beginning when he started the boot stuff, and that's when I realized, oh, he's just trying to get Norman's name up. I realized it at that moment because he said, if you listen to these guys, they tell you what they're doing. And he literally said, you got to attach your name to a fighter. Now, the only difference between Bill and Brian Norman Sr. is I do think Devin's a better fighter, and I do think Bill's a better talker. Because at this point, Boots is about to be at 54. Brian Norman Sr. finna have to switch it up because it's not going to work no more. Eventually, it's going to start to get annoying, kind of like what's happening with Bill. But I really been trying to get up here since y'all was talking about Lomachenko and the businesses between fighters. And Lomachenko is a goddamn duck. And I don't know why nobody ever say nothing about it. Every step up fight he had at 35, he lost. But we continuously want to act like Lomachenko is P for P, pound for pound, top this and that. If that was a black fighter, he'd already be done. He would already be done after he lost to T.O. So it's really a double standard, and people want to continue. I'm gonna say this real quick. I ain't trying to stir up nothing. People always want to cry about how Tank dug Lomachenko and this and that. When the contracts were up, when the network contracts were up, and they were able to fight each other, the first thing Tank did was try to go to Lomachenko and get a fight, and he ducked off and retired. I don't know what's a duck to y'all. It don't get no more duck than that. You had the contract, you was in the negotiations, you agreed, and then you changed your mind. By definition, that's a duck. I don't know how much
Okay,
more
that's
duck it
cool.
get.
That's
What's
cool.
your
Like,
what's your name,
I
sister?
think
That's
2
2 cent
cents.
boxing.
Yo, you
I
got a
think the
YouTube
issue.
channel? You
Oh,
got a
two
YouTube
cents.
Yes, I
channel?
do.
Yeah.
Yes, I
What's
So
do.
your,
look,
what's your
so
joint?
look, the reason why Lomachenko did that is because he didn't want to get hospitalized. Hospital bills are expensive.
I said the
That's a
same thing
duck.
basically. I said the same thing.
No, I'm fucking with you.
But I think look, I think
Yo, I just
we
subscribed to
agree
you, 2 cents.
we agreeing on a bunch of shit, but the only thing we disagreeing on is the duck thing. That's cool. We just got to agree to disagree on the duck shit. But everything else I see that we agree on. Even with you Taco, like we agree on a bunch of shit, but the only thing we disagree on is the duck shit.
Nah, yeah,
I
we
think
just
we
got
have
different definitions, and there's nothing wrong
yeah,
with
And
that.
that's
I
cool.
wanted to comment on the Devin too, right? And I've been saying this about Devin kind of before, but especially since the loss to Ryan Garcia, right?
Yeah.
I've been saying if Devin spoke more, if Bill could continue to do what he's doing, but if Devin spoke more to the people, did more interviews, do he do interviews? Yes, but he do like the industry interviews and podcasts and stuff like that. Maybe if he did some lives, maybe if he hopped on the channel every now and then and talked to some people, maybe if he tweeted just regular things and kind of showed his personality more, people would not attach him to Bill. And then people like, oh, they don't like Devin because his father. Yeah, because whatever Bill say is a representative of what Devin thinks and says and he agrees with. And for him to come out on Twitter and say whatever my dad says, he speaks for me, in my opinion, my 2 cents, that's fucking ridiculous. You're a grown ass man, you're a combat athlete, and you're telling me you're letting another man speak for you? Why? And the other
That's
thing I
his
had a
dad.
problem with was when Shane Mosley said Devin Haney went in the ring with Bill Haney's mentality. That is egregious. There's no
Yeah.
reason why a fighter should be taking somebody else's mentality in the ring. Either you got a fighter's mentality or you don't. And I was listening to Bill talk to Showbiz, and he talked about how, you know, he went in the ring and they fought Ramirez, and they wanted to do something he didn't expect. When you think about it, it makes sense, but that's some bullshit, Bill. Why didn't you go in that fight and fight? You could have easily stopped Ramirez. You was faster. You was using your footwork. You had the angles. You could have took the shots. You could have beat the brakes off Ramirez. Why didn't you do that? Why do you have to go in the ring and completely change your style to do something they don't expect, as if he was such a big threat? It just doesn't make any sense. And I get it. Bill Haney has made Devin a millionaire. He's done all of this. But in my opinion, I think Bill doesn't give Devin good advice all the time, and it affects him. And people gonna criticize him for it. But for some reason, Devin is always a
Hey, can
victim.
I
And I
say
don't
this?
understand
Can I say this to the people in the comments saying everything just do? Y'all talking about everything ain't about, it's just about the wins. Then the clout don't matter. Then tell them don't use the clout then. Name me a fighter that do what Brian Norman Jr., Devin, and all of them did, and they got to the promised land. Floyd ain't need his dad to do that. Did Canelo need his dad? Name me somebody that's a top 10 pound for pound fighter that they needed any of that shit. No, in a way, Dad, he didn't need that. David Benavidez? What about Terrence Crawford? Errol Spence? Name me the fighter hold on. Name me the fighter that marketing tool worked.
So David Benavidez
All that shit got them was undercards. And fighting at Japan at 6 a.m. That's all it got, niggas.
Hold on, one question. So David Benavidez and his dad just won't attaching his name to Canelo?
David Benavidez, guess what though? Guess what they didn't do after that?
It's different, but it's basically the
But
same
he was
thing.
actually in a position to fight the man. But guess what the difference is? David Benavidez continued to fight other top guys. He didn't step down in competition. He continued to take the best people out there. And then he moved up from the division. So he didn't even wait on Canelo.
Nah, I'm not
And then for the top prospect in boxing, which is David Morrell, they're not doing that. Brian Norman Jr. just fought a Japanese taxi driver at 6 a.m.
My thing
Facts.
is, I think that's the same exact thing.
You
I'm not
can't
listening.
compare the two because
I
the
think it's the same
competition
thing.
matters after that.
Yeah, the competition matters, but
David Benavidez went to go fight somebody else that Canelo wouldn't fight, and David Morrell.
The difference is they have no intentions on fighting these people. They're just attaching their name to them. That's the difference.
That's not what I'm saying, but okay.
If the wins all that matter, then don't attach your
Since she
name.
put it like that, now I agree. I agree with what you're saying. Since she put it like that.
If the wins is all that matter, then don't attach your name to the fighter. Go out there and win. If you're the one that's talking about it, you can't have it both ways. You can't mention Boots, and then when Boots move up and we talk about Brian Norman, you're a damn duck. You sitting up there clout chasing Boots. Oh, y'all just worried about the clout. Why are we not worried about the win? I don't want to hear that shit, dog. They making excuses. Don't bring motherfuckers' names up that you're not trying to fight, period. Or you're going to have an excuse when that contract come across.
Okay, let's get off this point. I want to talk about
same shit that happened with Schofield. He said a nigga name and nigga sent him the
contract.
You said that.
What happened? Matter of fact, I'm glad you said that.
But niggas mad at Andy Cruz for fucking calling out Keyshawn, though.
You know what I'm saying?
Those ain't real fans. Those ain't real fans. But since 2 Cent said the dad is the promoting, right? They basically promoting their guy. That's what I'm saying. But I'm also saying, which I don't agree with her, is I don't know how you can be mad at the fighter for listening. Yes, they grown man, but they dad got them to this point. I even heard Greg make the same point. I'm saying basically, they dad got them to this point. So how can you be mad at the fighter for listening to their dad? That's all I'm saying.
Because they could have got further.
No, he's missing the point. Nobody's mad that they're listening to their dad. The issue is they're not speaking up.
It gotta be like
it gotta be even ground. I agree.
Like niggas dads be up here and they be down here. Like Norman is talking way more now than he used to. Like he started to talk a little bit more, but like Devin Haney, the shit like this.
Lamont Roach dad don't gotta do that. He still got the tank fight. We don't hear Lamont Roach dad say nothing.
Put it like this,
but you can't really compare. You can't compare different families, bro. You just can't.
Put it like this real quick. Your dad could teach you something in the house, right? But when you outside and you got to use those teachers, you can't stop. You can't pause the moment and be like, yo, dad, the boy just said to me that he was going to knock me the fuck out if I ain't give him my money. What should I do right now? You can't do that.
Yeah.
Like, you can't. So these niggas at some point got to start thinking for themselves. They got to start really stepping on their whole situation and saying, yo, this is what I think should happen. This is what I want to do. You know what I mean? Just to make it clear. Until then, we going to be acting just like we acting, snapping about the shit we hearing because the fathers ain't doing nothing but waiting to see what the business side going to say. And then they trying to see how they can spin it. And then they try to see how they can make whatever fight happen. And that's just my little bullshit on that. But at the end of the day, right? My only beef with this last situation was who the fuck was Sasaki?
Greg, was that Greg talking? Let me respond to that, Greg, because this is my thing too. Let me say this, right? You have these fighters, and this is a perfect example. Greg just brought it up, right? His name is attached to Boots. Cool. They trying to build a fight, whatever they trying to do. Cool. I have no issue with none of that. You go beat a fighter, and my issue be these fighters go beat somebody. And then it's like they just beat somebody. Like I can acknowledge they had a great performance. They did a good job. They looking sharp. They improving. But people want you to be like, yeah, they pound for pound. They this and that. Like nigga, who did they beat? Like stop it. And nobody. And then they start trying to gaslight you. Be like, oh, you taking credit away. You don't. I'm not taking no credit away, bro. He had a good performance. He did a good job. He did what he's supposed to do. But we're not gonna just go overboard because he beat an opponent that he was supposed to beat. Like I don't understand we gotta stick our chests out and pump our chests and beat our chests because you beat somebody. Like, no.
2 Cent, can I ask you a question, sister?
What's up?
What fight is better? Jerron Ennis versus Brian Norman for unification or Brian Norman versus Sasaki at 6 in the morning?
Man. You know what, Dean? Like, I guess it depends on who you ask.
You right about that, 2 Cent. You can't come to Philly, hey Greg. They can't come to Philly, but they can take a 12-hour flight to fight at 6 in the morning. Great marketing. Great job.
That shit sound crazy. That shit sound crazy when you think about it.
OG.
I'm gonna tell you something, 4K. This is the thing too.
Yo,
If whatever, however your team is constructed, your dad, whatever, manager, whatever. My thing is this: if my dad is guiding me in my career and he doing whatever he doing, I'm riding with my fucking dad. I don't give a fuck what nobody says. So whether people like it or not, like that's just what it is. Because we, as fans, as people who spend their money on tickets, streaming services, whatever, or just like in the sport, you go and criticize. So for me, I wouldn't give a fuck. If I'm riding with somebody, whether it be my dad, my brother, my wife, whatever, like if you fuck up, I might talk to you behind closed doors. But when we out and we talking to the public, I'm riding with you. So I'm not gonna never separate a motherfucker from their dad. If I don't agree with their dad, then I don't agree with you either because y'all a team.
But
You see what
EH,
I'm
I can't
saying?
even blame his dad because Brian Norman Sr. came out here and said that he was mad at how Top Rank promoting him, and he told Mill City, "Oh, I ain't really got nothing to do with that. How they do it, that's what Top Rank do." So which one is it? Is you involved or are you not? So because if you're not involved, stop talking like you is. Then shut
Well,
your ass up.
he got to be involved because he's the fighter, but it's just that he's not knowledgeable. You know what I mean? Like they
No, I'm
be
talking about
ignorant.
the dad. Senior said that, EH. Senior said, I don't like how Top Rank promoting my son. My son. He
Oh,
said, my son, yeah, I'm not the happiest with how they promoting my son, but you know, I don't want to speak bad on Top Rank because that's what they do. So is you involved or you not?
my
Pick
thing
one,
is,
Senior. Which one is it? Is it Top Rank or is
well,
it
see,
you? Because you out here talking about what y'all not going to take, what y'all is going to take, but then you tell Mill City that you're not my son and Top Rank. That's what they do. You don't even got no damn control over how they promote your son. You're not even happy about how they going about your son's career. But I'm supposed to.
okay, so then check this out though. Now, what you saying that? Because I do remember him saying that. Now, what you saying that goes back to what G said earlier. A lot of times the promoters will tell motherfuckers what to say. So maybe all of this shit that Norman is doing, maybe they telling them, man, attach yourself to Boots. Go out there and talk shit. Build his name up. Because somebody just talked about how his followers on his platforms, you know, the numbers went up exponentially in the last year. So maybe they telling him to do that shit. You know what I'm saying?
that's all I was trying to say earlier. Especially when G told me that promoters be doing that shit. I really had to think about that shit and just try to change my perspective. Like, I don't really be caring what the dad say, to be honest with you. I really don't.
But
But y'all gotta understand that people are fans and they don't understand that. People are fans and they don't understand that. And as a content creator, I'm talking to fans and things like that. And so you do kind of got to explain that and break it down. But at the same time, like if you going out there and you doing interviews and you talk about Boost and you doing that, people not going to watch that and be like, oh yeah, but I must have told them to do that. No, they're going to react and feel how they feel about it.
No, but you said they don't listen to Bob when Bob sit up there and tell him that he's not making a fight with Gervonta Davis. See, this is the problem I got with people. Y'all want to pick and choose what you're listening to. So you don't want to listen to the dad on this end. No, listen to Bob. But then when I tell y'all, well, Bob said years ago he's not making the Gervonta Davis fight because Lomachenko got in-house fights and then all of his actions showed that. Oh, y'all just making an excuse, man. Y'all gotta pick one.
Whoa, I agree with you on that point. So I don't know if you're talking about me, but I
No,
agree
I'm
with
just
you.
talking about people in general.
I don't agree with him because he lying.
Oh shit! Oh, let me see.
You lying about what?
If you go back and look in the history of the tapes, you will see Floyd Mayweather say, "I want Lomachenko to have his own career and go his way, and I want Gervonta Davis to go his way." That's what
Why
really
do
happened
people
when
do
5
that?
years
Listen,
ago
Gervonta Davis
when they
is not
first
with
was going
Floyd
at it.
Mayweather's brother.
let me respond, Dean. Let me
Go
respond,
ahead,
Dean,
then.
because
Please, he's
people
not even with Floyd Mayweather's.
Say what?
people like to
He was
you
with Floyd Mayweather 5,
you
6 years
bring
ago
up
when Floyd was
contract.
trying to make him duck. And he ducked.
You
First of all, if anybody
He
want to call
can't duck when
anybody
he
a
wasn't
duck,
the
Gervonta
A-side good
Davis is the
brother.
biggest duck in boxing.
Bro, Bob
He had a
Arum
chance to
said he
fight
wasn't
Devin
making
at
the fight,
135. Oh
stop
my
my
it,
God,
guy.
bro.
didn't fight
Stop
him.
it.
Had a chance to fight Shakur. If you want to talk about people bringing people up from 130, talk about Gervonta Davis.
What are you
How
talking
many
about?
people?
Shakur
Hold on,
just
hold on, hold
jumped
on. How
off
many
Becky
people?
Foster
How
right
many
there.
people
That's what
take
you
brought
be
up from
talking about.
130? How many
Huh?
people take brought up from 130? How many people?
Over 2, I know that for sure.
No, how many
When he
people?
had people that he could have fought. He
Over
could have
two?
fought Devin.
Over
He could
two?
have
Can you
fought
name them?
Shakur.
Over two, can you name them?
He made a bad duck when he fought. We tried to with Lamont Roach, and Lamont Roach beat his ass. People need to stop that narrative that there was a draw. He know he
Shakur
lost
want to
that fucking
fight
fight.
Lamont
You know he
Roach. What
lost.
are you talking about?
I'm talking about
Shakur want to
Javante
fight
Davis lost
O'Shaquie
that fight. He's a
Foster right
duck.
now.
Huh?
Shakur want to fight O'Shaquie Foster right now. What are you talking about?
So what? He want to fight Javante Davis too. Why they haven't they fought?
They
Why haven't
reached
they
out
fought
to
Devin?
Shakur
Why didn't he
Stevenson.
fight
Shakur
fucking
Stevenson said he wanted a long-term deal with PBC. He turned down one deal for Javante.
We can hear you, bro. You ain't gotta yell, bro. We can hear you.
Listen, man,
We can hear you. You don't gotta yell.
Just because he said he wants that, Tank is the fucking A side. It doesn't matter what the fuck Shakur
And he
wants.
called them and sent them an offer, and Shakur
He
said,
ain't
no, I
send him
want a
shit.
long-term contract.
He ain't send him shit just like he didn't send Lomachenko shit. He's a duck.
Don't
The
cap.
biggest
You
duck
only
in the
say
world.
you got a call from him. You're lying.
No, you lying.
Shakur,
Cause we can go back, we can really find out that
Shakur ain't
Tank.
get a call from PBC. So what did PBC call Shakur for?
It was
They called him
they
to say,
call him
how
for?
you doing?
It's preliminary.
Is your
talk.
day
It was
okay?
no contract.
No.
What did
That
they
man
call
is a
Shakur
duck.
for?
Name one top 135 fighter
Hey,
that was
brother,
in his fucking division at the time that he
answer
fought.
the question?
Name one.
Is you
Just
gonna
name
answer the
one.
question? I'm not naming nothing until you answer the
I know
question.
goddamn well you not, because he's a fucking duck.
Can you answer the question?
He's a fucking duck. That's why
Can
you're
you
not
answer
gonna
the
do that.
question?
Facts,
If
OG.
it quacks and
Facts,
it
OG,
fucking
a
wobbles, it's a
fucking
duck.
duck,
And that's what he
Can you
is.
answer the question?
I'm answering.
Why did
What question you got for
PBC
me,
call
bud?
Shakur? Who did they call him for?
Who did that calling for? You tell me.
I'm asking you, who did they? If Javante's a duck, why did PBC reach out to Shakur Stevenson, admitted by Shakur Stevenson and his team? What did they call him for?
Dean, they did that so niggas like you could say this right now. They called him.
Hey.
They called him.
Hey, bro.
They
Who
called
else
him.
they calling? Who else
Probably
they
the
calling?
same reason.
So hold on.
Hold on, bro.
PBC is
I
just
agree with you.
calling
Probably
fighters
the
and
same
asking them
reason
how they
Devin
day
told
going.
Shakur
Yes.
75-25. And I'm the champ. And what did Shakur
So
say?
what other examples y'all got of PBC doing that with anybody?
Bro, PBC
They just calling and say how
You
your day
talking
going.
about the same PBC that didn't want to make the Bud and Spence fight? That's the one you
They
talking about?
made the
Come
fight.
on, bro.
They was the only ones
Please,
to
don't
make
step
the
on
fight.
don't step on a
But why,
brother because you're talking stupid,
They
man.
made the fight.
PBC, that's all they do is protect their
Errol had to go
fighters.
against Al Heyman. Errol had to go against Al for the fight to get made.
Exactly.
You said Earl had to go against Al for the fight to get made.
Yes.
Public information.
Because Al knew he was gonna get his ass whooped.
So let me ask y'all this. So who on Bud's side was sending an offer to Earl Spence? If it's Al
Bud told
Heyman's
you he
fault.
talked for himself. He told you he talked for himself.
First thing first, I'm an Errol
No,
fan.
you can't
man.
have
I'm
it
not
both
about to
ways.
cat.
So if
He
it's
ain't have it both ways.
PBC's
Bud
fault,
told you
then
he
why
talked to
Bud didn't
Al
get
himself.
somebody else to put the fight on then?
That nigga Bud went live. He went on live and was like, yo, I got an investor that said they'll pay both of us out. And EJ said, man, fuck that investor, nigga. You know who I'm with, nigga. PBC, nigga. Come over
But
here.
who made the fight though?
Bud and
and
Spence.
Errol.
Who made the fight?
Bud
Bud
and
and
Spence.
Errol had to get on the phone for the fight to be made.
And for them to do that, who had to let it go through?
Bud and Spence had to make the fight.
Spence had to tell Al Heyman, stand down. This is what I want to do.
And did Al Heyman listen?
Facts.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So then why all these other promoters, why these other fighters can't do that with their promoter?
It was pushback.
Hey, hold on. Let me answer that for you. Let me answer that for you. You know the reason they don't? It's the same reason. The same reason Devontae Davis sit up there and said, they said, Devontae, have you ever asked for any fight? He said, no, I ain't never asked for no fight. But you your own boss. You the face of boxing. Why can't you say, I want to fight Shakur and make the fight happen? Why can't you say, I want to fight the undisputed champion, Devin Haney, and make the fight happen?
Facts.
Why you can't say, Keyshawn Davis, I want to fight you and make the fight happen? Why you go down to 130 and pull people up instead of fighting the people that's in your division?
They're not in this division.
Yeah, they are in this division. All of them in this
Keyshawn
division.
just lost his belt, OG. He can't even fight at 140, at 135. What are you talking about?
Who can't?
Keyshawn.
You talking about Keyshawn never fought at 130. The last 3 years, he never fought at 130.
Keyshawn literally just got a belt and couldn't even
I
defend
know
it
that.
to
I
get
said
to
before that. Did he fight at 130?
Can I ask you
35.
something? Keyshawn just
Did he
got
fight
his
at
belt
135?
against
Yes or
Dennis
no?
Barincek, right?
Did he fight at 135? Yes or no?
Keyshawn just got his belt versus Dennis Barincek,
Did he
right?
fight at 135 before he had that belt?
Keyshawn
Yes or
just
no?
got, no, he don't fight at 135
Oh
right
my
now.
God, this dude right here, man. You can't tell him nothing.
He
I'm
just
telling you
lost
right
his
now.
belt
He
on
had
the
to fight at
scale.
135 to get a belt at
He
135,
just
correct?
lost his belt on the scale.
He
When is
just
he going to
lost it.
fight
Before that, why
Devontae?
didn't Devontae fight him?
So because first of all, this is how you know niggas don't follow boxing. If they was going to fight, it would have to be next. Keyshawn can't make the weight.
No. If Keyshawn was
fuck
at
are you talking
135
about,
before
OG?
he got that belt, they could have fought.
No, they couldn't have.
Listen, the same
No,
way he
they
fought that
couldn't have
sorry
because
ass.
Gervonta Davis was in negotiations about to fight Lamont Roach. What the fuck are you talking about? No,
Before he
they
fought
couldn't
Lamont
have.
Roach,
Gervonta Davis already had
said
a
Lamont
fight.
Roach, right? Then you say
What are you
Lamont Roach?
talking about?
You said Lamont Roach, right?
They already had the fight
Hold
set up.
up. You said Lamont Roach, right? Lamont Roach wasn't at 135. So please tell me something else. Keyshawn was at 135.
Bro, do you listen or you just like to
Nah,
talk?
you not listening because you said some dumb shit. Because Keyshawn was at 135. Lamont Roach wasn't.
Keyshawn was in a contract with Top Rank and he couldn't choose his next fight.
It don't matter. They could have made
It don't matter. The fact that you just said it don't matter, you don't know what you're talking about.
I do. You don't.
So Bob Arum don't control what Keyshawn Davis do?
Keyshawn control what Keyshawn do.
Oh, the fuck out of it. End the discussion. Even Keyshawn admitted he don't control what he do. How can you sit up there and say that when Keyshawn has came out here and said he don't control what he do?
Who has to sign up on the fight, bro? I'm asking you that now. Who has to sign up on the fight?
Now Bob Arum don't control it like Keyshawn Davis the face of boxing or some shit.
He's not.
So Xander Zayas,
that's why I say the A side, who has been ducking all this time, that's the man you should be talking about.
So Xander Zayas can tell Bob Arum what he doing next.
Yes, he has to sign up on the fight.
Oh, okay. All right.
He has to.
Okay. We all know that that's a fucking lie.
That's a fact. He has to sign up on the fight. Now, does the promoter have a lot of leverage? Yes. They're going to try to, anybody who goes against Top Rank will be a
when you're in
goddamn fool.
contract.
Say again?
He has all the leverage when you are in a contract. Ask Greg.
Who that?
Keyshawn Davis was in a contract with Bob Arum. He didn't even get his championship fight yet.
Yes,
The time you're speaking of, Keyshawn Davis does not control if he don't want to take that fight, he still got to take a fight that Bob Arum sets up for him, even if he don't want that fight.
Hey, Bo, check this out. I agree with that. Check this out. This is what the promoter gonna do. I done heard
Greg
say it plenty of times. I done heard all of them say it plenty of times. The promoter will come to you and they'll probably give you 3 or 4 names, right? Keyshawn got to pick the name he wants. Keyshawn got to do that.
Yeah, but he don't get to pick the names that go in front of him, OG. He's not.
He picked Della Santos.
He don't get to pick the options, OG. Do he get to choose one of the options? Yes. He don't get to pick the options, though.
Listen, man. Keyshawn ain't as big as Tank. Tank has the option to go into PBC just like Spence did and say, this is the fight I want.
They already had a fight set up, and Keyshawn wasn't the Keyshawn that everybody's clamoring before he fought Dennis Berinchek, OG.
They was. Keyshawn was already a hot topic before then.
No, he was not.
Yes, he was. He was already on the hot track.
Sir.
He was already on the hot track.
No, he was not.
So let me ask you this here. Do you think Keyshawn was a more hot option than Frank Morton or not?
When Gervonta Davis fought him, no. When Gervonta Davis fought Frank Martin, Keyshawn Davis wasn't a bigger name than Frank Martin. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he wasn't.
Oh my God! You talking about the
boy that just agreed with you even admit no, he wasn't.
Frank
he was about
Morton,
to fight Shakur Stevenson.
Frank Martin was a shit fighter. Everybody knew he was gonna get his ass whooped. Everybody knew that. He was too green. He was too green.
Okay, but I'm about to show the bias.
Knew that.
I'm about to show the bias. But you was okay if Shakur would have fought him. So if Shakur would have fought Frank Martin first, it would have been okay?
Yes.
You just showed your bias. Thank you.
No, I didn't. Both of them goddamn guys are goddamn contenders or whatever you want to call them, prospects, whatever.
But you was fine when Shakur wanted to fight him the fight before that. He only ain't fight Shakur to fight Gervonta.
That's right, for the money.
But you okay with Shakur fighting him?
Was either one of them champions?
No, you can't have it both ways, OG.
End the discussion, fam.
So was Shakur the champion?
Hey, yo.
I'm asking for real. I forgot. Was Shakur the champion then, man?
No, he wasn't. No.
So Shakur wasn't a champion, and Frank Martin wasn't a champion, right?
Shakur was the champion. Shakur was the champion.
WBC.
Yeah, Shakur was WBC.
At 135, he was 135 champion?
Yes.
So if he fought Frank Martin, it wouldn't have been no different than Tank fighting Frank Martin, right?
Frank Martin was one of the top ranked guys at 135. He was a top contender for both belts.
Everybody knew after Artem beat the hell out of Artem beat Frank Martin. Everybody knew that shit, man.
Come on,
no,
bro.
No, he didn't beat Frank Martin. No, he
didn't.
He's
trash. He came in late. He's trash.
No, OG, chill.
He's trash. You're not gonna tell me Frank Martin is better than goddamn
I'm done, y'all.
Martin
Somebody
better than
else talk.
Keyshawn?
I'm done. Somebody else talk.
Anybody on here tell me Frank Martin better than Keyshawn? I'm listening, please. Anybody.
It'll
I
be a
bet you
good
his
fight.
fucking mom won't say that.
It'll be a good fight.
It won't be no good fight. That mother cannot fuck with no Keyshawn. He
They
garbage.
was about to fight, big dog. That's how
And
Keyshawn
Keyshawn
name
was about
got
to stomp
popping.
his ass.
This how I know you don't follow this shit.
No, I do
Keyshawn
follow
name
it.
got
And
popping
Greg
by
can
him
tell you that. He
arguing
know
with
that
Frank
Keyshawn gonna
Martin.
stop Frank Martin.
Yo, this is
He
Hey,
know he's
big
gonna
dog,
stop
hold-
Frank Martin.
I just
You
want
know
to say that.
Shakur gonna stop Frank Martin.
This is tanked out. This is tanked out shit.
like,
Highly
yo,
emotional, man. Can we we can switch subjects? I
Oh,
don't want to talk about this nigga. Shit is getting too highly emotional.
yo,
Bro.
like, I'm just saying, when you say that you okay with shit, this is the bias. I just wanted to show it. It's okay.
Nah, yeah, it is.
It's okay.
Nah, no, I want to ask this question.
Nigga can't even
Okay,
make
go ahead,
135.
please.
His fat ass got on the scale, missed weight on purpose, and wanted to fight niggas because his brother got beat up. That nigga's a bitch.
Yo, I want to talk about that. Let's stay right there. Yo, Dean, Greg, I want your opinion on this too. Is what Keyshawn did at 35 respected because he ain't defend his championship?
Say that again, bud.
No, say I'm sorry, bro.
What Keyshawn did at 35 respected due to the fact that he didn't defend his championship?
We're talking about all his fights at 135.
Like
you talking about that last
The
situation?
notoriety and the little run he just had in this last, like, let's say, year. Is all of that respected now that he didn't even defend the championship he won?
It's still respected.
I get
it's
what you're saying.
respectable.
I get
It's
what you're saying.
respectable to me. I just don't like what he did. That shit he did was totally out of. But the fight wise, Keyshawn can fight.
No,
and
I'm
I
saying
thought
no. I'm saying when we talk about like Shakur at 35, Tank at 35,
let me get it. Take
and then we say Keyshawn
let
at
him get it.
35. Due to the fact that he never defended the belt.
Yeah. He's
it's
saying
more respectable. It's more respectable.
EH though, but no. EH, Pete, what he doing? He calling a spade a spade. What I mean by that is, you gonna beat on these niggas you supposed to beat on. But the one time we throw you a deuce is wild. We throw something wild out there. Now you get to acting nervous. You want to come in heavy. You do everything but fight that man. You even fight another nigga in the locker room. So do we respect this? So do we respect this career as a real, like, is he still one of the guys, or is he still that guy trying to find himself? To me, he's still the guy trying to find himself, because that was his night to become the guy, one of the guys, and he did some nut shit. He did some corny shit. That shit was corny.
Facts.
I mean, I don't really like him no more because I used to like him. I don't like him no more. But the wins that he had at 35, I don't want to take that away from him.
But hold on.
That's what I was thinking.
We're not trying to take him, right? We're not trying to take him. Hold on. Let me get this real quick. My bad, OG.
Okay.
My bad, real quick. We not trying to take him, but what we doing is, when it was Lamos, you even cut your hair so you can make weight. You was only like a few ounces over, okay, or maybe a pound, but you even cut your hair. That means you wanted it. You wanted to get off on Lamos. How come you didn't want to get off that bad on De Los Santos?
Facts.
He was trying to get out the fight.
Because they asked him, yo, you gonna try to get that weight off? They asked him. He said no.
Yeah.
Hey, can I ask y'all a question? Is there any, I know this gonna sound crazy. Is there any strategical reason why Keyshawn may have done that? Because it's other fighters, especially from Top Rank, that I've seen do that. And I'm like, why are they doing that?
Ryan Garcia, 2 Cent. He thought that De Los Santos was going to take the fight. No, yeah, he thought De Los Santos was going to take the fight. Hold on, bro. He thought De Los Santos was going to take the fight, 2 Cent, the same way Devin Haney did with Ryan Garcia. He thought that was going to happen.
Yup, he tried to pull a quick bully move. It was a quick bully move.
Yeah. Hey, EH, can I ask you a question though, for real though? Can I ask you a question?
Eyes, it was strategic. It was a strategic move, but it was dumb.
Yeah. Shakur missed weight before and got the fight. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
Let me try my hand at it. You feel me?
Yeah.
But they wasn't 5 pounds over.
Oh, hey, EH, can I ask you a question though, for real?
4.3.
EH.
OD.
Go ahead. Let the OG get his question.
EH, do you respect David Benavidez?
Do you respect
David Benavidez?
Yes.
Yeah, he's one of my favorite fighters.
You talking about a dude that use cocaine, but we don't hold him to that same thing. Do
I
you
used to
respect
use
Canelo Alvarez?
I used
Do
to
you
use
respect
cocaine
Canelo
too.
Alvarez?
Hold on. We keeping it real.
A
Hold on,
steroid
man. You
cheat?
gonna run down every fighter and they
You
vices,
goddamn
bro?
right,
You're not
because we
gonna
hold
respect
black
none.
fighters
Then
to a
you ain't
different
gonna
standard.
respect none of them, bro. Then you ain't
No,
gonna
yes, I
respect
do,
none of them.
because
Like
EA just
Curtis
said that's one of his
Bailey?
favorite fighters. When it go down to
Yeah.
history, people don't
Who
say
is
nothing
your
about
favorite
Canelo doing
fighter?
that damn
Who is
steroid
your
stuff.
favorite fighter? Who is your favorite
My
fighter?
favorite fighter all time
No,
is
right
Floyd
No, who is
now.
Mayweather.
your favorite fighter
It's
recent?
Floyd Mayweather. But the same
Recent.
standard everybody
Current
holds him to, I
Floyd
hold
active.
him to
Mayweather
that.
Current,
Senior, Curry
Huh?
Jr.
active.
Floyd
Active?
Mayweather beat his girlfriend up. You respect him?
Hey
His
man,
baby
Tank
mom.
Davis did the same
His
thing to his
baby
girlfriend
mom.
do. I
Hey,
We
hold
respect
not
on.
that.
They
talking.
came
I'm
out to
I'm
you
not
today,
asking
saying
bro.
that.
You
I'm
you.
just
talking about what
lied
they do
on
in
Tank. That
boxing.
came out to not be true.
Huh?
That came out to not be true, OG. So you just only
Facts.
listened to the negative. You didn't see
What?
the after reports of finding out the girl was lying the
Yo,
whole
this
time.
that shit
That's why
on
No,
Twitter
when
Devontae
is
he
Davis
actually
grabs
was
her
still
out of
real.
that
able to
seat,
fight.
Yeah,
he grabs her out of
gotta
that
be
seat of
right.
that
Chill
game.
on me, bro.
That was something
That
totally
girl,
different. I'm talking about this here,
that
but what I'm
girl took
saying is
human
that
feces and
I
put
done
them
did
on
that
her.
before too, but go ahead.
what I'm
Oh, then
saying
you
though,
done
Damn.
gripped the girl up before too, OG.
right,
Stop
right,
playing.
right,
You
No
could
right.
tell he
That's what I'm
shit.
did. You
saying.
could tell he did by his
I
accent.
didn't bring up nothing outside. I'm talking about in the sport of boxing. We're not talking about
Oh,
what happens
okay.
outside the sport of boxing.
So we
You could
can't
tell
judge
from
them
the
on
chat.
OG for stuff we done did.
Oh, hey, but Big Bro,
Who
no, I
did
don't.
that?
No, but hey, Big Bro, no, I don't
Yes.
respect Canelo because of the clenbuterol shit. But cocaine, weed, and clenbuterol is three different drugs. They wasn't
Right.
using those drugs to enhance their performance. They was using those drugs because they American fucking young people and we all experiment with drugs.
Like the
Right.
party, baby.
Canelo used
Yo,
that shit
boxing, what's up,
because he was
man?
trying to
Yo,
enhance
you
his
wildin'.
performance. And no, I don't
Facts.
respect him at all. That's why I
Facts.
don't like when he get in the fights. When we doing the breakdowns, it's hard for me to give a clear breakdown from my opinion because it's like I don't know if this nigga gonna come in jacked up.
Facts.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
Facts.
no, I don't
All I'm
fuck with
saying is
that.
that the way Keyshawn gets shitted on isn't the same way Canelo got shitted on. Isn't the same way David Benavidez got shitted
Nah.
on. Is
Nah.
hey,
He,
I'm gonna tell
OG,
you. I'm
he
gonna
got
tell
a
you,
no
man. Hold on.
contest for one
I'm gonna go
fight
way back. Let me go way
and miss
back.
weight.
Let me
no,
go
I
way
got him.
back though.
I got him.
Let me go way back. Even though he did miss weight, she did. Let me go way back. When Antonio Margarita came in there with fucking loaded gloves, Bob Arum still supported him.
We ain't agree
Yeah.
with that shit. And that's to
I'm
prove
not
my
saying you
point
do.
that
I'm
Bob
saying
was
that that's a
fake.
dirty thing of boxing.
I know, and you proved my point that Bob Arum's a
Yeah.
motherfucking backhanded snake. Thank you.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Well, all promoters are. Yeah, all promoters
Nah,
But
are.
Gino was trying to tell you that earlier. He wasn't trying to hear him
He
OG,
though,
wasn't
OG.
trying to hear me
OG, can I
though.
say this? Can I say this, OG though? Can I say this, OG? The difference with Keyshawn and everybody else, Keyshawn, he made his mistake right
Yo,
before
clip
shit
funny
blew
as
up.
hell.
Everybody else, they start acting crazy after they album went platinum. They let the album go platinum first, and then they act crazy.
Uh-huh. Facts.
He start acting crazy as soon as he made a couple sales. He ain't even really get it going yet, and you start tripping. So imagine if he did go platinum, he'd lose his fucking mind out here. He'll lose his mind.
OG, he got mad at a fight he didn't lose. Can you imagine if he lost? What
Who
he
that?
gonna
Real
do? Beat
shit.
up the referee?
Who that?
Nah, real
Keyshawn.
shit. That's real
Hey, bro,
shit.
listen, that missing the weight thing, I was really upset about that because I was hyped for the fight. I was rooting for him. But then when he did
Yes.
that shit to Wu, and I ain't never even met Wu, but he from the fucking city. When he did that shit to Wu, bro, that shit right there, I ain't like that shit. Because I
I didn't
know
either. I didn't either.
you did that shit because you was home. If y'all would have been in a neutral place, you wouldn't have did that shit, bro. Like that shit just was totally.
AEH, he did that because he got a no contest against the same opponent.
That
Facts.
shit was out
That's
of
the opponent
pocket,
he
bro.
got caught smoking the weed. Smoking the
Yeah,
weed.
Facts.
that shit was out
Facts.
of pocket though, bro. Like I don't, because regardless, like okay, we compete against each other and all that. I get it, but at the
Yo,
end of the
Carbon
day,
12 boxing. What do you
we
say?
young black men trying to become millionaires, bro. After we get out the ring, that shit is over with. Like you don't that shit. That shit could have went bad. You know what I mean? Like, we all know people that sitting in the penitentiary now for shit going bad. Bro, he could
He
have had the
wasn't even
wrong
in the ring
motherfucker.
though. That's even more crazy. He wasn't
That's
even
a
the one in
fact.
the ring.
That's
Hey,
a
hey,
fact,
yo,
Jay.
can I say this, y'all?
He could have had somebody down there with him that would have took that shit someplace else, bro. We all know somebody that's on our team or in our family that's like that. Like that shit was too much. He went over the top with that shit, bro.
EH, you want
Seriously.
to know? You
It's
want to know what
that
make
chain
all
and
of
that
this
Oh,
worse?
Rolly, man. That chain and that Rolly did that shit to him.
But everybody let Keyshawn get away with clout chasing other fighters for the last couple fights when he knew he couldn't even fight him. See, OG, that's the problem I got. OG, he admitted that he knew he couldn't make weight. He said he was moving up to 140 regardless. So all that he wanted to fight Tank shit was all cat. Because he said that he knew 2 fights ago when he was knock, Tank knock, and all of that bullshit. He knew he wasn't going to fucking make weight then.
That's a fact, Dean. That's a fact.
But we just let him get out the bed. No, I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear it's a fact. I want motherfuckers to criticize that nigga.
If that's the fact, then how did he win the title, Dean?
Capping.
Dean, how did he win the title?
What are you talking about?
I'm saying if he couldn't make the weight, how did he win the title?
No, he was saying no. OG, he made the
check. He cut his hair.
Right. I'm saying so if he won the title, he made the weight. He could have fought Gervonta Davis.
This go round, OG, when he would have been able to fight him, that's when they would have been able to unify, big dog.
That's right. I'm not talking about unifying. I'm saying you ain't got to unify.
How? He got the belt.
Huh?
OG, he has the belt. They have.
I'm saying that you don't need a belt to fight. You don't need a belt to fight.
But he got the
Davis
belt
told us, he said he don't really care about the belts, right?
But OG, even then when he was saying that, he already had the fight set up. You're not listening. The fight was already
agreed to. That was 2 or 3 years ago, bro. That fight wasn't set up.
OG, listen. OG, listen. When he fought Lamos
last year, nigga.
Yeah, OG, when he fought Lamos, he already had the Dennis Berinchyk fight. That was the fight next.
That was the fight to make him mandatory.
Yeah, we did panels. That was the fight to make him the mandatory. He's going to fight to get the belt first and then unify. Every boxer is going to do that.
I understand. Check me out real quick. Hear me out real quick.
Because Big Dog, he wasn't in the WBA. He couldn't fight
understand it. I understand it. Check us out though real quick. When he fought, what's the dude he almost blind and the kid? What's his name? Garcia, right?
Yeah.
He was the mandatory, right?
Who you talking about?
The guy from 130. That same guy to Lamar.
He was the belt holder. He was the WBA belt holder. When you are the Big Dog, when you are the WBA belt holder, you can challenge the opponent up with the belt.
Dean, you're gonna have to explain too much to make your point.
You don't even know this shit. OG, you're not listening, Big Dog.
I am. I hear what you're saying, and I agree with you.
I agree with you. You're not listening, bro. I'm trying to tell you how the rules go. OG, Keyshawn was not in the WBA, so he could not fight. Gervonta has to either unify or fight somebody in the WBA rankings. The reason why Gervonta could fight Hector Luis Garcia,
he could fight somebody in the IBF, he could fight somebody in the WBC. Gervonta Davis could fight who he want to fight.
Big Dog, listen, that's not how it works.
How come you trying to tell me that you gotta fight your mandatory?
Yes, or you can
duck your mandatory for 2-3 years if you want to.
No. Yes, you can. The sanctioning body has to decide that.
Only thing that Trump's mandatory is what?
Big Dog, you're wrong. The sanctioning body decides on how long the mandatory is held off or not. The boxer don't control that.
What was his mandatory? So you saying
I'm trying to explain it, but you keep cutting me off.
I'm trying to ask you about Hector Garcia. Was he his mandatory or not?
I'm trying to explain it.
Okay, I'm listening, bro. Go ahead.
You don't even know the rules, but you don't want to listen.
Well, tell me, man. Tell me. Since he was
I'm trying to.
Go.
Okay, be quiet.
No, go, man. Damn.
And you still talking?
Yes. Go ahead, man.
I can go?
Yeah.
Okay. Hector Luis Garcia, Big Dog, was the 130 champion. When you are the 130 champion or any WBA champion, you can challenge the champion at 130, at 135, the upper weight class or lower. If they don't have a mandatory, but if they don't have a mandatory set in place at that time, that's how Hector Luis fought Gervonta. Gervonta beat him. He kept his belt at 130, and guess who beat him? Lamont Roach. That's how that's able to happen. But when you don't have a belt, Big Dog, that the belt holder has to fight somebody in their rankings. If you are not in their rankings, they cannot fight you. So Keyshawn was in the WBO. He fought Lamos, and he already had the fight set up with Dennis Berinchyk. So the only time he would have been able to fight anybody but other than Dennis Berinchyk was after that. That's how that happened. But now Keyshawn got the belt, and we found out the whole time he knew his words, Big Dog. He was moving to 140 regardless.
If somebody fix the screen, Deem is the only person we can see.
That's facts. I can see him though. Deem, I understand what you're saying, bro. What
I'm
I'm
just saying
saying
that's the
is,
rules, big dog. That's all.
right, all I'm saying is this here, Dean. This is what I'm saying. If that was the only time that listen, who was the mandatory when Devin was undisputed?
You said who was the mandatory when
Yes, when Devin had all the titles, who
when
was the mandatory?
when Devin became undisputed, he went up to 140 and dropped his belts.
Wait a minute, I'm telling man. See, you keep going to 140. I'm saying when he was at one, he had to be at 135 at one time, right?
You asked when you said
I'm saying when he was undisputed
when
at
he got. I'm trying to
135.
tell you, he got undisputed and moved up afterwards. He never
Oh my
defended
God,
undisputed, big dog.
man, right here. This
That's the
same
truth.
Devin,
What
the
are you
same
talking about?
Devin that
This
went
man right
undisputed,
here. That's the
Dean,
truth.
the same Devin that was undisputed at 135 was talking to Shakur to make a fight at 135. Told him he was going to try to make that weight, right? He didn't go up right off the bat. So
And
when he was there
he
at
did, big dog.
135,
He didn't
hold
come
up, Dean,
back
let me finish real
down.
quick. When he was at 135 and was winning those titles, any point in time during that period, Gervonta Davis could have fought him. Why didn't he?
Big dog, you're
Oh
not
my God,
listening.
man.
He got
Yeah, I know.
undisputed versus Lomachenko.
No, he
He
got it
Huh?
never
Because he had a
defended that.
3-fight
He
deal
moved
with
up
Top
and dropped
Rank,
his
bro.
belts.
And then
No,
he
he
Right?
went
got
to
it. He got it versus
at what point was
Cambosis.
he gonna
Like,
Fighting
fight
what
Tank?
is
Cambosis.
it?
Who was the A side? Tank or Devin?
Why do y'all keep saying he the A side like he got a magic spell because he the A side and he can just
Davis
compel
got
people to
the
come and
right
fight him?
to send out an offer, and he's the A side. Everybody knows that.
Now,
Shakur done
Tank
said
did
that.
come out himself and
Devin done
say
said that. Y'all know that.
he'll
You know
accept
that Tank
offers
is
who
the A
send him.
side.
Tank said himself
Bro,
that
he
he'll
had a
accept what he
3-fight deal with Top Rank,
Uh
and
huh.
then he went to fight Regis, and he went with Eddie Hearn. At what time in between that could he fight Tank?
Any of those fights, he could have fought Tank.
No, he
No, he
couldn't
could
have, big
not.
dog. He
Oh
had a
my God,
rematch
man.
clause with George Kambosos. No, he couldn't have. And then if he would have fought Tank, big dog, he wouldn't have got the undisputed shot at undisputed with Lomachenko.
No. You got it mixed up, Dean. He
Oh
defended
my God.
the undisputed versus Lomachenko.
No, what I'm saying is, listen, bro, I know that. What I'm
You
saying
got it,
is,
Cambosis.
when he fought Kambosos, he had a rematch. He had a 3-fight deal. He had to go to
Right.
Bob to
Facts.
get those
Facts.
fights. He fought George Kambosos. Then he fought him again.
Right.
And then Lomachenko was already the fight lined up. Lomachenko, only way that would have happened if Lomachenko would have said, I don't want to fight Devin Haney. He didn't do that because Lomachenko wanted undisputed people.
Facts.
That's
That's
how
a
that
fact.
works. You
That's a
can't
fact. He was
just
on the
go
same
out
side
of
of the
that. That
street.
don't work like that. They
And
got
then
buildings, they got locations, they got to set up. There's a lot that go into that. Boxers can't
right.
just be like, oh, I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that. It don't work like that because you need Bob Arum and all of those people to get the stadiums. They got to know all of this stuff ahead of time, y'all. They can't just wait for you to be like, okay, I want to fight Tank. Yeah, let's find a venue anywhere. It don't work like that, good brothers.
Right, Dean, we understand that. We understand that when we hear about the fight that already been negotiated 1 year ahead of time. We understand that. What I'm asking you is, during this reign that Devontae Davis is still on, you saying he never had a chance to fight Devin. He never had a chance to fight Shakur.
I'm
He
not
never
saying he
had a
never
chance to
had a
fight
chance.
Keyshawn.
The,
He ain't never had a
the
chance to fight
only
none of
chance
them.
that he had to fight Devin was after Devin
No,
got
no, no, no. Just
undisputed.
any of those top guys, did he ever have a chance to fight? Any of them. Even Loma.
I just explained to you why he couldn't fight
Oh my God. Yeah, I know.
Keyshawn
And
Davis.
that's what his career gonna go
Keyshawn
down this
Davis
shit
didn't
because
want to be in the
he a duck, bro.
WBA,
Stop
big
that. Y'all
dog.
need to stop making excuses for that dude. He
Big
a
dog.
goddamn duck.
Listen, big dog. As a fighter, you can get and Greg knows this. So before you say I'm just saying shit, as a fighter, you could get your promoter to put you in different rankings. Keyshawn wanted to be in a WBO. He could have went in a WBA and tried to become Gervonta Davis mandatory. He could have done that. He didn't do that.
So the only way you can fight somebody is to be that mandatory.
No, you have to be in their rankings if he's a champion. We're talking about the champion, Gervonta. The only way he can fight anybody is if they're in the WBA rankings,
Right.
or if he hold another belt, but he got the WBA. He
Dean,
don't
I agree
hold
with
it.
you. You do
So if you
understand there
agree
was a
with me, then
period of
why do you
time that
keep asking me
Devontae.
these questions?
Hold up, Dean. Let me ask you. I'm saying that. You do understand before he got the WBA, there was a period of time he had no belt, right? You do agree with that?
Bro, he had a belt fight the last
No,
4
he did
years.
not.
What are
He
you
said he didn't
talking
even
about?
want no belt. You remember that?
Bro,
He said he didn't even want no belt. He
bro,
said he
when
didn't
he
even
got the
need no belt.
WBA belt, big dog, Keyshawn wasn't even out of the Olympics yet. What are
That
you
man.
talking about?
What I'm saying is that the point of time when Gervonta Davis said he
Yo,
didn't
what
even
the
want no belt,
fuck?
he didn't need no belt, he could have fought somebody.
Big
All
dog,
these
when you are
guys that
talking,
was at 135, you can't tell me he couldn't have fought
OG,
none of them.
OG, you not here, bro.
I'm
When
hearing you,
Javante,
but you just making
no,
excuses
you're
for
not. You're
Devontae,
not
which is
listening.
bullshit.
When Javante Davis got a belt, that was years ago, sir.
Yeah, and before he got that
Keyshawn
belt, he didn't
wasn't a
have a belt,
name
right?
years
You agree
ago,
with that or
sir.
not? Huh?
Keyshawn wasn't a name years ago. Shakur Stevenson wasn't at his division.
That's a fact.
Okay, so why are you talking about why he didn't fight him then? They wasn't
What
around.
Devin wasn't a name neither, right?
Devin was already in a contract to get undisputed, sir.
Way back then?
You don't know how timelines
No.
work, I
I'm
guess.
asking. I'm saying, so if Devin was in contract to get undisputed, how's
No, back
Devontae
then,
gonna get
when Tank
WBA?
first got a title, Devin was still trying to become a contender at that time. Devin wasn't no big name then. He was fighting Jorge Linares and them back then. He wasn't the name he is today, sir. You're trying, see, big dog, what you're doing, you're trying to put who they are today and rewind the clock. That's not who they
I'm not.
was
There was
years
a period
ago.
of time when Devontae Davis and Devin Haney was talking trash about making a fight. I'm
Yes,
just
and
asking you, that's a
Devin
true statement, yes
Haney,
or no?
and we explaining that. Yes, Devin Haney,
Right.
that's
Is
when
that
Devin Haney,
a two factor? So let's
that's
go
when
ahead and
Devin
stop
Haney
all
became
this mandatory
undisputed.
stuff, because if Devontae Davis wanted to fight, he would have got
This
the fight.
motherfucker, boy. The
Yes.
time that you are speaking of, OG, is after Devin Haney won undisputed. The problem with that, sir, is Devin Haney had a mandatory and Shakur Stevenson that he did not want to take. So he dropped his belts and moved up to 140. That's how that happened, sir.
Why did we say he didn't want to take the mandatory with Shakur Stevenson when he offered him 75-25?
That was a fake offer. Bob Arum said that.
How do you know that?
Arum said they never sent the offer to him about Shakur Stevenson.
Right, but
ever.
I'm saying, if I'm the champion and I offer a contender,
Big
ain't it
dog, do you want to go
75-25,
off?
I'm the
You want to
champion?
go off of what you think or what I'm telling you?
No, I'm saying, if I'm the champion, don't I get a chance to offer you 75-25?
But
I got
it can't
all
be
the
an
belts.
offer if Bob Arum never got it, big dog.
Yeah.
Okay,
but I'm saying,
then, so they wasn't serious. They didn't send it to Bob Arum. So how serious could they have been? They moved up after that.
First of all, Dean, let's check this out. Before I can send you something, you got to agree upon it, right? I just can't send you, I'm going to send you 5 and I get 95. You got to agree upon it, right?
No, that's not how that works.
How does it work, Greg? Hey, Greg.
First, you got to have preliminaries. Where you have the thing called negotiations, but you send what's called an offer sheet over. Devin Haney and them never sent the offer sheet to defend the WBC belt against Shakur Stevenson. They never sent that. Shakur said he thought they did because that's what Bill said. But when Fight Hype and them asked Bob Arum said, I don't know what y'all talking about. We never got an offer for Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson.
So you saying Bill's lying and Bob Arum
right, he was lying, EH. Yes.
So why it couldn't be that Bob Arum was lying and Bill Haney was telling the truth? Why can't they do it?
Well, you know what? Big dog,
the same Bob Arum tell you I was lying yesterday, but I'm telling the truth today.
Well, but that could have happened. But then guess what, though, EH? Then that means Shakur Stevenson ducked.
Bro, I remember them talking about the percentages and all that, because Bill was saying that Shakur wanted more, and he was like, he explained
they logo my side, OG.
With the percentage thing. That's, I don't know, that's the money shit. Ain't no telling.
No, but EH, what Shakur was in the right. When you challenge for the WBC, you get 30%. Shakur was saying he don't want to take nothing less, or you could get 30% or more. The WBC could actually say, well, Shakur Stevenson is such a name that he deserves 45% to challenge for this belt. But Shakur, they wanted to give him something that wasn't even a minimum for that belt. And they did that deliberately. They did that on purpose to cause a problem. They did that on purpose. Devin Haney's been fighting with the WBC. He knows the splits.
Right.
So he sent them a lesser offer if what y'all saying is true. He did that. That's underhanding negotiations. He did that on purpose. He knows that the challenger's supposed to get 30%. So sending them 25%, you already funny money.
Nah, that's what I don't know right there, Bean. I don't know that. I thought the champion can get 75 and you can get 25. But
no, you can win. No, you can get 70-30 with the WBC is 70-30, but big dog, once they go to purse bid or things like that, the WBC can decide to give Shakur more, even more than that.
Thanks. Now, listen, but they weren't just fighting for the WBC; they were fighting for you undisputed, right?
Yeah, they was fighting for undisputed, but that's how Shakur was in the position to either y'all fight for undisputed or you You let them challenge for your belt. Y'all do that or whatever, but it's got to be one of the two, or you got to drop this belt and you'll no longer be undisputed.
See, Dean, this is what I'm telling you about these dudes that I disagree with. Because Shakur is okay, he's Shakur, but he ain't where Floyd is at or where Floyd was at later on in his career. This is what I'm talking about. These guys when they get offers when they don't have the leverage. Whether you like Devin or not, whether you like Bill or not, at the time because he was undisputed, he had all the belts. Like I got the leverage right now, man. I can beat you. Give me that little money. I'm gonna beat you and I'm gonna become the man. Because that's what Floyd did. See, them guys, I don't like that, bro. And then they try to make all of these excuses about why, whatever. Like, that's how boxing is. Boxing is not basketball. It's not structured where you know you're going to get a certain amount of money. Then the next year you can negotiate for more because you became this big star. It's not like that. When you get into the boxing game, you know how that shit is. You got to fight your way to the top.
See, but EH, the problem is with that. Afterwards, Devin and Bill talked so much, they admitted they was already going up to 140. Because Eddie Hearn came out. See, people get amnesia. Eddie Hearn came out and said the Regis Prograve fight was already set up. And what did he do? Went and fought Regis Prograve. Now, that's what Eddie Hearn said.
Right.
So when people, all I'm saying is it adds up. It adds up because they actions show. I don't give a fuck about what they say. I'm just going off of what they actually did. Eddie Hearn said the Regis Prograve fight was already supposed to happen prior to that, but it didn't. He said him and Devin already knew that after this, he was coming to match from the fight Regis Prograve. That's another fact for people in the comments saying, I don't know what I'm talking about and all of this, that, and the third. Y'all get amnesia. Tell Eddie Hearn he don't know what he's talking about because Devin went right to Eddie right after that. So I guess Eddie Hearn was lying on his own fighter. I don't know.
Nah, Dean, that's good though. That's true. But I'm actually this here. So when Frank Martin was going to fight Shakur, what did Shakur offer him?
They said like $1 million. He got paid. He's supposed to get $1 million flat, and Shakur's probably supposed to get like 2 or 3, something like that.
And Frank felt disrespected, right?
Yeah.
No.
Huh?
He just got a bigger bag with 10. He ain't
right. Yeah. So he turned it down, and he fought Gervonta Davis and got like between 8 and 9, like 8. And people say anywhere between 7 and 10 mil.
Oh, I thought it was like 2.5.
No, that's his guarantee.
Dude,
but he got a percentage off of the pay-per-view.
Oh, okay. I didn't know he got pay-per-view split. That's
he got a percentage, a little percentage.
Nigga, that's why he ain't fighting. Spending that money, man.
Hey yo, bro, because it generated like 40, 50 mil. So he got a nice little. That. Why y'all think Frank Martin been off for 2 years? He been eating. He buying Rolls Royces.
Hey, Jimmy, who you like in the fight this weekend?
Who fighting this week? Refresh my memory.
Jahai and Truck.
Oh shit!
I like Truck by knockout.
I'm gonna say this, y'all. They both got a lot to prove. Shout out to my boy Knockout Boxing because he said something that was very. They both got a lot to prove this fight, and it could go one way or the other. I'm gonna rock with my boy Truck, but I wouldn't be surprised if it went the other way. That's all I'm saying.
They got Truck plus 270 right now. I'm on it. I'm
leaning Jahai just because, as far as I know, he's been more active. I don't know if Truck's been active and I just ain't caught his fights, but I think Jahai been more active. To the best of my knowledge.
Ain't Jahai smaller, EH? Ain't he smaller?
Well, maybe
he might be a little,
yeah, because he kind of on a slim build, like, you know what I'm saying? Like Truck kind of on that stocky, you know what I mean?
Right.
So he might be, but Jahai a rumbling motherfucker though. Like Jahai,
but it's make or break for both fighters though, for sure.
You think so? Make or break?
Man, Jahai from LI be saying he from Queens. I don't like that, man.
You know why? I said that? Because Truck has such a Truck was supposed to be where Keyshawn and people like that, like trajectory was going. You see what I'm saying? Like that was supposed to happen, but it didn't. And now you're at a crossroad. You get to these make or break points in boxing where it's like you got to start. You got to show. A star is born.
It depends on what kind of fight we get. If we get a super competitive fight, I think both of their trajectories go up.
Me too.
You know what I mean? Now somebody going in,
that's a possibility too.
If somebody going in and just get dominated, then we might be like, oh man, he ain't paying out. And I don't know, man. I don't think either one of them gonna come in there like that. I just haven't seen Truck recently. You know what I mean? I didn't see Jahai in at
Right.
least 2 fights that I can remember in the last year. You know what I mean? I just haven't seen Truck. So, like, if I was leaning, I would lean toward Jahai. But if Truck been active or if he just been in the gym training, getting sharp, preparing, then it's 50-50. You know what I mean? And I think it's gonna be a super competitive fight. But I like it though. I'm waiting on that motherfucker.
Where is that one at?
It's Saturday. They actually, I think they the co-main to Vito Milanecki and somebody. I don't even care about that Vito Milanecki shit.
Where I'm talking about where they fighting at?
Prudential Center in Jersey
Oh, I'm going.
somewhere.
I think
One
I'm
of the
going to
cities.
that. I can go there. I can leave tomorrow.
Where the Prudential Center at? Is that in Jersey City?
Not that's in Newark, I believe.
It's in Newark. Okay, I
Yeah.
know it's Prudential Center. I don't know which city it's in, but yeah.
That's where I believe Shakur for Arthur met.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Y'all going?
Nah, I'm not there. It ain't a big enough main event for me to pop out. So it's
Okay.
That's something I just catch on the rebound. You're
Tempo.
like, yeah, I catch that on the rebound.
Got to.
So all right, let's get a little more controversial. Then let's keep this going. Talk to me about Terrence Crawford and this supposed biggest fight ever bullshit. Talk to me about what y'all thought on Bud Crawford and Canelo.
Hey Dean. Dean. Hey Dean.
Yeah.
Dean, you ain't gonna agree with me, man. Probably you're not gonna probably agree with me. But Top Rank screwed Terrence Crawford over, bro. Terrence Crawford was supposed to be a bigger star. They let Manny Pacquiao fight everybody fucking else, but they wouldn't let him fight Terrence.
I agree. I agree with you.
So if they let Terrence Crawford do that, he has more negotiating power, and I'm pretty sure his stock is gonna go way up because he's gonna beat Manny. That's a fact.
You mean Canelo?
I'm talking about Manny. He would have beat Manny back then.
Oh, he would have beat Manny. Yeah, I agree.
And then his stock would have been up. Tim Bradley's stock went up. Marquez's stock went up. They let him fight everybody except for Terrence Crawford. What kind of shit is that?
That's why Terrence was trying to sue him.
I mean,
that's why he left Top Rank. But Big Dog, this is the same Bob Arum that y'all was talking to me about Loma and all that. You see what I'm talking about? What I'm talking about?
No, Bo. I believe you, but I don't trust Bob Arum. Not with black fighters anyway. He does good with him for a while, and then they get to a point where they gotta leave. Same way Oscar left.
But see, Dave, now I got some pushback. This is the same Bob Arum who you trust his word over Bill Haney word.
Facts.
But first of all, Bill lies more than Bob Arum. He always lying. That's the difference. That's Bill Nokia.
I disagree too. There's no black man alive. There's no black man alive who lies more than the white man. I'm sorry.
I don't know. Bill Haney close. Bill Haney got put. Hey, Bill Haney was on there talking about some. I'm gonna come over there, Mill City. I'm gonna come holler at you, and then said that ain't never happened. I don't know.
Nah, bro. Don't.
I don't know.
Hey, Dean. Hey, Dean.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you a question, Dean. No, man. Let me ask you, Dean.
What's up?
Why do you think the Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence fight did not sell Gervonta Davis and Ryan Garcia?
Because they not Gervonta Davis. That's everybody. Listen, man.
No, if they would have let Errol Spence was a big draw selling. He was selling. They screwed Terrence Crawford, but I'm saying the fans knew that was a fight, and they still went with the Ryan Garcia bullcrap.
I'm gonna tell you why, Big Dog. First of all, it's because they not Gervonta Davis. Terrence Crawford wasn't the star that people try to make him out to be, and Errol Spence and him did very. I predicted it to do what it did. So I wasn't surprised by that because I understood that Terrence, as great as he is, like what you were saying, he's not that big of a star. So people can say whatever they want, but only the people that really, really rock with him going to pop out and would be willing to spend all of that money. And Errol Spence was only doing 300, 400,000 pay-per-views. You see what I'm saying? So they did, for me, they did real good. They sold 700, 800,000. I think that was a success.
No,
that is a success in this day and time.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. That's a success in this day and time. Because ain't nobody else doing them numbers except Canelo and Joshua. Like if you talking about
and Ryan and Tank.
Well, yeah, Tank.
Ryan and
Not
Tank.
Ryan, not Ryan, just Tank.
Yeah.
No, no,
Ryan never
no.
said
Tank
shit before
Tank
he
never
fought
did
Tank.
those numbers without Ryan, so we got to put
He
And
Ryan
did
in there.
more
Ryan never
numbers.
did those numbers without Tank. Look what
So
happened to
that's got to
Ryan
be Ryan
Garcia's
and
Tank.
Tank.
He did more numbers than Ryan ain't never had a pay-per-view.
That's my point. Right?
Yeah,
Ryan,
so but
Ryan brought the
I
people
can't
out.
say it's Ryan Garcia. Cause
Why
Tank was doing
not?
pay-per-views. Tank was doing pay-per-views way before Ryan. Tank was doing
That's a
more numbers than Ryan. I
that's a
listen. I'm
fact.
tired of us. I'm tired of us
Right.
as black people always trying to act like the Mexicans do so much. Man, come on, man. Like, stop it,
and
man.
and
Stop it,
EH
man.
and EH when Ryan Garcia next fight at the Toyota Center, he barely cracked $1 million. They wasn't
Who,
when he fought
who,
Diorte, people wasn't running to that fight.
bro?
Did they run to did they
They
I live
ran
in
to the Frank
Dallas.
Martin fight. Yes, they did.
I,
They sold
I,
350,000 just in the United States.
I live in Dallas now.
I'm talking about Frank Morton. I'm talking
Virgil,
about Frank
Virgil
Morton
don't
fight.
Yeah,
do
they
more.
did. They did. That was a $40-50 million fight. They did 350,000 and more just in the United States, not including the UK and globally.
I live in Dallas now. Virgil don't do more than Boots.
I know he don't.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm
Right.
telling you, bro, like this misnomer, like, bro, it's a misnomer, man. That's why I always want to see black fighters move their career how they want to move. Whether I agree with them or disagree with them, do it the way you want to do it. Because everybody think for some reason you got to downplay yourself because you black. Because Top Rank threw money at Lomachenko. Talk about because of sponsors. What
Facts.
sponsor? He wasn't doing shit. He wasn't selling shit. This motherfucker had 18 fights with 3 losses. Like y'all said earlier, he lost all his bigger fights. And not only that, you want to try to prop up his motherfucking accolades with his fucking amateur career. Well, motherfucker,
Facts.
put in Roy Jones, Floyd Mayweather,
Yep.
Andre Ward amateur career, and they be fucking super gods. Get the fuck out of here.
And guess what, EH? They don't give Andy Cruz that. Andy Cruz did amazing in the Olympics. Y'all don't give Andy no credit for that shit.
And Rigondeaux. Y'all ran Rigondeaux out of boxing.
Yeah,
That's
like
a
I
that's a
don't want to hear
fact.
that amateur shit.
They
But
did
let me
Rigondeaux
ask y'all
dirty.
this. I can show y'all where it's a difference though. Canelo, when you got Terrence Crawford and Canelo, they about to rumble, but it's not no big thing around it. I believe that if Tank fought in a way, that'd be a bigger fight. It's just what people like to see, man. It just is. And for Bud, I feel bad. I don't like a lot of stuff that Bud do, but for Bud, I feel bad because somebody as talented as Bud Crawford, like he should have been a superstar, but he's 38 years old now. The most popular he's been is at 38 years old. That's a shame. That's a
Dean.
shame.
Dean. You cannot hold Terrence Crawford responsible for the PBC holding their fighters hostage against him. You cannot hold Bud Crawford responsible for Bob Arum not feeding him Manny Pacquiao. They did that. They
Big dog,
stopped
when
that
I'm
man
saying
from being
I'm
popular.
not holding them responsible or not. I'm just talking about what happened, big dog. I don't
Okay,
care about
yeah,
who responsible or not. It's a shame that it happened to him. And a lot of
right.
that happened because Terrence wanted to play hardball and he's made not the best decisions earlier in his career as well. That all plays a factor. Nobody keep telling y'all black fighters to go over there and keep trusting Bob Arum with your career and all of that. That's on you. Listen, man, when you pray for rain, you gotta deal with the mud.
You know what?
That's the truth. But
I wish that Bud would have gone to the PBC because that's something else that you just touched on that I agree with. Like, we got this brother that came in the box, Al Heyman. Ever since he came in the boxing, every fighter, regardless of their color, always talk good about Al Heyman. I ain't never heard the only person that said something about Al Heyman and he came back and apologized
was
was
Canelo.
Bannis Martirosyan. Bannis Martirosyan said some shit about Al Heyman and he left and then he wound up coming back and apologizing. And Bannis Martirosyan is crazy any fucking way.
facts.
So
That's why when people be talking all of that, I don't get why you don't want to do business with them. I don't hear nobody complain on the PBC about their bread.
Leo Santa Cruz named his son after Al. That's big. Especially for the way the Mexican culture is about family. He named his son after Al. So that kind of shit speaks to a man's character.
Hey, not me. Bud 37 now. By the time he fight Terrence Crawford, he'll be turning 38 the next week. He's about to be 38 years old, brother. I'm sorry.
When he get in the ring with Canelo, he'll be 38, dog.
Yes. Hey, let me ask you this here, Dean. Let me ask you this here. Why is Javante Davis more popular than Terrence Crawford?
Yo, chill. We can't talk about
Yeah,
Tank, bro.
We talking about Terrence Crawford,
I'm gonna
man. We
tell.
talking. I'm trying to explain to this guy why he is
You
not
gotta
more
leave Tank
popular.
name out of this
I'm gonna
Y'all,
shit.
tell you
y'all,
why.
y'all,
I can
y'all
explain
don't
why.
realize this here. Shakur
because people like
Stevenson,
him. Because
huh?
people like him. Because people like him.
No,
There is no.
Bro,
Let me
why
tell
because
you
you
keep
Tank
something.
saying
was
this shit
attached
There
to
is
Floyd
no
Mayweather.
formula.
because Tank
There is
got
no
next to an
formula.
Instagram
There is
joint.
no formula. There is
I ain't
no
heard home
formula for
slice in
becoming
a minute.
popular.
Huh?
There is no formula for that. Ain't no formula for becoming
Nah,
popular.
YSM broke this down, y'all. It's
Yes.
facts. When Tank got next to the girl, it turned him up in the blog world. When he got next to the joint, Terrence Crawford, we ain't never seen him with no
Drama, none of that.
not
Oh, he
drama, but
got
we never
drama. He
seen
just
him
had a
with a high
side baby.
profile. We never seen him
Right.
with a high
He ain't
profile
have. He don't have no.
female.
How's it a side baby?
No.
Never mind.
We
We'll
never seen him in the public with
It's
a
not a
high
side baby because he's
profile
not married.
female, with a famous female. That's when Tank's career turned up. When he got next to a high profile female, and the casual girl and the casual woman became to know who Tank was. That's what happens.
Facts.
That's what happens with rappers, athletes, entertainers, fighters, sports. When you get next to a girl, they turn you up because now women eyes are on you.
Thinking
Like
of,
right now, going into this new NFL season, Stephon Diggs finna be turned up.
Right.
I'm gonna
That's
say
part
this,
of it
y'all.
though.
We got to stop with this notion. Javante Davis was already becoming a star before Floyd Mayweather's got to him.
No, he
Javante
was not.
Davis was.
No, he was not.
Hold on,
No, he
bro.
was
He
not.
was,
Hold
bro.
on,
No, he
bro.
was not.
He
No, he
was,
was
bro.
not. Don't say
Bro,
that because that's a
can I
lie.
finish talking? Can I finish
He
talking, good
was.
brother?
Yes, but you lying now.
No, I'm not lying.
Yes, you are.
Javante Davis was already a notable name in the Maryland, DC, Philadelphia area. People already knew who Javante Davis was because
Right.
of amateurs and all of these type of things. That Javante Davis was already pro by the time he got to Floyd Mayweather's. And then the thing is, when it comes to the Floyd thing, that's not the only person Floyd promotes. So why everybody else is not a star? Why Kamel Moulton is not the face of boxing? He fights similar to Javante Davis. He's not where Javante Davis is at. So we got to stop using Floyd. Floyd has a bunch of fighters. They're not Javante Davis. Devin
So you
Haney was
feel
with Floyd Sr. and
Hey,
them
Dean.
before
Hey,
Javante
Dean.
Davis was with Floyd. People don't
Dean.
so
never
you
talk about that part of it.
Dean.
so you
Dean.
said so you said
Kermel Moton is early in his career, Dean. But when you fight on
So was
Floyd Mayweather's
Javante
undercard,
Davis.
when you fight on Floyd
Hold
Mayweather's
on.
undercard, when he fight Canelo, and then you fight on his other undercards, you
But
get
he
publicity, bro.
performed, big dog. You got to talk about why. Yeah, that
That's what I
happened, but he
wanted you
could
to
have shipped
say,
the
Dean.
bid.
That's what I wanted you to say. That's all I wanted you to say because every time Terrence Crawford had that 9, 10, 11,
But but
12
but
knockout
big
streak,
dog,
he
that's not.
performed.
But big dog, why are you making that a Javante Davis problem? Because he did
It's
good
not his problem.
business.
I'm just saying that Terrence should have been just as popular because he was knocking people out too.
Yeah, but
That's
guess
all
what?
he
They
was
didn't
stopping
He
press
wasn't
him.
on the
everybody.
same stage knocking people out, dog.
Huh?
He wasn't knocking people out on the same stage.
What you mean?
You watch boxing.
Yes.
You knew when Terrence Crawford was fighting.
Yes.
Javante Tank Davis was on Floyd Mayweather undercards. The
Thank
whole
you.
world was watching him perform.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm saying.
So that's Bud's fault. He the one
That
that
ain't
didn't want to
Bud's
go to
fault, bro.
PBC, big dog.
That
He
ain't
didn't
Bud's
want to
fault,
go over
man.
there.
If they would have gave him Manny Pacquiao,
They
and
can't top rank.
I
Got to
agree
give
when
him
his
that.
contract was up, he should have left and went to the BBC. I agree with it. I argued that
So
wholeheartedly.
that's his problem. That's his fault. He's so
But he would
anti
have already been a
PBC. It
star
hurt
when
his
he would have beat
career.
Pacquiao. He would have already been a star.
Big dog. But again, you're making Terrence Crawford problem everybody else's. He chose to deal with Bob Arum. You gotta, when you pray for rain, you gotta deal with the mud.
That's a
He's
fact.
Mr. Anti-PBC.
Also, it's
His
So
biggest fight to date is still against a PBC fighter. It was on
right,
PBC.
right.
but
As
then
a black fighter,
Dean,
he had no business being over there. And then you want
Dean,
to cry
Dean,
why it happens to you.
Dean, can I ask you
Same
one
way with
question real
Shakur
quick, Dean? I ain't
Stevenson.
trying to argue with you. Can I ask you one question? Out
Dang,
of all the promotional companies, who you think promote their fighters the best? I'll wait.
Out of everybody that promote,
Yes, for years and years
PBC.
and years and years and
Oh,
years and years.
since the beginning of the time, yeah, probably Top Rank. They've been in it longer than
That's why
everybody.
everybody go over there.
hey,
But I'm
dang,
talking,
hey,
but
dang.
big dog,
everybody go over there
he's
because they
not
on
doing what he
ESPN.
did for Muhammad Ali. That was an
Huh?
exception of Top Rank. We're talking about Bob now, how Bob has been moving the last 20, 25 years. Bob is almost 90 years old.
And
Hey,
all the
hey,
top.
check this out, Dame. Bud ain't got no motherfucking problems. That nigga straight and his children's children gonna be straight. That
That's a fact.
nigga. He all
No,
right.
I can say that,
Maybe,
big dog.
maybe he
EH,
should
we can say that about a bunch of fighters. That's not what I'm talking about.
He
No,
should have been bigger though.
but I'm saying that because with all of these fighters, including our young boy, everybody career not gonna go the same. But it's gonna be better than the average person. Everybody career, there is no formula for this. If people think there's a formula, there ain't no. Because if there was a formula, the fucking promoters would lay it down and run it
Hey,
out.
big dog.
There ain't
My
no
point is,
formula.
Bud is too good for his career to just be better than everybody else's. Bud deserved to be a superstar in boxing,
He
and that
is.
didn't happen because of business that he's done.
Man, he where he's
And
supposed to
it's
be, bro.
self-admitted. What
He
Dean's
where he's supposed
saying,
to be, bro.
Yes.
Bud is in recent interviews admitting it.
Yes.
Yeah, like he's 38 years old. He about to be, sorry, not me. He's 37. Can y'all name me another fighter as talented as Bud Crawford that when he got to his highest popularity, he was 37? You can't name another fighter like that. Everybody else, the Oscars, Ali's, Tanks, Earls, Shane-Mo, name them. We was loving them when they was 25, 24, 26, 27. Bud at
Dean,
the end of the rope, and this is his most popular. I'm proud of him. He's
right.
still a great fighter and all that. Forget the inside the ring. I'm saying
Dean.
how good he is inside the ring. He deserved more. But because he did bad business, like manager Marty always say, shout out to manager Marty, great representation is priceless in this business.
I agree with that, Dean. But
The
you
thing is
cannot
with that,
disclose.
and the thing is with that too, like I said a couple weeks ago, and I know people might argue with me about this. For the most part, black people, and I'm talking about as a whole, we
Facts.
really just started understanding something about business maybe 30, 35 years ago. So when you get these young guys that come out of these inner city working class neighborhoods or even worse, and we try to hold them up to a standard about business when they're in their early 20s, and then by the time they get to their 30s, they start understanding shit, you can't really blame them. So that's why I'm telling you, when you get this far in your career as a Bud or any of the other fighters, whether they be black, Latino, poor, whites, when they get to a certain point and they straight, bro, trust me, that shit is a blessing. It's just a
Hey,
blessing, bro. Like it's not you. I'm not gonna say it's his fault in that sense, because when he started to wake up, he started to push back a little bit. But you be so wrapped up and intertwined in this fucking web of bullshit. You know what I mean? You be trying to get out of it, then you mad, then you trying to stay training so you can stay sharp. It's a
But
lot of pressure
but EH,
when you
his
in the
question
30s
was to
for
me though,
boxing.
big dog, why he not where Tank at? I'm just trying to tell you the why. Fair or
hey, Dean.
unfairly, I'm just giving the why.
Facts. Facts. Hey, Dean, check this out. Let me ask you this here, Dean. Why is it that Oscar was more popular than Andre Ward? I'm just gonna ask for that reason. Just
Oscar
one
was more popular than who?
Andre Ward. I'm talking about
Well,
came in the game more popular,
no,
came in the game making more money. How's that? Why?
I'm gonna tell you. Well, first of all, I love Andre Ward. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
good, and I love Andre Ward, my guy.
Mm,
But Oscar from the jump, Oscar as an amateur, Oscar from the jump, his resume, Oscar has a top 5 resume in boxing ever.
that's a fact.
So Oscar went. We could say whatever we want to say about
We're not.
Oscar, but
Hey,
inside that
Dean.
ring though, inside that
Nigga
ring,
said Bud
Oscar
was
accomplished
We're
everything.
not talking about
dying.
after he got signed and got popular. We're talking about before when they both came from the Olympics. Why was one more popular than the other one?
Well, I'm gonna be honest. First of all, a lot of it got to do with fighting style and the time frame. Like you're putting them both. Oscar De La Hoya came in the game at a way different time than Andre Ward did, and Andre Ward is not as outspoken as Oscar De La Hoya is. He don't have the personality Oscar De La Hoya has. He hasn't fought the opponents that Oscar De La Hoya fought. He didn't fight in the golden era of boxing, basically in the early '90s and all of that. He wasn't there for all of that. So that's why Oscar got wet. And then Oscar performed, key word, performed on top of that during all of that time. So I can't take nothing away from Oscar from that. He earned it, bro. He earned it. Because I can say,
Both of them came in as gold
because
medalists, bro.
Bernard Hopkins more popular than Andre Ward as well.
I don't know about that, but
No, that's a fact.
I don't know about that, but What I'm saying is this here. When they talked to Floyd Mayweather, they told Floyd the reason Oscar's getting more money than you is because he's a gold medalist, right? Andre Ward was a gold medalist. Why didn't he get that same treatment?
Well, it all depends. Like I said, man, what business are you doing? Who are you aligning yourself with? I got like, listen, that part matters in boxing. Who's getting you these deals? All agents ain't created equally. Y'all follow sports, right?
Right.
What's Terrell Owens and them old agent? What's his name? Drew Rosenhaus.
That's a fact.
Drew Rosenhaus tend to get you the bag.
That's a fact.
He's not equal to every other agent out there. Drew Rosenhaus is known for being a shark. He's known for turning down deals that others would take. He's known for getting his athletes the best possible deal. That matters.
Facts.
That matters.
Right.
Everybody not created equal. Oscar has some of the best representation in boxing. And then when he got to that moment, he shined. It just is what it is.
Yeah, but Oscar
controversial and all. That
right,
all plays a factor too.
Dean, Oscar had the same representation that Floyd had. And I'm telling you right now, when their career started off, Floyd was way more exciting than Oscar. At 130, 135, Floyd wasn't to be messed with. Everybody knows
he was a pretty boy. Pretty boy was
Oscar was with the same promotion company that Ball was with. That's who they all.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
No, but what I'm saying to y'all is again, then if you know that other fighters are going to get treated better, then don't go over there.
You got to go over there to get your name up there.
Yeah, then after you do that, leave. Because these contracts only be 3, 4, 5 fights. You got the choice to leave. We see it happening every day. Remember, he was just bringing up Floyd Mayweather? Richardson left him because he ain't like how his career was going. You got the choice to leave, make better business. Shakur Stevenson ain't like how Bob Arum was doing. He didn't wait till he was 30-something to leave Bob, though.
Yeah, but they had a chance to learn from those guys. That's his thing, man. That's what I'm telling you. Like, we be trying to hold certain guys as standards. You got to look at the time when they went in and made their deals. You got to look at that. That's all I'm saying about that.
I agree with that, but
I've been around long enough to see the progression with this shit, bro. There were so many people in all arenas of life that were talented and knew how to do shit, but we didn't know how they was operating their system, because that's all business is. It's a system.
When you get in the courtroom, what's the first thing the judge tell you?
It ain't. Do you got representation?
No, I'm talking about ignorance of the law is not an excuse. It's not. It's on you to know. It's on you to, because you got kids that's 16, 17-year-old geniuses. It's on you to do your research, to do your homework. Floyd was fighting before he had an example. Floyd was fighting before. This notion about Bob Arum didn't start when Terrence Crawford became a fighter.
No, listen, I'm saying Floyd had his fathers and his uncles, and that's what I was getting ready to touch on. When you said all that, that's what I was ready to touch on. Listen, when you talk about the law, first of all, the people who set the law up is not our uncles and brothers and cousins. Right. So when you're born into the world and you're born into a system where the resources that are controlled are put to your development. So by the time you get 16, you know how to run business. That's different from somebody who grew up in the hood and you're a good person and you're smart and you're talented, but you got a single mother. Even if you got both parents, we're not born into a system that's set up that way. But when you see these young guys come through the music industry, come through sports, and they get to the top, that shit is a miracle. And it's the reason why it ain't about motherfuckers. It ain't about motherfuckers' behavior or about motherfuckers' character, because we all fuck up. We all fuck bitches and snort coke and blow, and some motherfuckers do more serious shit. But they want to. But they want to. I'm talking about. I'm talking
so many times already.
That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about.
One person to go back and say, "Yo, somebody saying this about your nephew or your son." Or
well, listen, I'm talking about
you got people going through beefs and all that. Because of what
I'm talking about this.
I told niggas that called me about it, man. Keep that shit to yourself. They like, no, but you don't think this. You busy trying to get my opinion on it. I ain't got nothing to give on it because it's not my situation.
I'm talking about in the general sense, though. I'm saying in the general sense because a lot of these guys that they made money older guys up into the guys now, you see them going to jail and you see their, reputations being smeared. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just talking about how this system works. So when we talk about holding guys responsible about doing business and all of that, that shit ain't, bro. Trust me, that shit ain't that.
But EH, what I'm saying
It's
is
not
there's
as
no
easy
way
as we
around
think.
it though, big
Yeah, that's
dog.
what I'm saying. And you're right. But what I'm saying to you is, it's not as easy if you don't have somebody there in the beginning to teach. That's what I'm saying. If you don't have
No,
somebody
I
that's gonna
agree.
grab you by your hand and hold your hand and walk you through it, you know what I'm saying? And that's in any business you get into. You have to have a mentor. And a lot of these boxers, most of them don't. Some of them are blessed enough to have people who got some business knowledge. So even if they don't know something, they know how to go out and choose certain people that's going to help you move right, or at least move better. Because you ain't going to never be able to get it 100% right, because there's always situations going on that you don't know about. That's why your team will go and tell you what the casino going to put up, or what the hotel going to put up, or what this network going to put up. You don't know what the fuck they talking about, because they represent you. So you don't know what the manager and the lawyer doing. They've been doing these deals before you was even born. So who is we to trust? Like, we not deeply entrenched in the system like that. You know what I'm saying? That's why they were so mad at Al
That's the
Heyman,
thing.
because Al Heyman was one of those guys that went to Harvard. So he know all of this shit. And then what he did, he took his knowledge and was like, man, I'm gonna pass it on to the little guy. That's why Oscar and Bob was trying to sue him and all that. I said, man, he ain't never do nothing illegal. He too smart for that. They was trying to besmirch his name. You got one guy in boxing that's trying to get a game to everybody, and I'm not sure when Bud turned pro. I'm not even sure if PBC was in existence when Bud actually turned pro.
They
So
wasn't.
you probably get with Top Rank, because that's the name that you know, and they do a good job with getting guys out there and getting them good fights and all that. So that's what you know at the time. So by the time it comes up and you see all of this other shit going on, now you're trying to figure it out. Then you might have other people in your ear. Oh no, that guy Al Heyman, he's a snake. Oh, you can't trust him, and he's just, you see it, man. Listen,
But
man, it be
EH,
so much
we
dirty
not
shit going on
disagreeing
in
with that part.
football.
That's not the part that that's not the part. I agree with that. What I'm saying is, it's still when you make mistakes in life, whether you is knowledgeable of it or not, you got to deal with the repercussions of it. It just is what it is. Unfortunately
Okay,
for
so
Bud
he
Crawford,
corrected that.
this notion about Bob Arum was out before Bud was ever a fighter. It's on you to do what's best for you, to gain the
Yeah, but
knowledge.
all right,
Don't go in there ignorant. Don't go in any situation like that. That's on you to make sure that you put yourself in the best situation. Because if you're waiting for somebody else to do it, let me be a first-hand knowledge. They not. And Gervonta
Well,
Davis had
He
all of that same shit. Gervonta Davis had all of that same shit. But Gervonta Davis was smart enough to put people in position that know more than him.
Hey, Gervonta Davis wasn't smart enough to do nothing. Dean, do you got?
No, you can't say that, EH, because he could have went to Top Rank. He could have went to Matchroom. He could have went to anybody else. He went the way to the people he trusted. Al Heyman. Tank talk about it.
But bro, do you know that Tank got introduced to Floyd down at the gym in DC through Adrian Broner?
Yes.
So these was the people that was around him. That's what I'm saying.
But EH, how did Adrian Broner get around Tank? Because he heard about the work Tank was putting in.
Okay, well, that's not what I'm saying. This is what I was going to ask you.
No, that matters though, EH. Tank was doing the right things necessary to put himself in that position to be heard about.
Listen to what I'm saying, brother. What I'm saying to you is this. When you born into the world, because all of us was born into the world. When you born into the world, there are parents, there are teachers, there's old heads, there's people around you. You don't know who's around a person when they developing. So as they get older and start making decisions about their life, where you getting your game from? You act like
Terrence Crawford got a dad, and he had Bomac. Bomac was a professional fighter. He don't know the game.
Oh, I don't know. That's my point. I don't know.
So but that's who he chose to align himself with, though.
Okay, so that's who was around him.
But that's a decision, big dog.
No, that's not no, bro. How many? Come on, bro. Don't do that.
It is OG.
Richardson
It is.
Henderson just left Floyd Mayweather's because he didn't like what was going on. You got that choice.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact.
Ain't nobody holding a gun to your head telling you you got to deal with these people.
But came at the end, so he still got
What
it.
I'm telling you is, what I'm telling you is, and especially for somebody like Bud Crawford, because I don't know how knowledge. Like, you can think about it. Bud is in Omaha. He's in Omaha. I know he was in the amateurs and all that, but he lives in Omaha. These guys that we talking about, the couple of guys who you use as an example, is on the East Coast. So they're around a lot of different people, and they're getting a lot more different information. This dude is in Omaha, bro. So I don't know. I'm not saying it one way or another, but I do know if you think about your life.
EH, you breaking up, EH. EH, if you can hear us, you breaking up.
He on the road.
Yeah, he must be on the bridge.
Did it come back in? Did it come back in?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yup.
Yeah,
Did it come back in?
Yeah.
Yup.
It depends on. It just depends. Basically, what I'm saying is, I understand. Trust me, I'm an example of that. Ignorance of the law ain't no fucking the streets. I get all of that. All I'm saying is, in your development, in whatever you doing, the people who are around you are going to influence you the most. As you go along, we see that maybe he could have made some better choices and that kind of stuff. I don't give it 100. I mean, he did 100% or whatever.
Shit, he keep going out.
But again, even with the mistakes he made, bad decisions, whatever, you know what I'm saying? He ain't doing that bad. You see what I'm saying? And then the thing about it is, Bud went through, and what these other fighters went through, that's a template for the next fighters that's coming up. That's how I look at it.
But
everybody
you
from
my
somebody,
big dog,
bro.
EH. And I hear you up here talking on Greg a lot. Because a lot of times I gotta catch Greg on the playback. Y'all know Greg be over there asleep. I'll be asleep too. All right. But at the end of the day, it's the same thing that we do with Jaron Ennis, though. Jaron Ennis is 26 years old. He's about to be 28 years old, and he's learning how to navigate. Bosley been in the game. So these guys and Terrence Crawford, at the end of the day, Terrence Crawford was always a top-ranked guy since he been fighting. So it's not like the boxing world. Terrence Crawford was entrenched in the boxing world because he was that good. He was around the best. Now, who he decided to deal with or not, it'll be different. I could see if Terrence Crawford was a nobody and nobody knew who he was, him coming up in amateurs and all. That wasn't the case, though. Terrence Crawford was always a top guy since he came in boxing.
That's true.
Like Terrence Crawford was always the top prospect.
He got his mom. Hey, D, you heard me?
Say that again, bro. You broke up a little bit, EA.
I said, Boots is a bad.
Yeah, he broke up.
Boots is a bad example to you.
Damn, he must be gone.
No, I'm just saying that Bomac been in the game for a while. Terrence Crawford and them has had plenty of exposure to know what's going on in boxing. He was a lot of Terrence. One thing I respect about Terrence, when Terrence riding with you, he riding with you, and then sometimes that could be a default. So he rolled with Bob a little too long. Then he seen Bob ain't have his interest the same way Bob was telling him he was going to have his interest, and then there you go. That's all. That's really what happened. And I blame Bob Arum for that. That's Bob Arum's problem, because Bob Arum could have made more money, in my opinion, if he would have pushed Terrence Crawford the right way. But he didn't decide to do that either. So it's a lesson that Shakur Stevenson had to learn the hard way. That's why he left Bob Arum.
Yeah, he learned from Bud mistake. And
there we go.
I'm sure Bud probably told him, leave, nigga.
But Floyd left before all of them. So they all had somebody to fight. They didn't want to listen to Floyd then, though.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Same way I'm telling Abdullah Mason, get away from Jay Prince, get away from Top Rank with the moment you can. Yeah, they've been there. See, look, life about stages. You hear what I'm saying? Yeah, you can bring people with you to a certain way. I'll never forget, yo. I was up at my chick crib when I was a young boy, real late at night. Y'all know how the church sermons come on? Basically, when TV go off, you just hear church people. You hear what I'm saying, right? I'm over there asleep, and the preacher said something that woke me up. He said, see, the problem is the door be cracked. God had just cracked the door for you, but you keep trying to bring everybody else. He just left the door just cracked.
Boy,
You got to go through the door. He going to deal with them. You can't bring people on your journey that God got for you. That's why the door is not open. There's only enough space for you to get through it. But you keep trying to bring everybody else with you. It don't work like that all the time. You got to learn how to keep elevating. People got mad at Jay-Z for leaving Dame Dash behind. Hove was Snake, Hove this, that, and the third. Look where Dame Dash at. Look what Hove got going on. It looked like he made the right decision.
everybody can't go.
And that's just how that go. Bud was a little too loyal to Top Rank. And Bob was being that snake that he is. Yeah, Bud, I got you. Oh, yeah, you going to get the Manny fight. I promise you. Yup, I'm going to try to set you up with Floyd. And that never just took fruition. That's why Bud was trying to sue him. But it's what you do after that. Bud could have went to the PBC and been that knockout artist and would have easily got the Spence fight, Danny fight, Keith Thurman fight. It would have been a much different trajectory, in my opinion.
So listen, so that mean that Bob lied to him then, right?
Yep.
So what happens is when we lie to people, because I've lied to people before, when we lie to people, we take away their ability to make a right and truthful decision. See, that's what I'm saying. When you going through life and you developing, just because, bro, you don't really become a fully grown man till you're about 70, because you didn't live life.
Hold on, you said 70?
70. This is why. I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. When we born, don't nobody hand us a handbook and say, hey, here go the handbook to life. Walk through it. As a parent, as a student, you don't know. You don't know. You just try to figure it out, and you pulling your information from your environment through your 5 senses. Because we plug into the environment through our 5 senses. So that's how we pull information. And wherever you pulling the information from, you got to just hope that it's good. And as you get older and you have more experience, then your power of discernment gets better. But for a young guy to get into sports and don't know nothing about business, he's learning on the job. Everybody's development is different. Some people may learn quicker. Some people may learn longer. I don't blame them. All you have to deal with the consequences.
But he's 37 now. He ain't learned his lesson 12 years ago, 13 years ago.
Bro, listen. You know what? I wish we all. Listen. I wish we all could sit down or be a fly on the wall in these business meetings where the fighters aren't there, and then sit down and talk to some fighters. I'm telling you right now, there's a bunch of shit that go on that don't even Floyd Mayweather don't even know about. You keep forgetting who we are.
But Bud was the one saying he don't want back end money. He want a fully guaranteed. He was choosing to do business that way. But the superstars don't do business that way. They do business the other way.
Hey, listen, and I'm telling you this. The fact that you and I, I'm not in boxing. I don't box. I don't promote. I ain't no manager. The fact that you and I can sit here and talk about certain things in boxing that's in reference to the business. The fact that that information is out now. You know what we should be, well, not us, but you know what fighters should be worrying about? How these motherfuckers is trying to pass laws and move rules and regulations around so they can control the business again. Because the more we learn, the more they try to change shit. That's what I'm telling you. As you moving and grooving, you learning shit. It's a lot, bro. It's a lot. It ain't as simple as we think it is sometimes. It's a lot when you, and I'm telling you, like I use this example when motherfuckers in the chat be chopping me up. But fucking with this trucking shit, this shit is so tricky, bro. Yeah. And when you ain't got the knowledge, the information, you don't know how it's going. You learn it by trial and error. I done got beat out of so much money just because I don't have the information. And then I'll be going to try to seek the information, but then some of the outlets you're going to, you're not getting the real shit. I might well have to go back to school and take a whole fucking logistics course to learn all of this shit, but then guess what? They gradually be changing the laws. So it's, you know, it's just not that simple, man. When I see these guys that go through the shit that like Bud go through, it's just, it is what it is with that shit, man. Like you can't. I'm telling you, bro, it's hard. Like if you have never got into a business and stayed in it from the time you was young, until you get older, you'll never understand that shit, man. That should be tricky, and you don't know who to trust. You don't know the people that you do trust and that got your back. You don't know how confident they are about what they doing. That's another thing that happens. You be having motherfuckers next to you and they don't know all the shit that you think they know. It's just a lot, man. It's a lot to it, bro.
No,
I
we
don't
agree
know.
with that. We agree, but it's a lot for all of the boxers. So the boxers that find a way to break through that, I gotta give them credit. They got a lot of them that same shit going on, but they found the way to make the right decisions. That's all I'm saying.
But I think Bud's career turned out good, if you ask me.
Yeah, no, he gonna be a Hall of Famer. It turned out, but the question was why everybody was mad talking about why he ain't further or more popular. Well, this is why. Like it's a why behind it. That's all.
But the popularity thing, like the brother was saying, and I heard YSM say that before about, the woman, like the girl you mess with, like that could boost your popularity up. Like whatever the different techniques or whatever the different methods people have used to become popular, that might not fit the character of the person. You know what I mean? You want a person to be genuine. You want them to be who they are because see, a lot of the things that we see people get involved in or the people they get involved with, if another person, like for instance, a Bud or Boots couldn't do the type of stuff that Tank do or Adrian Broner do because they think like assassins. Them dudes got like a ninja type of mentality, bro. They
Yeah, but
real
EH,
laid back, quiet
Nah,
dudes, bro. They don't do all of that kind of shit. So if you try to pull a dude out of his character, you're gonna fuck up his whole
But
thing.
I can't give Bud that excuse because Bud, ever since he beat Earl, now he on every goddamn interview and radio station. Now he should have been doing that.
Nah,
Well,
but
he had to
he
tell,
admitted that though, Dean.
But again, a Tato, how you say your name, bro?
Tego.
Tago. I get he admitted it, but to admit something mean that you had to do something wrong. When people was telling him that in the years ago, he was hard headed.
yeah,
You got
fact.
to put yourself out there. You got to do the work. It's more than just in the ring. And if you can say that you don't want to do it, well, you got to take what come with not doing it.
well,
Doing it.
listen,
That's
I
Because
tell you
Rolly
what, I
Romero,
tell you
hold
what.
on. Because Rolly Romero, whether you like him or not, Rolly Romero made a
Bad
career
pussy. Hold
off of
up.
having a personality.
yeah,
Rolly
that's a
don't
fact.
fight like Bud though. Rolly not a killer like Bud.
And
If
I
Bud
know
would have
EH, so that's
listen what
why.
I'm saying. If
But
Bud would have stepped out of his character years ago, we don't know what type of fighter he would be. I'm
But
not
my
talking about
thing
how
is,
popular.
EH,
I'm talking about
we know
fighter.
Bud character. He's showing it now. He should have been showing it. We would have
Who
loved to
ever
see the side of
tell him?
Bud.
Listen,
Yeah,
Dean, you
facts.
know what I wanted to say to Dean?
It's the
That's
Look,
a
shame
fact
of
though. That's a fact though. What he's saying though,
no, but
because
listen.
listen,
Look at the fight. Look at the fight with Earl Spence and whatever fight Bud had before that, and then look at the fight with Madrimal. Bud is at the tail end of his career now. He's getting a little bit more relaxed, bro. He probably gonna
But
get geared up with his Canelo fight, but he getting ready to go. So now I finally done got some type of props. I finally got some accolades. Now I can do
but
interviews and talk and
EH,
say
you're not
and
yeah,
hearing me
yeah,
though, big
but
dog.
listen, EH,
man.
hold on,
He
Dean,
could
hold
have
on.
been doing that years ago. Why he wasn't on radio
Yeah,
stations doing interviews?
you not listening to me. I said, if you pull a man out of his character when he's young and building himself out a fighter, we might not have the same fighter today.
Ah
If he
man,
was
nah.
taking
Floyd put in that work, man. Floyd did it.
Floyd is a
That was
different
part of him being as
Floyd,
popular as he
Floyd is a
was.
different person. He's a different man.
But
I
then if
can't
you a
do
different man though, you can't ask to get paid like Floyd then.
I
No,
can't I
Floyd,
can't I
but
can't
Floyd,
Mm,
I can't do
You
what you
can't
yeah,
do,
have it
dude.
both ways, bro.
Floyd wasn't, but no, EA's right though, because Floyd wasn't in the media until De La Hoya. Everything he did before that was politically correct. He kept it politically correct the whole entire time. He never got out of line. He never got out of line because he knew they'd take it away from him. His dad, look who was in front of him. But the minute he got it in his hands, he held on to it. That's the difference. But he didn't act like that his whole career because Zab Judah was the one. Zab Judah was the one that was in everybody's videos. Zab Judah was the one that was getting invited to shit. Floyd kind of was like a young boy. They was just treating him like a youngin.
Like, all right,
Nah,
that's
no,
Floyd.
Greg. He was talking crazy with Arturo Gotti. Wasn't Arturo Gotti before Oscar?
Yeah, but it's a Toro Gotti, he an old ass man.
No,
Of
I'm
course he
saying,
gonna
but
talk
I'm
crazy to
talking
him.
about Greg. He was being Floyd then. Go back to when
But
he
I'm
was
saying,
about to fight Arturo Gotti and all of the promotion he was doing. They had the world ready to see that fight.
yeah, but everybody,
And he wasn't
the only reason,
37 though.
the only reason you thought that you wanted to watch that fight, because you either one, you just a Floyd fan, you wanted to see him fuck a Toro Gotti up, or two, you was a Toro Gotti fan and you thought he had a chance at Floyd. It was no other reason to watch that
But
fight.
no,
He was
Greg,
gonna
what I'm
cook
saying, he was
that.
showing his personality. He was doing
Yeah,
interviews. He was talking crazy.
yeah,
That he
yeah,
was like 27 and
yeah, but
26.
what
He
people
wasn't
forget though,
37.
but what people forget though, Bud just not like that though. Everybody not like that.
Not
He
No,
just
I
not
know,
like
Greg,
that.
but you got to take what come with
But
not being
no,
like that, bro.
yeah, no. And I think he did. And I think he did. He's just
But
He
using
sure
it
did.
now because
Yeah, he
now
just
he
building
got the
that
light.
thing.
He got
well,
the
I
light
agree
now.
with that. I agree with him using it now. What I'm trying to tell y'all is he could have been had this. Clearly, he wants it.
No, he
Clearly, that's what
couldn't.
he
no,
wanted.
no,
No, he
He
no.
probably
couldn't.
wasn't ready.
He
He wasn't
couldn't.
ready.
He
I'm
had to
not
get a
trying
chance
to
to get
hear.
it.
You know
It
why?
goes
You know
back to
why?
what
You
EA
know
said
why?
earlier.
You know
He
why?
wasn't
You know
ready. He
why?
wasn't mentally
No,
I
ready for
love
that at
y'all,
that
but I
time.
ain't trying
no,
to hear
listen.
it, man.
No, listen to me. Can I say something?
I'm
Can I say
listening.
this
I'm
real
listening.
quick? Can I say this real quick? Bob Arum is the only promoter still acting like it's 1972, right? I'm gonna tell you something. But Bob
He
Smart.
not changing
No,
with
but
the
Bob Smart.
times.
No, but Bob Smart though. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you why Bob Smart. I'm not about to put all this money into one of y'all niggas crashing out. And I know y'all, and the reason I know y'all could crash out, because all the fighters I done seen in my life. There's only a few fighters who gonna really stick around, who gonna really be around for a long time to get this money with me. You feel me? So I'm not about to lose my cool and all this promotion shit and trying to compete with PBC and whoever else to make it look like I got the biggest and baddest fighters. When really I got the baddest one. Now, he got stamped. He got stamped when he was fucking with what's the name in camp, Tim Bradley. Tim Bradley called over to Bob and I'm like, yo, he just beat me the fuck up basically in camp. He just beat me up. Like y'all need to fuck with him. Y'all need to fuck with Cuz, right? He get down with Bob and them. Bob and them ain't about to do nothing extra. T.O. T.O. with all the Fortnite dances, the flipping and all that, that's T.O. work. Ain't nobody telling him to do that. But look where he at. That's what EH was speaking on. The motherfucking flight went up so fast, it damn near crashed. You get what I'm saying?
And
Now he's skimming the water. Now he back down here skimming the water. Cause he
that's
done went up
bro.
so fucking fast.
But that's
But
because of his talent, though.
That's
but listen what I'm saying. Yeah, listen what I'm saying. He was selling it though. He was trying to do all this extra shit and selling it. Now you got Bud was fighting at 40 and 47, where PBC got that shit popping at 47. So Bob, like, man, I'm not about to compete with them. We gonna fight who we got. We gonna fight Jeff Horn. We gonna fight Benavidez. We gonna fight all these little niggas we got to fight, and guess what? Whatever you do, you do. And when the time come to make that deal, Bob, I guess Bob didn't want to be involved with Bud no more. He felt like he got whatever he could get out of him. Bud got out of there. Bud got somebody to get behind him. He ended up making a fight with Earl. The rest is history. Everybody's career not gonna be the same way.
bro.
Bernard didn't get a buzz till he was like 36, 35, 36 versus Trinidad. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's career ain't gonna go, you know what I'm saying, from the light, from the very beginning, straight to the lights. Like Abdullah makes it. Everybody not gonna pop like that. You know what I mean? I don't
T.O.
know.
do all that clown shit. T.O. do all that clown
Right.
shit. Like y'all say, be a personality, put yourself out there, all of that shit. He don't sell more than Boots. And he done been in the limelight longer than Boots. People fuck with you because they fuck with you. You ain't be yourself.
Damn, y'all made bro
Be
lead.
yourself,
Y'all made
man.
bro lead the stream, bro.
Because we ain't gonna ask Boost. If we ask Boost to do all that bullshit, if he don't feel like talking to you, he ain't gonna talk to you. And it's just that it's a blessing that he fuck with Mill. For those of us who like Boost and why he ain't talk, and you know what I'm saying, see what he got to say about the game or whatever. That's a blessing. He just don't roll like that. He in that fucking gym and he trying to be a fucking, like, I don't know, a super ninja or some shit, bro. And that's what the fuck we want to see. Because when fight night come, he perform. Tio doing all these
Yeah,
backflips, coming out with the fucking circus. He still ain't selling shit.
yeah, yeah. For
He's a
some, but
fucking
some, yeah,
clown.
yeah. Some people like that shit though. You feel me? You gotta remember. They say,
And some people don't, and some people don't like it. I can tell you the proof though. He don't sell more than Boots, so it's a proof that that shit don't work. People
No,
like
but
it with
no,
the
no,
money.
no.
No,
It
EH,
don't. It
you
don't. It don't
comparing somebody.
translate. It don't
You can
translate to real support. Is what EH saying.
Thank you.
no,
Thank you for the word.
no, wait, no, no, no. That's not true because
but
when you're trying to compare Tio, who's talent. Floyd did it, but he got the talent to carry it. Boots and Crawford, Boots. People criticize Boots, and one of Boots' biggest criticism, and Boots kind of admitted this, is that he don't talk a lot. But the problem is when you don't do that, then you don't gain popularity to get in the spotlight the way you want. The whole goal is to be one of the whole goal when you do this boxing shit is to be noted as the best out there and to get the money that come with it. The problem is it's not just about in the ring. It's no different than football. It's no different than basketball. It's no different than soccer. It's no goddamn different. You could be Nikola Jokic is amazing, but he don't talk. So he ain't gonna never be LeBron James. It just is what it is. Nikola Jokic, hold on. But Nikola Jokic can't complain and be like, man, they don't give me the same respect they give Brian. They don't be talking about me the way they talk about Brian. But it just don't work like that. So if you don't want to talk, that's fine. But after you not doing that, you got to understand what come with not doing that. Then you're not going to gain a lot of casual fans. Your live gates might not be super, super crazy. It might take you 20 years to get super popular. That's just what it is, bro.
Okay, might is the key word. No, it's not a fact. Might is the key word because Boost don't do all of that and he sell more than Tio. And I don't say it's just talent because you just use Rolly as an example. So, bro, all of that shit don't
Y'all
matter
both
to
making
people.
points, man.
I just gave you the example. You can ignore it if you want. I just gave you the example. You got a dude that love getting in front of the camera, love creating controversy, love talking all the time, and he still don't sell.
But is he selling like Earl Spence did though?
Nah.
Why?
Boots not there yet. Boots.
No, Boots is there. Yes, he is. He's there. But why ain't he selling like Earl did? When Earl was fighting Kell Brook and all them, people love Earl Spence. He has casual fans. What's the difference?
But listen, Dean, hold on, Dean. Dean, listen. Boots, listen. Boots just got his Kell Brooks fight. You feel me? With motherfucking Stanionis. That was his Kell Brooks fight, Dean.
What's Earl's numbers? What's Earl's numbers in Dallas when he was in Dallas? What was his numbers?
He was doing like 300,000 pay-per-views, 400,000.
Before Tank was the man on pay-per-view, Earl was the man on pay-per-view, y'all.
Yeah.
We're not gonna get that. We're not gonna get that twisted.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Why?
We're not gonna sit up here and act like that. But what I'm saying about, like, as far as Boots just got his Kell Brooks fight, like, what Earl did. Now he about to take the shit to another level. We can't compare.
Hey, Chef, can I ask you a question, Chef? Because you my guy. Let me ask you something so we can chop it up. When Boots, we love when Boots was remember his last press conference? And he was calling out Brian Norman. He was talking about, all them niggas scared of me. They know what's up. We loved that, didn't we? Go ask YSL Media how many views that got. That stuff matters, man.
Yeah, bro. That shit do matter.
That's all I'm saying.
And listen, how I know, because I'm in business too, y'all. Feel me? My name ain't Chef because I just bro. I'm a chef. I got my own food truck and all that, bro. One thing about it, bro. The people, whether you like it or not, the people they want to know, like, who are you? You feel me? And like you said, when Boots and his pops was popping that shit at that motherfucking press conference, that shit was entertaining. Like, and make the casual fan feel like, oh, okay, you feel me? Like he's like he one of us. You feel me? But everybody's different,
But EH and Chef, and a prime example, you know why it works? Because guess what Greg gonna do when Jerron Ennis say something crazy? Oh yeah, I'll knock Virgil Ortiz out. Virgil know he don't want. Guess what we gonna do? Make a panel and be talking about it.
Of
course.
Helps. Of course.
But see, that's G personality, though. G ain't.
No, I'm talking about the whole boxing community gonna do it. Anytime Boots say something, they out there talking about it. Why, EH? Because it's giving people something to talk about, which keeps your name. Gervonta Davis don't do that much talking, but when he says stuff, it's entertaining. Did y'all hear what Tank said to Lamont Roach, talking about, oh yeah, come get your money back then. If you want your money, come get it. Stuff like that. What I'm saying.
All right, Dave, I'm just old. Fuck it.
No, it's not that you just old, because bro, listen, bro, to keep it real, bro, to keep
That's
it
my
real,
old head, man.
I fuck with Boots and Boots on another level, but I found out about Boots through YSM, you feel me, and through hearing G, you feel me. So it's like just imagine how many other motherfuckers found out about Boots, you feel me, through the channel, you feel me. The people need that. They gotta hear him. They gotta see him. You feel me? They have
Hey,
to.
Chef, we only talking about Brian Norman Jr. because him and his dad won't shut up.
Of
Shut up.
Illiterate.
course.
Now
And
that's
listen,
true. I
and
agree
whether
with
you
you
like
on that 1,000%.
and whether you like it or not, we talking about the motherfucker. You feel me? We talking about him. You feel me? It don't matter. We talk. Listen, this shit been going on for four hours and a half, and niggas is still on this shit. You feel me? I thought niggas done left. Niggas
Facts.
been here for 4 hours just
It's
talk.
so
Just
cause you know why? Because it's been entertaining talking to y'all. We had old head with his ear in the phone. That
yeah.
motherfucker.
But listen, when niggas can't get it fucked up is that, bro, niggas gotta start appreciating GH more, you feel me? Why? Because he let niggas come on his channel, he let niggas get their shit off pause, you feel me? So when niggas is up here, bro, we gotta show respect, you feel me? And even down in the chat, man, salute to, for me. Somebody put Greg Cash up in that bitch, man, for me, and show some love, bro. Niggas been up here 4 hours, bro. He let niggas come up here and talk they shit. You could disagree with him or no, like he still have you up here. You feel me? Niggas gotta show love, bro, and appreciate real shit, y'all. For real.
That's right.
Listen,
That's right.
I fuck with you.
That's
I fuck
right.
with all y'all, but bro, niggas gotta start showing Jake some more love, bro, and really salute that nigga for real.
Facts.
That's right, Joe.
So we stay
Right.
out of court.
Right, Chef. That's fact.
But nah,
AD.
man, we love boxing, man. Listen, I don't know who that old nigga was, but that nigga was funny as shit. We gotta bring him
Hell
back
Yo,
on.
yeah.
that nigga had
We
his
gotta bring
ear.
him back on the panel for sure. Get him back up here, man. That nigga's funny, man.
AD, in that argument, you was using some of the same points you was disagreeing with me with earlier too.
What say?
What's
What
that?
points is those?
When you was talking about teams and you was like some guys just can't make the fight and all. That's kind of the same points I was saying earlier.
What point though exactly? I'm trying to. I'm because you gotta put context to it.
Yeah, you was like what damn was that fighter y'all name? I feel like y'all said if Xander Zayas wanted to fight somebody, it wouldn't happen because teams would get in the way.
No, what I was saying was, I'm glad you brought that up. What I was saying was, Xander Zayas can choose who he's trying to fight. He just don't get to choose the options because he's under contract. Because then all Bob got to say, well, if you don't take these three or these four fighters, I'm gonna shelf you. And we've seen that happen with fighters. You get shelved.
Yeah, facts.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So he
what's the
he can
issue?
choose the options that's presented, but he don't get to decide the actual options, is what I'm saying. Especially when you
That's
under
basically
contract.
that's kind of what I was saying earlier. I think y'all was just mad because Senior be talking shit.
No,
I'm like, bro, it's the
but
teams.
see, the only thing
No,
with the
but
only
Boots was an option. He didn't choose it, bro. That's the difference. Boots was an option. He didn't choose it.
Okay.
That's the
Option for
difference,
who?
bro.
Option for who?
I got
Who
you.
you talking about? Option
Boots.
for who, D?
I got
For
you. I got you. I
Boots.
got
Who's
you.
the option for who?
For Boots.
No, I'm saying who. You said Booth was an option for somebody else. I'm
No,
confused. What y'all
I'm
talking
talking
saying,
about?
about.
no,
I'm
what
talking
I'm
about
trying
Norman.
to tell
I'm talking
him
about
is
Norman Jr.
you don't get to choose your options. But if Boots was an option, he could have took other fights. He chose not to take Jerron Ennis.
Okay, I
he
got you.
Oh
talking
yeah,
about
facts,
Norman
facts, facts,
Jr.
facts.
He talking about Norman Jr. Chef.
Oh
Yeah,
I
yeah,
got you.
facts,
that's
facts,
all.
facts, 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 facts.
But
That's a fact.
what I was trying to tell him was it's Brian Norman. If Bob Arum like, no, I'm not. That fight is never going to happen. It's
Yeah,
nothing Brian Norman Jr. can do about that part
I got you. I got you.
besides leave. Like that's all he can do.
I got you. I
But I'm
got you.
saying
That's all.
he but
I
but
hear you.
he can't just like leave his contract. You feel me? If his contract was signed with Bob. You
Yeah, he
feel me?
can't do that. Yeah, he can't
He
just do
can't.
that.
Yeah,
You get
facts.
sued like that.
Yeah, trying to
Yeah, I got
terminate
you.
your contract before it's over. But
So
listen, like
that's
I
it.
said earlier about B Norm, bro. B Norm today, you feel me? Like niggas can't hate on him. You feel me? He did his thing today. You feel me? He did his thing today. He ain't playing with that boy.
Niggas hate on his dad, man. That's all I'm saying, bro. Niggas hate on his dad.
But listen, at the end of the day, as a dad, yeah, he talk shit, yeah, he pop shit, but at the end of the day, bro, that's his motherfucking son. You feel me? And as a parent, you if you believe in your son, go ahead, nigga, pop your shit. You feel me? But like to a thin line, like where you could cross the line. But bro, his dad talking shit. Let his dad talk shit. You
See,
feel me?
the
His
problem
son,
is, Chef, is nobody is saying Brian Norman Jr. is trash. Ain't nobody
yeah.
saying he not good. Ain't nobody saying he not dangerous. All we said is he ducked Jerron Ennis. He didn't take the fight.
I believe
That's
that.
all we
Yeah, I believe
said.
that. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that too, because he could have fought him two. He could have fought him 2 times. You feel me?
We're not saying
But,
Rolly Romero, he gonna knock out Brian Norman Jr. Devin Haney, he'll beat the hell out of Brian Norman. We're not saying that. Mario Barrios will run through Brian Norman. We're not saying none of that.
nah.
We saying that he didn't want to come to Philly, but he could go to Japan and take a 12-hour fight and fight at 6 a.m. That's all.
Well, AD, you know what Coach Rob, strength and conditioning Coach Rob, you know what he say?
What he say?
Talk to me.
He say that hospital bills is real expensive, man.
They is.
Oh my God.
That's what I heard. I heard that. Hospital bills cost. You know?
How y'all?
And ask Keyshawn, hold on, Chef, and ask Keyshawn. After you get a Philly ass whooping, you kind of never be the same. Ask Oscar. I'm just saying, dog. I'm just saying.
Shit different, huh?
Those Philly ass whoopings get a little different. Look at the Kansas City Chiefs. Look at the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Oh.
Bird gang.
Hey, so what's next? So what's next for B Norm? What y'all want to see B Norm do next? And let's not say Boots because we know Boots 54. Let's talk 47. What y'all want next for B Norm?
I would like to see, if he had 47, I would like to see Rashidi Ellis.
Unify. I'm not getting off of this. Unify. Do what you say you're going to do.
With who? With who, Ding?
Well, who though, Ding?
After this, Mario Barrios about to fight and line up perfectly. After
Bro, he not
Barrios
fighting
do what he do,
bro,
go
Mario
fight
Barrios ain't
Barrios
fighting
ass.
nobody, bro. He not fighting nobody, bro.
Then why we not having panels holding Barrios accountable?
Because Barrios
I'm not mad at holding Barrios accountable.
Barrios be quiet. That's why, not that he ain't wrong, but he be quiet.
And guess what, EH? And that's my problem. You see what I was saying earlier about being quiet? All of that bullshit. Yeah, that's my goddamn problem right there.
Yeah, but Barrios is lit though.
Look at Loma.
Barrios don't care because he can ready to fight Pacquiao.
Yeah, Barrios
he get ready to fight Pacquiao. He don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
man, he about to fight. Man, Pacquiao about to get his AARP card. I don't want to hear that.
Yeah, Dean, but listen, Dean.
Pacquiao about to cash out his life insurance.
Yeah, Dean, but say what you want. That fight might do shit. 300K, 200K. You feel me?
Do Pacquiao got grandchildren?
It will.
Yeah, Pacquiao. Yeah, of course, Pacquiao. I don't know. I don't know if his kids is fucking or not.
Go there and fight Pop.
But listen, Pacquiao could fuck around and beat Barrios. I'm gonna keep it on it.
And then that approved that all them people that was talking about our man Boots, that was all bullshit, because if Pacquiao go in there and beat Mario Barrios, then you would have to admit the reason why he left 154 and he's not ducking, because clearly Mario Barrios did not want to fight him. And clearly,
you know what,
Brian,
that ain't even
who's saying Boots is
a conversation no more though. Boots at 154, it is what it is. Because he about to go at 154. That shit ain't all that shit come up. That shit is so.
Who is saying Boots is ducking?
Nigga, Boots ain't ducking. We
oh
know
man, you ain't heard? People talking about he ducking Tio now.
Come on, man.
That's casual fans, man.
We ain't even gotta waste time on that, because right now, Tio.
They say he ducking your mans.
Who?
Brian Norman.
He ain't ducking B Norm, man. It is. I'm a fan of B Norm. I'm gonna keep it real. He ain't ducking B Norm.
Virgil Ortiz. Now Virgil Ortiz get hurt, and everybody still say Boots ducking Virgil Ortiz. I don't know how you do that, but okay. Hey, reach out to the man just so y'all know.
Since you just brought up that situation,
I'm here.
Boots said that he didn't even know Virgil Ortiz was on the table. He said the teams got in the situation.
Yeah, because sometimes they be having these conversations, without, you feel me, without the fighter there
That's what
present,
I
you
was
feel me?
trying to say earlier.
Yeah.
That's been,
Eddie,
listen, that's
but listen, Eddie Hearn did that shit. He did. But guess what? He Ennis corrected that shit. That's what I was saying to you earlier. If something
Okay,
like that
okay.
happened once, you could be like, damn. But after he fought Stanley Onis and they was asking Eddie all them questions, listen to how Eddie was asking them questions. He wasn't making no fucking commitments. Because I bet you Bozy probably told him, Eddie, keep your fucking mouth shut, bro.
You know he
We
did.
gonna sit
You
down and
know he
talk about
did.
what we gonna do. That's what I'm telling you. As a team, the leader of the team got to correct something when it go wrong. We ain't saying something might not go wrong, but Norman Sr. is constantly talking. So Top Rank must be telling him, yeah, go out there and create a buzz.
Yeah,
of
of
course,
course, of
of course,
course,
of course they tell him,
of course.
of
Listen,
course.
so Brian Norman Jr. got to accept the fact that you causing a buzz off of Boots' name, but we really ain't going to put up the money to fight him because we know you're going to lose the belt. That's what's
Yeah, but
happening, bro.
But that's
That's
his
what's
team,
happening.
that's
though. That's
true.
his
That's true,
team.
EH. That's true.
You cannot separate yourself from your team, bro, when they do something that you don't like. That's what
Facts.
I
I'm
don't
trying
know,
to tell
But
man.
you.
That's what
listen,
I
we
If
was
you
can't.
don't
I don't
saying.
know,
correct it,
man.
you condone
That's
I
it.
what
don't
I
know,
was
man.
saying.
I don't
But
know.
but but
No,
but but
you
but, but
do
we
know.
can't.
People ain't
You
got
do
that
know.
pool like that. People don't got that
Hey,
pool like that,
4K, hey,
though.
4K, me and you 4K, if me and you getting money together and I'm going out sticking up niggas, guess what? The stick up boys about to come get both of us, nigga, because they know we a team. Stop that
Bro,
shit.
people ain't got
Stop it,
pool like
bro.
that,
Stop
bro.
it.
People ain't got pool
Hey,
like that.
4K, you mean you ain't got pool in your own career?
People ain't got pool like that.
You
Listen, but
making
listen,
up,
we
you
don't.
making
But
up,
listen,
you making up shit
He
now.
can't
You
tell his
making up
dad,
shit now,
hey
4K.
dad, hey dad,
You just
stop
making up
going
stuff
out there
now.
lying.
nah. But Dean, listen, Dean, we don't know. We don't know what B Norm Jr. telling his dad. Feel me? Like behind closed doors. Listen, B Norm Jr. He could be with the shits. He could be with all that shit. You feel me?
He
He
gotta
I'm
is
a
be
with
with
it.
He
it.
he
Yes,
could be, he
he
could
gotta
not
be
be. We don't
with it.
know.
Yeah,
He
he
gotta
with the
be with
shits.
it.
Bro. Listen,
He is with it.
it's just like Devin
Oh,
Haney and his
Bill, he
pops, man.
is
Bill
with it.
Haney do all the motherfucking talking. He do all the motherfucking selling. You feel me? And Devin get in the motherfucking ring and do what he do. You feel me? So listen, that Brian Norman Jr. and Boots fight, that shit just went to a whole nother level. I'm not gonna lie. You feel me? I'm not
No,
gonna
it
lie.
did. It
That
definitely
shit,
did, though.
that shit, that listen, that shit is like what's the fight we want to see? That's like on a that's like in the works. Let me see. What's a good?
Mm,
I don't know, but
The
that shit,
problem is he not going to 154.
that
nah,
nigga
he
look big
not.
ass. That nigga look big ass shit tonight. Pause. But this morning,
Listen,
whatever
I'm
that
just
was.
saying what his
Nah,
daddy said.
Sasaki came up from 140 though, so ain't.
I'm
So
just saying what
Sasaki,
his daddy
Sasaki's
said.
just small. You saying?
Yeah, he came up from 140. He did look big, but I think he
But
could.
but 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 but, but did y'all see B Norm Jr. at the weigh-ins? His face was kind of sunk in too.
Nah, I ain't watched the weigh-ins,
Listen,
but
his
he.
team, like his team. All I know is he ain't said nothing about going to 154.
Okay,
He's
question in. So, what if they do fight at 154? Is it still like a duck or like what? So,
If they fight,
nah.
they fight. You don't you. Virgil Ortiz ducked Jerron Ennis at 147. His team said they need 48 months for Jerron Ennis.
I mean, his team did say that.
No, no.
He did say
Who said that, Virgil?
Yeah,
that.
Virgil team said that at 147.
But but I thought Virgil team just said that he didn't want to fight Bakram because of something else too, because he was
He's
injured or
supposed to be
something.
injured right now. That's what they
Yeah.
say.
Listen,
Listen, man.
if your team say something, you said it unless you come out and publicly renounce it. That's
Yep.
it's just so simple, bro. It ain't you can't make up shit 4K, try to make up a scenario. Oh, I don't know
I
about
ain't
that.
no,
No,
I ain't
you
making up no
do know.
scenario. I'm not making up
You
no
do know
scenario,
about
bro.
that. So anything that Team Norman
No
say,
scenario.
if Brian Norman Jr. don't come out and renounce it and say, no, that's not,
Nah.
I don't agree with that. I don't, it's facts. And that's for any
No, that's
team.
fine to me.
I don't
I
care
ain't.
who it is.
But I
You
Listen,
ain't
got to
making no.
hold
I'm
on.
correct
not
that
making
shit.
up no scenario,
Hold,
man.
You got to
That's
correct
just what
that
I
shit. If
think.
you
That's
don't
just what I
correct
think.
it, no, if you don't correct it, then you condoning it.
exactly. That's 100. That's
That's
100.
stupid.
That's
It's
100.
that
That's
stupid, bro.
law. That's law. That's
I'm
law.
not
If you
mad
don't,
at it.
Hey,
if
I'm
hey,
you
not
don't,
Jeff.
mad at it.
Hey,
I'm not mad at it.
Jeff,
yeah,
what you think about? Because this is what I want to see. I want to see Africa versus Russell, but I want Russell to
Jeez,
get his rematch with Peo first.
jeez.
But I want to see Africa and Russell, bro. I think that's gonna be a test for Africa.
Listen, is
Sheesh.
I
what I
want to see
think,
that.
what I think. But hold on, cause somebody in the chat said we can't gas B Norm knockout, bro. I'm not me personally. I'm not gassing the B Norm knockout. I said earlier, I'm just giving B Norm credit because I never seen him. I never see him fight that kind of style. Usually, I see B Norm, rushing into shots, smothering the shots, just like a motherfucking bull. Pause. You feel me? I'm not gassing the knockout, but I'm not gonna sit up here and say, oh yeah. He didn't kind of impress me today because I ain't gonna lie, he did kind of impress me. He stayed poised, he stayed behind that jab, and he wasn't rushing his shots. You feel me? I'm not hating on the motherfucker. You feel me?
But Chef, you know what though? See, they didn't put themselves under the spotlight, so every little thing they do, good or bad, people gonna critique it. Like I'm not gonna say, I mean, it was a good win. I'm just gonna say it was a good win. On to the next, because
Yeah,
I wasn't really impressed with the opponent when I seen him get in there, and I see he didn't really have no skills. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not taking nothing away from him, but I do want to see him fight like a Rashidi Ellis type of talent. I
yeah.
gotta put him in it with somebody that got like an amateur pedigree, amateur background, got some skills and some training. You know what I mean? Like I gotta see a good American fighter, to be honest with
Yeah,
you.
I
He ain't
feel
gonna
you.
fight.
I feel you. But what I'm sorry, but listen, I feel you. But what I'm saying is, you said you wasn't impressed with the opponent, right?
Right.
But was you impressed with his performance and how he fought the fight? You
Yeah,
feel me?
no, listen, he did what he was supposed to do with that opponent. He got him out there, and he probably could have got him out there early, but like you said, he was working on shit. No,
That's
he
all
did what
I'm.
he was supposed to do. Yeah, he did
That's
what he
all.
was supposed to do.
That's all I'm saying. I'm just giving a young nigga the credit for how he fought that fight. You feel me? Like
But
I
yeah,
said,
that shit looked like a sparring match, to be honest
he
with
be he know him usually be in there. Like I said, rushing shit, getting all kind of shit, bro. He stayed composed even when he got hit, bro. He stayed composed. And listen, usually we see B Norm on the front foot. He was on the back foot a lot in that fight. You feel me? He was on the back foot a lot in that fight. But
you.
all I'm
He
saying,
was working on shit. He was working on
and
shit.
I and I like that. You feel
You
me?
heard what the man said in the corner. All right, man, get him out of here. Let's get
He
out of
got
there.
some he got some rounds there. Cause remember his last fight only went like 3-4 rounds. You feel me? So in
Yeah.
this fight got listen, the opponent wasn't that good, but what I'm saying is I like the way the nigga fought today. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, if he go out and go against Polanco and beat Polanco, and that's gonna be some.
Bro,
I
listen,
think.
that'd be a good ass fight. And somebody said that Polanco moved from
Yeah,
140 to
Yeah.
147. He's
I gotta
promised
give
being
him
on the
credit
two
for
fights.
Polanco because I like
Top rank,
Polanco. Even
both of
though
their
Yeah.
Polanco's
number
young,
bucket.
I still gotta give you credit for Polanco because
Now they
Polanco,
they 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 both
Polanco good.
young. They both young.
Yeah, I ain't
I
gonna lie.
bet
I like Polanco though.
that's the only
Yeah.
fight I see happening. Only because Polanco with top rank. That's the only fight I can see happening.
No, that's a
No,
good one
no,
though.
no,
That's a
no. What
good
about Tio? What about Tio? Because Tio the 140.
Man,
He could challenge. He could use his challenge status and challenge beating on. This would be a
he
good time.
could,
This would be a good time for Tio to do that.
but I don't see Tio doing that.
I'm not saying he will, but I'm just saying this would be a
I
good
like, I
time.
like that'd be a good fight. I think that'd be a good fight. I think Norman will get him out of there though. Tio, he got all the skills and everything, but I just think he's too small.
I hate even talking about that dude. He a fucking clown.
Yeah, I don't
No, no,
like
no,
talking
no, no.
about him either.
I'm not giving him no. I'm not giving him no shine. Edge.
I don't
You
want
right.
him to make. I don't want him to make no money.
No, no, no. I feel you.
I want Polanco or Rashidi Ellis or some other. And it ain't
Hey,
got to be necessarily be 147 pounder that we know. I just want it to be somebody. If I check their background, it's like, okay, yeah, this person got, they got some skills, especially, got a good amateur background. You know what
yeah,
I'm saying, with a good trainer. I just
Yeah,
want to see him in there with a really skilled fighter. Like Santillion was a good win. That was a good win.
that
You
was a
know
good
what
I
I
one.
mean?
think I
I
think that was
don't
his
like.
best win.
I'm gonna
That was his
tell you
best
what I
win.
don't. I'm gonna tell you what I don't like. I don't like it when guys get a good win or two, and then it's just like they sticking their chest out like, yeah, I've arrived. No, you have to consistently be good fighters over the course of your career, and that's why I'm not mad at this dispensation of time that we in boxing. If a guy fight twice a year, if you fight twice a year, but you fighting top tier, I'm with that. You can fight 3, 4, 5 times a year if you fighting lower tier guys, especially if you're trying to extend the career, because we got enough fighters out here right now. We got enough good fighters out here that if guys only fought twice a year, we still could get cards every week. It ain't just the 15 or 20 fighters that we always talking about that's fighting, man. You know what I'm saying? We put these guys under pressure, but we want to see them fight every 2 and 3 months. Sometimes your body can't take it. Some of our best fighters had to go take breaks, man. Motherfucking body breakdown. Then when a guy get in there and don't look like he's supposed to look, we start criticizing. That's what I think happened to Caleb Plant. And I'm not really a Caleb Plant fan, but I know what that motherfucker could do. He probably need a fucking rest, bro. This nigga been fighting.
No, but listen, Plant, he ain't fight. He ain't fighting a minute though. He ain't fighting a minute though. But listen, I do understand what you're saying because I think those fights that Plant had before the last fight, that shit took a lot out of him. You feel me? The Canelo, the Benavidez, the motherfucker Morrell. You feel me? The McCumbies. Those was full wars back to back. You feel me? So I understand what you're saying. Yeah. I understand what you're saying about that, EH. And what you said, EH, what you said about how, like, when a nigga, like, get a win, you feel me, and they be excited, EH, you gotta remember, in boxing, we don't get to see these fighters often. So when they get that big win, that shit is like, to them is like, I'm not saying it's everything, but it means a lot, EH, because we don't get to see these fighters all the time, and these niggas, they just went through a 8-week camp or 12-week camp. After they get that big win, they ready to celebrate and feel good about themselves.
I'm gonna tell you something too. I'm gonna tell you something. As much as these guys like Floyd, see, they like the jury and the cars and the flashy shit and the shit talking. You know what I mean? But see, this is the other side of it. And Floyd said this: when these guys make $1 million, $2 million, $3 million, they get comfortable. He said, "I never stopped being hungry, man. I want it all." And if you ever talk to any of these young guys that was in camp with Floyd, they be like, "Man, this motherfucker be working like he broke." See, these guys, man, they really don't. They don't, but exactly. And that's what I'm saying. Like, they want the accolades, they want all of this shit, but they don't want to put the fucking work in, bro. And that's the problem. That's what I'm telling you, bro.
Of course, because you gotta remember, it's not just in boxing, bro. It's in life, just in general. Everybody emulates the final product, but nobody sees the grind in between. You feel me? Everybody, they want to be like Floyd when Floyd got the money, and Floyd was, with the cars and with the houses, with the cribs. He was doing all that shit. That's what everybody emulate, but they don't know what Floyd had to do. You feel me? To get there. Everybody emulates the finished product, but nobody sees the shit that happens in between.
Hey, who the best at 147 right now?
Who the best what?
Who the best at 147 right now?
Right now, gotta be Brian Norman because motherfucking Boots left.
He's B Norm, man, but that I feel
can't nobody say it's not him. You can't, because you think about it, who's at 47 right now.
Exactly. That's really what I'm saying. Like, ain't nobody there for real.
And Brian Norman's name is the biggest right now because it was attached to Boots. You feel me? Just like how Boots' name was attached to Earl and motherfucking Bud. That's just how the game go. Whether you like it or not. When you making noise and you fighting and you fucking up people and you coming up, they gonna attach you to somebody. That just come with the game. If you don't like it, don't be in the motherfucking sport. That just come with it.
And Boots actually wanted those fights, though. He actually would have fought Earl or Bud.
Of course. We know that.
Boots ain't ducking. And Boots would have took whatever money because he wanted them belts.
Yeah, Boots. Listen. We're not gonna sit up here. We're not gonna sit up here and say, "Oh, if Boots was offered the fight, he wouldn't take it." That's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying, Boots' name was attached to Buzz. Boots' name was. You feel me? That come.
Sonny, listen. Muhammad Ali went to Sonny Liston's house. So that's what I'm saying. It ain't no such thing as clout chasing when you calling out somebody in division you want to fight.
The 60s, man.
No, I'm talking about the consistency of calling out opponents in your division. That's always been involved. So that's not clout chasing when you calling out people in your division. But when you somebody that's at 140 and you calling out Tank and you calling out Boots and before you was calling out Bud, that's clout chasing. Because you really don't want to fight none of them.
Yeah, that's different. That's some other shit.
That's the difference. That's the difference.
Yeah, that's some other shit. But back to the question. I think it's beating on the best at 147. I don't know what y'all think in the chat. Y'all can write who y'all think is the best, but I think it's beating
There's
on right now.
nobody else there. There's nobody else there but him and Barrios. Of course, he's the best. There's nobody else there.
It's you got Alexis Rocha.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
got
who else? Devin just moved up. Rolly just moved up. Ryan just moved up.
those guys moving up, man. You got Karen. You got guys like that.
Well. I mean, we saying the best, but was the last fight with Devin and Ramirez, was that at 47 or 40?
44.
44, yeah. He ain't
But
even
Yeah,
really go 44.
Rolly and Ryan was at 47.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, Brian Norman's still the best. I mean, them guys ain't really proved nothing there. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You can't say they the best. He the best, and he a
But
belt holder, so they gotta go take the belt.
and be norm, he knocking shit out. He's stopping shit. You feel me? It's not like he in there. I know y'all said he was a tomato can, but it's not like he in there with the tomato can and he going 12 rounds. You feel me? Like I said,
True,
I
true,
Right,
don't
true.
right.
know.
No, I mean, he did his thing there. You can't take nothing away from him. He did his thing. Like these other guys, they got to come up there and fight those guys. They got to come in there and fight Karen, fight Stanionis, and if you beat them, then we can say, okay, you the best. Or at least you at least tie with Brian Norman. Now y'all gotta fight for the belt. Or if you feel like you can just come straight in and fight for the belt, you know what I'm saying? And the fucked up thing about it is, there's so much business in between these fighters. We might not even get a chance to see it. But you gotta get
Thanks.
Yeah, because a lot of times it
because he
don't be
there
the
with the
fighters.
belt and been fighting there. You know
I
They
think
be
it's
the
only two
so
guys that'll give Norman a run for his money.
who that? Who you think?
Just Karen and Polanco. Those are the only two I can really see.
Karen and Parker?
Yeah.
you don't think Stanionis?
Nah. Stanley Otis, he stand in front of you too much. Yeah, he gonna
Oh
get
no,
hit.
I think no. I ain't going front. I think Stanionis and B Norm would be a good fight. I really do.
I mean, I think it'll be a good fight, but I don't think he's gonna give him a run for his money though. Like I don't.
I'm trying to think who else. Who else is at 47?
I honestly see him stop. I see him stopping Stanionis.
What about that dude who fought last week? What's his nigga name? Like Tiger Johnson or something? How him and B Norm look at 47?
Bro, Tiger ain't got it to
I
me.
don't
Tiger ain't got it,
think I'm ready for B Norm.
I don't
I
know.
don't think
I think
Tiger's ready
Tiger
for
should.
B Norm.
I think Tiger should go to 140, bro. He looks a little light for 47.
Nah, Tiger, he
He
got a
can't.
good
No, he
style.
can't make 140. Do you know
Nah,
that
bro. He
Tiger
can.
has
He
never
can
made
make
140?
40.
For
No,
He not
listen to
being
me.
disciplined, bro.
Listen to me. Whatever it is, he's never made 140. When he was fighting at 140, he wasn't making it. He was making 141, 142. Go look at all them fights. He never made 140, bro. Now, I knew he was going to have to come up to 47 soon, but I knew he wasn't going to come because Boots was up there. Same way I knew
Y'all
Brandon
think?
Lee wasn't going to come up to 40 until Boots left.
Nah, I think Tiger got a good style to give Norman problems, but
You think so?
yeah, he do, but he don't
Yeah.
pull the trigger enough.
Yeah, exactly. Tiger got more
Yeah.
tools in the tool bag, but he don't know how to pull them out. He
Yeah, he don't
hesitates
pull the
with
trigger.
pulling them out, and you
Has
can't
he?
be in there. You can't be in there with Brian Norman doing that shit. Brian Norman knock your fucking head off. You hesitate.
Has
He
Tiger
can't.
always been like? Has Tiger always been like that? I haven't watched a whole
Yup,
bunch of his
Yeah,
fights.
he always been
yup,
like he
yup,
had one
yup.
fight. He had one fight where he pulled the trigger and knocked the dude out. But ever since like that's the only fight of his career where he just didn't I don't
It's
know,
just
he
like,
just don't
yo,
pull the
it's
trigger.
just like he know what to do when he in there, but he just
Uh-huh.
be so hesitant. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like
It's like he ain't confident.
his coach would be in the corner screaming, "Let your hands go!" Wait, like he be giving him instructions when he come back to the corner, and it's like be looking at them in the corner. It's like the big brother talking to the little brother, and the little brother just tuning him out. He ain't just tuning him out. I swear between them
Your shit going in and out,
because I
EH.
think his coach is a good coach. Giving him damn
Yeah,
again.
Tiger, he don't pull the trigger enough, man.
I
And
can hear you. I can hear you now.
he don't really like listening to a coach.
It came
Yeah,
back on up there by Kansas City. I ain't getting no fucking
the
good
coach,
reception.
bro. The last fight I seen, the coach was giving some. The coach was giving some good. Was giving some good instructions from what I was hearing. I
Yeah,
was like,
Yeah, no, he do. He
somebody
damn good coach.
somebody said Tiger just scared. Somebody said Tiger's scared to get knocked out. Tiger's safety first cat.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. That may be what it is. but the talent is there, man. He just, you know what I mean? Like, he just.
How y'all think Devin Haney and B Norm look?
That'd be a good fight. That'd be a good
That's a
fight.
good fight.
I think it'll be a hard fight. It just depends how Devin Haney come.
It depends
But
when Devin comes, right?
To be honest, this is what I was trying to say earlier, man.
What y'all think in the chat? Go ahead, listen.
This is what I was trying to say earlier. Dev last fight, he was listening to his dad. That was the strategy. You could tell that was the strategy. We can't just go off his last fight. We got to go off his whole body of work. His next fight, then we can talk about how bad or how good he looked. But against what's his name, Ramirez,
yeah.
That was his strategy. Even Bill came out was like, shit. I told him to do that shit.
I agree. I agree 1,000%. I think they was just like, let's get through this so we can get to that rematch.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? That's what I think. Is like you said, his whole body of work. Motherfuckers want to beat him up about one fight. Damn. But I'm telling you, bro, that shit is exclusive to black fighters, bro. And black people, we do it to each other. I'm like, damn, okay, a motherfucker had one little job ass performance.
That's what I was trying to say earlier. It's like you can't really be mad, like, cause he listening to his dad. How you mad? He listening to his dad got him undisputed.
So
to his dad.
So y'all think Devin just fought that way mostly just to get through the fight so I can make it to Ryan and get that big bag.
Get the rematch. And not just the bag, he want to get his revenge. Because he gonna have to come in clean this time. And look what happened. He came in clean and looked like shit. Bro, this shit is playing out in front of our fucking face, bro.
Yeah,
the facts is there. Like, it's happening. It's unfolding in front of our eyes. Anybody that say anything other than that, you either I don't know, you just a hater, bro. Like that shit.
Yeah,
We looking at it.
You can't move that much without training for it. So they damn sure train for that type of fight.
Hey, 4K, look. Boots fought Karen the first time. Devin fought Ramirez. In both fights, the winner in one fight moved around. The loser in one fight moved around. But they all criticized the black fighter.
Facts.
No, nobody said, damn, man, Ramirez needs to learn how to cut the ring off. But when Boots fought Karen, Karen was moving all around, they was like, man, Boots don't know how to cut the ring off. I'm like, damn, that's
but you know why though?
No, but they was no. I ain't gonna lie, they was saying that about Ramirez though too, y'all. They was saying that.
I heard more Devin hate than I heard.
Yeah, me too. Me too. No, me too.
I didn't hear nothing about Ramirez at all from nobody. I'm not saying nobody didn't say it, but the majority of that shit was talking about that.
That's true. You know why though? You know why?
Because he black.
And he got more fans. Both they go hand in hand. He got more fans and he black.
And because his daddy, and because what happened with Ryan Garcia. You feel me? Devin get a lot of you get a lot of hate. I'm gonna be honest.
Y'all watch basketball
every day. Come on, watch it.
How long you been watching basketball?
I'm 30. I'll be 32 in a couple of months. So probably since I was like 5.
Okay, so you've been watching all your life. Have you seen the game change?
Of course.
For sure.
Why do you think that is? Because I got my hypothesis. I might be right. I might be wrong. Why do you think the game
to get more fans?
No, I'm talking about what have you seen in the game that's changed?
Oh,
a lot has changed from how listen, Ed, from how physical the game could be back then. You said why?
Yeah, why?
Why what? Why?
Because you said exactly what I was going to say. No, you said how physical the game was. Why? Yeah. Why? Why do you think that has changed?
Well, I feel like it changed when a nigga like Michael Jordan came in the league, right? And he was the league's prize. He was like the league prize possession. You feel me? He was the one. And when the bad boys was fucking them up, they came out with the Jordan rules, almost like you can't touch him. Like if you touch him, it's a foul. You feel me? And the league. And it's almost like with Caitlin Clark. I don't know if y'all watch WNBA, but it's like with her. It's like she's like the prize possession right now. You feel me? It's like you hit her, you hurt her. They not with this shit. But what I think the game has it got less physical. But Edge, why you think it's not think it's not?
But listen, and I haven't watched basketball since back then. But look, football is the same way. one thing that I know about basketball, because I haven't really been paying attention that much to football, but just watching basketball from a casual standpoint, there's a lot of Euro players in the game now.
Uh-huh.
And a lot of those Euro players, bro, the way I see the game designed now, them motherfuckers wouldn't have been able to play in the league 20, 25 years ago.
Who?
I'm telling you, they tailor make this league for dudes like Doncic and all them.
I'm saying
That's how I look
who
at
won't be able to play, EH? Who won't be able to play?
the Euro players.
Why?
Too physical, bro.
No, EH, you
I
wrong. EH,
want,
let me tell you,
but
hold on,
listen,
let me tell you why. The the, the,
go
the,
ahead.
the Euro League EH is way more physical than the NBA. Way more, way more, way more, EH. And they'll tell you, listen, it's almost like when you watch the Olympics, the Olympic style of play is way more physical than the NBA. Way more. Way more,
Okay.
EH. Way more, bro. I swear
Okay.
to you. I swear to you.
All right, maybe I'm wrong. I don't disagree with you about the Jordan rule though. That's for real, because Jordan was a rock star. You know what I mean? Like that,
Yeah.
he had transcended basketball. You know what I mean? So it's like wherever he went, they knew it was gonna be a fucking sellout because Michael Jordan was there. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. Like I was watching the games last year, and I was watching, because I used to just before I even knew who the fuck he was, and I live in Dallas. You know what I'm saying? I was hearing all this Luka shit, but I wasn't really watching basketball like that. But I actually watched the games last year, and I was just watching certain things, and I'm just like, and then when they got rid of him, like my man was telling me, like, yeah, man, they traded Luka. Woo, woo. I was like, bro, if you listen to the general manager, and the general manager, he's either the general manager or assistant general manager, it's a black dude too. He's like, bro,
Yeah.
he said, dude, and I'm paraphrasing, but he said, like, dude,
Nigga
if
not
he
in
don't
shape.
exactly, he was like, man, if he don't
Yeah.
want to do right and go to his
Nah.
therapy and do all the shit that
Nah.
he needs to do, and like
Yeah.
people was acting like they were so surprised. I was like, yo, did you read? Did you read the fucking statement? Like, you ain't gonna. I don't give a fuck how good he is or whatever. You gonna get rid of a motherfucker like that because he gonna drain the franchise of money, and then with him being so young and he not taking care of himself, that nigga gonna be out the league in about 3 or 4 years. Watch, because he
No, no,
gonna
no,
be
no, no.
away.
Nah, his talent gonna always keep him in the league. But your first point is right because they got rid of his ass because they're like, yo, this nigga up for contract this summer. We not about to get this nigga 300 million. He got bad habits. He don't eat right. He don't train right. You feel me? Yeah, yeah. He
No,
could
but
get you.
bro,
He could
bro,
get you there, but he
Chef,
can't. He can't.
listen, Chef. I'm not saying that like they gonna fire him or he gonna quit the league or nothing like that. I'm telling you, he gonna get hurt and he's not gonna be able to heal because he's not gonna
Oh,
control his
okay.
body.
I
They
see what you're
see
saying.
my opponent. They see,
Yeah,
bro. When you get any, bro, I got my motherfucking teeth pulled.
yeah.
When I got my teeth pulled, all I got was some teeth taken out my mouth. My dentist was adamant about. She was like, Mr. Harris, do you work out? I was like, yeah. She was like, stay out of the gym. Let yourself heal. She was like, I know you might think it's a small thing, but she was like, you just had surgery. She was like, I'm telling you, bro. And these dudes was running up and down the court, banging, falling on their knees and shit like that, bro.
Yeah,
When you
facts.
get injured, you gotta eat properly and you gotta rehab properly. And you
Yeah,
especially
facts.
gotta eat because food is nutrition. If you're not getting the proper nutrition, your muscles and your tissues ain't gonna be able to repair. Why you think LeBron spent so much money on his body?
Nigga spent over $1 million a year on his body. He don't fuck
You see
around.
what I'm saying? Like he like I'm the fucking I'm the product. I'm the
I'm the
property.
product. I'm the
I gotta,
prize.
you know what I mean? Yeah, I gotta take care of this machine. This machine is pumping out the motherfucking product. Like, you know what I mean? And for him not to do that, to me too, that shows a lot of arrogance.
Of course, of course. You gotta
Yeah.
remember because when he was overseas in a Euro League, he didn't, he was the man. You gotta remember, Luca been a professional basketball player since he was 16. You feel me? So it's like you a young kid. They kind of like pampering you. Telling you, man, don't worry about it. You good. Your talent gonna take you here. Your talent gonna take you there. But your talent gonna only take you so far. You feel me? It can only take you so far. It's gonna come to a day when you're gonna have to really, start eating right, taking care of your body, because as you get older, your body don't get no younger. You feel me? But on another topic, I don't know if niggas asked about the fight this weekend with trucking what's the nigga he fighting? Jihad. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. That's gonna be a good rumble. I'm not gonna lie.
Who you like?
I like Truck. You feel me? I like Truck. You know, I watched a lot of Truck fights. You know, Truck came out of the amateurs. His record was like 100 and something and like four. You feel me? Killing shit,
Right.
killing shit at nationals. You know, I like Truck, but I feel like Truck is not busy enough. You feel me? I feel like Jihad, Jihad. You know, he be popping that jab. You know, he got quick hands. Only thing about Jihad I don't like, he's always like leaning over he's always like leaning over his over his feet. You feel me? It's like
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
he crosses and Jihad crosses feet a lot when he in the ring. And
Uh-huh.
I know that's not I know that's bad in boxing, but I ain't gonna lie, I think it's a 50-50 fight. I think I can see both guys winning. You feel me? I'm not gonna lie. I think this fight I think this fight had the magnitude to be like on a bigger card. You feel me?
Now, but that's for us because we boxing heads. Now I'm gonna tell you, I got it 50-50, but if you was twisting my arm,
Uh huh.
I would be leaning toward your high for one reason. And I'm
Wow.
not sure about this, but this is just from what I know.
Okay.
Truck hasn't been as busy as Jahai lately. When was Truck last fight?
I don't know. Somebody got to go on box track right now and look it up. I'm not sure. I'm not
Yeah,
sure
I
how
ain't got a
busy.
chance to look it up on BoxRec yet, but
Yeah.
yeah, that's the only reason why I would because Jahai, I've seen his last
Oh,
couple of fights, and I know he's been busy, and like you said, he's busy in the ring. Like Jahai
yeah.
throwing
He's
punches, you know
real.
what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
he
Jihad.
moving around.
Yeah.
So if if,
Yeah.
if 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 Truck hasn't been busy, that awkward style of Jahai might throw him off, and he might just be trying to sit to catch you with a couple of shots. But Jahai ain't no chump. You know what I'm saying? But
But
that's a good fight. I'm excited about that fight, bro. That's one I'm looking forward to because
me too.
I like both
And
young boys.
and they claim they spar with each other, a couple of times. So I don't know. I don't know who that's gonna factor more, but they spar. Listen, I think the press conference is today, right? Or is it tomorrow?
What's the day?
Today,
Thursday,
Thursday. I think
Friday,
the press
tomorrow.
conference. Yeah, the press conference today, and I think
Yeah,
the weigh-in tomorrow.
the weigh-in to be tomorrow. Yeah, so yeah, the press conference is today. Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
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 press
yeah.
conference today, weighing tomorrow. But yeah, I ain't gonna lie, Jahai, he is more busier. He is more busy in the ring. I just hope Truck let his hands go. And like I say, he back with Calvin, he back with Kenny. He said Calvin and Kenny is the only ones who can really bring bring that dog out of him. So we gonna see. Cause actually I think Truck last fight was when he fought on overtime and they robbed him. I seen that fight. It was on that overtime boxing
Oh, the
shit.
overtime. All right. See, I ain't catch that. I'm
I
gonna have to
think
go
so.
back and watch it because I ain't catch that one. That's why I said I haven't seen him. You know what I mean? Fighting recently, man. So it's just like I don't know where he at. But he back with Calvin and Kenny. That's a plus, man. That's a
Yeah.
plus. Anybody that's boxing and they serious and you in Baltimore, like Calvin and Kenny, they definitely two motherfuckers to fuck with just
Yeah.
because like they spirit, like they good
Yeah.
dudes, man.
You could
Like you
tell.
know what I
You
mean?
could tell it's
Yeah.
genuine. You feel
Yeah,
me?
they
You could
genuine
tell.
dudes. They good dudes, man. Like they real. Like I met Coach Calvin because I was living in Baltimore. I met Coach Calvin when he first got out. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I'm telling you, he
Yeah.
had a little maroon minivan and he had two boxing gloves on the front, like on the license plate thing. That's what made
Yeah.
me stop because when I seen, I was like, "Bro, you box?" He just started laughing because he didn't
Yeah.
know I wasn't from Baltimore, so I didn't know who he was. And then
Yeah.
we got the rapping and shit. Yeah, he a good dude, man. And he loved them children, man. Like he loved them kids. Like he
Yeah. You could
real,
tell.
bro. Yeah, like he a real dude. So and the motherfuckers know they boxing, man. So it's like Truck should be ready, man. If he back with them, he should be ready, man. I'm excited about that
Yeah,
fight,
I'm not
bro.
gonna lie. I am too. I ain't gonna lie. I'm excited. I'm excited about
I'm
that fight
excited.
because I think, like I said, I think this fight, had this like the spice to be on a bigger card. You feel me? But it's on this card. Like truthfully, I think this is gonna be the fight. I think that fight gonna be the fight of the night. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, me too.
I
Cause I don't know the dude, the bull Vito Melinecky,
yeah
he
he
the
done,
man. I don't
yeah
even
he
know
done,
who the dude is. He fighting, man. They
yeah.
might be setting it up for them to fight because he had 160.
Listen, this fight's at 160 or 168.
Who Vito?
No, trucking.
No, No, trucking a Jahai at 60. I'm saying Vito at 62.
Oh, I thought they was fighting at 68. Oh
No,
wait,
they,
wait. So Vito at 62.
yeah,
So Vito at 60 and Johanna at 60.
yeah.
Oh, so maybe the winner get Vito.
That's what I'm saying. They probably try to
Oh,
set it up like that. Well, the winners, because we don't know if Vito gonna win. I don't know who this dude Vito fight. You know what I'm
they
saying?
probably, they,
I
they,
don't know. I don't know who that dude is unless they just threw him in there with a cupcake.
they probably throwing him in there with somebody and the winner out of this fight. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Jahad and Truck, they both gotta show up. Feel me? They both got listen. Even of course both people can't win. I think even if it's like a close fight, fuck around be a 7-5 or a draw. I think I'm not saying a loss is better than a win, but I just hope they both perform to where they can get more opportunities after this. You feel me? It's like when Tevin Farmer fought Murray Tyler and Zepeda. You feel me? Yeah, he lost, but his performance got him another fight and then got him a rematch, and now he got a fight with Schofield. You feel me? I just hope
Hey, Chuck,
Truck
that's
and
that's what I said earlier, Jeff. I said that earlier. I said if this is a close competitive fight, regardless win,
yeah.
lose, draw, but if it's close and it's competitive, they and they doing their thing, this gonna shoot up the trajectory of their career. I said
Somebody
the
said
same
Vito.
thing.
Somebody
Yeah.
said Vito ain't got it. Vito, I guess they ain't fucking with Vito. But yeah,
Yeah, I'm not that impressed with him either, Jeff. That's why I said they might just throw him in there with a cupcake. Because you never know with Top Rank. They might be trying to get rid of that motherfucker. I don't know. Because he just don't do it for me. He's just like a regular good fighter. He's just regular, bro. Like I don't see nothing extra special with him, man. You know what I'm saying? Him and Troy Isley. I don't see it. I don't see it with them. Him, Troy Isley, Christian and Billy. Like them guys, like they can fight, yeah, but they gonna somebody that got some real skills, bro. I don't think they can compete at the top level. I don't think Christian and Billy beats none of the top 68 pounds. I don't think
yeah,
that, bro.
I feel you.
I don't think that. The only thing with 160 is, Charlo going. So you got Janet Beck and
You
Lyra's
got
still there.
you
You
got
know what I
Lara up
mean?
there, yeah.
Lyra old. Janet Beck might be getting ready to go up. I don't know why he didn't go up to 68 because he had that same shit. He got sick of some shit. Had that same shit. Virgil had. You know what I'm saying? I think something was going on with his weight. Everybody thought he was going up. You know what I'm saying?
I
But
seen I seen earlier they said PBC maybe having fights on ESPN. I'm guessing like after like Top Rank is done with their deal in July. Somebody posted that PBC is I guess is in talks with doing like I guess like a partnership with ESPN.
what news outlet was that on?
Um, I don't remember. I seen on one of them boxing outlets on Instagram. I seen it. I don't know how true it is,
Oh,
but
okay.
but but
It,
but,
it,
but you said what age?
no, go ahead. Go ahead, Chef.
No, I was saying I could believe it because I remember when Bob did an interview, they was asking him future plans, and Bob was talking about like him and like PBC Al Heyman is going to work in the future, so that probably could be the like like what if like yeah Top Rank like maybe in they deal with ESPN, but what if like Bob and Al Heyman come together on a partnership for a new deal with ESPN. Now we getting PBC and Top Rank fights together. You get what I'm saying?
Well, I heard someone talking about Bob saying that he was going to air his fights like card by card. So where when he could put a card together, he would just take it and shop it to like the Zone or ESPN or whoever, like whatever network. You know what I'm saying? He said he was going to do it
Mhm.
card by card. I heard somebody saying that. I don't know because I ain't seen nothing official yet. Like I always wait to see like if I get something from because most of the time, as far as boxing news, I usually get it from ESPN. You know what I
Oh,
mean? Like that's usually where I get my boxing news from because I'm not signed into no other outlets. I gotta probably sign up again for Bleacher Report. I don't know if they still do it, but Bleacher Report, they will come out with like a lot of news articles. You know what
yeah.
I'm saying? Because with the boxing podcast on YouTube, a lot of that shit you
You
can't
don't know
trust.
what He don't know what to believe on that shit.
Yeah,
Everybody, if you ask them, everybody a trainer, everybody's a source, everybody got the info, so you know what to
bro.
believe.
Listen, everybody know about contracts and all that
Yeah,
shit. Bro, listen. I just, if one thing I understand is that, business in America, like when you're trying to get into any business, you got to get in it to learn it.
of
Like,
course.
you know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't, you can't be on the outside looking in talking about, no, cause, nah, bro.
And
If you ain't never did a contract in a particular field, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, man. You just don't. I'm
yeah,
telling you, like, if you ain't never did it, like, that shit no, because one person's contract might not look like another. You know what I'm
no,
saying? Like, that
of
shit
course.
don't, you know what I mean? Unless you've been part of that shit, unless you're a fighter, unless you actually a trainer or manager and you doing it, like, that shit, you don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just don't know. All I know is I be wanting to see fights. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's
Yeah.
all I know. You know
I
what I
want to
mean?
see it. I want to see the good rumbles. We got a good rumble, like I said, coming up this weekend, and then I think following that, we got the that Belinga card, Shakur card. But listen, they got a bunch of fights coming on in one. They got about like I think Shakur and I'm fighting the same day. I think Bam Rodriguez fighting on that same day. Why they got so many? Why they got so many fights happening on July 12th?
Bro,
Is
they got
it's July 12th a
no,
holiday I don't know about or something? It's like a boxing
no,
holiday or something? What the
no, I think
fuck?
it's July 19th, and it's
Oh
Usyk
no.
and Dubois, Bam, and Mario Barrios and Pacquiao. They all happening on July 19th.
Bro,
Yeah,
who idea was that? That stupid ass shit.
but they all different companies, bro. So,
It don't matter. A motherfucker can't stream all three of them bitches at one time. What the fuck?
Chef, you asking the impossible. You asking boxing companies to work together, bro. Don't you know that's impossible?
Shit is crazy. How niggas supposed to stream all this shit and I'm damn sure can't pay for all three of them at one time. What fuck
Bro,
they got going? Fuck they
you got
got
a lot.
going on?
Well, the BAM card, the DAZN card, that's gonna be free. Yeah, and then the other one, I mean, well, if you, I'm assuming that the Usyk and Dubois joint gonna be on the zone. So if you pay for that, you can watch it later on. You know what I mean? And then if you gonna watch the Mario Barrios and
Somebody said they coming on. They coming on early. Oh, so they all not gonna be on at the same time? They all not on the same time. Oh, okay. Respect. My bad.
somebody gonna overlap somebody though. You
Listen.
know what I mean? Because there's so many fights. Then if they got any prelims, somebody gonna overlap somebody. But I don't care about that Pacquiao card. I ain't even worried about that. I'm gonna probably
Nah,
watch.
that's a good card. Ain't you tripping? They got the front door rematch. They got the Pitbull rematch with that nigga who gave Pitbull everything. That's a good card.
Oh
Ain't
yeah,
you tripping?
I do want to see that. I do want to see that. I might watch the replay. I might not pay for that. I definitely want to see the Usyk and Dubois joint. Though. I want Dubois to get that win, man. That's
Dubois
my
might
guy.
Dubois might win.
I think he gonna put up a better fight than he did last time, though, for sure. For sure.
Listen, the
Hey,
next
this is what I wanted to ask you. What you think about the Berlanga Shiraz?
thing about what?
Berlanga versus Shiraz.
Listen, I think Shiraz gonna be better at 168 than he was at 160. That's number one. Is number two. I don't see no fear in Shiraz. I don't know. Maybe because of the first press conference. I'm not sure. But he not. I don't think he's scared of motherfucking Berlanga. Three, I like Berlanga energy. Why? Because he be popping his shit. And I mean his last fight, yeah, he was in there like with a nigga who probably wasn't on his level. We got him up out of there. But I like the fact that Berlanga, keeping that same energy. But I feel like outside of the Canelo fight, this might be Berlanga's toughest opponent. I really can't think of the top of my head, but outside the Canelo fight, I think Shiraz is going to be his toughest opponent. I don't know what y'all think in the comments or down in the chat. Let me know. But what you think, EH?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I just like see. This is a prime example of what I don't like when guys get too fucking media focused. I think the overall experience of Berlanga, I think he can beat Shiraz. You know what I mean? Because Berlanga got a good punch on him. You know what I mean? I think
Beat
he
him,
can beat that dude.
beat him
I
how
think he
though?
can outbox him.
Beat him
I
how
think he
though?
can out. I think he can outbox him and set him up for a knockout. I really do. I think he can do it. Now, will he do it?
You think
Listen,
you think you can outbox him? I don't know.
hell
I,
yeah, hell yeah.
the
Listen, Belanga got the boxing ability, bro. I'm telling you, when I look at Belanga, I see a lot of bullshit distraction outside of the ring. I don't like all
Okay.
that shit for fighters, bro.
Okay.
I don't like that for fighters, man. That's why I'm not a fan of all of that sitting down with media talking and doing. Man, fuck that shit, man.
But
You
but
gotta
but
wait.
not
See,
to cut
listen.
you off. Not to cut you off. You're not a fan of it, right? But you do understand why they do it, right?
No, listen. I understand all of that,
Okay.
but I would just like. I would like the fighters as a whole. I'm not see if you had the Floyd Mayweather ability, bro. Listen, I remember when Lil Wayne was hanging out with Floyd, Lil Wayne and Justin Bieber and all that shit was hanging out with Floyd, you know, during that time, whatever that fight was or whatever. And they was doing the interviews and shit on Showtime, and Lil Wayne was like, now this Lil Wayne, this a rapper, this a nigga that smoke, drink, serve, all that shit. Lil Wayne was like, no, don't know how the fuck Floyd deal with all this confusion around. Floyd is an anomaly. Any of us, bro, any of us that been around a lot of shit, whether you got a big family, a lot of children, and you got to maintain all of that shit, plus you hustling or you got a job, bro, when you a fighter, you have to stay focused. And when you trying to get caught up in all of this media shit, because see, media today is not like media was back in the day. Because back in the day, your media people would set up the time. You go see people, you do interviews. They kind of will work you through some scripts. You might do some little photo shoot shit, and you can get back to the gym. Now it's all day, every day. Because everybody that got a fucking camera think they a journalist. Everybody that got a little podcast or something think they act like they got a network. Like everybody. So now cameras, and then we on here, we get a chance to talk. We giving up our opinion. It's millions of us giving up our opinion, and guess what? Mentally, it affects a lot of fighters. You don't need all of that garbage in your fucking head when you trying to train and go out there and perform in a fight where you are risking your life. So if you can do all the media stuff and still stay focused, more power to you. But if you know you can't, if I see you getting unfocused, I would suggest for you not to do it because you might go out there and get seriously hurt. And when I look at guys like Belanga, Belanga is one of those guys, like he like me. You know, I'm sensitive. You say some crazy shit to me, that shit gonna bother me. So I'm gonna try to do my best not to get involved with no shit where I'm gonna be arguing or you saying crazy shit to me. Like some
Nah.
motherfuckers just not built. That's just like G was talking about. Like somebody was asking him about boots, and G was like, "I'm the type of dude in school. If we snapping on each other, you might snap on me. I snap back on you." He was like, "Man, Boo's the type of dude. If you snap on him, he might be like, yo, stop playing with me, man. If I knock you the fuck out." Like people are just different, and when we try to ask people to be different, we taking them, out of who they are. And the thing is, now if you telling me not doing a whole lot of media is going to affect my bottom line as far as the money, okay, well that's just something I'm gonna have to deal with. I know I'm gonna make more than the average person that's driving a truck or working at the hospital. So I mean, I'm not gonna sacrifice me getting hurt in the ring because people think I need to be out more because they telling me, oh, you get more popular, you get more fans, you sell more pay-per-views. Okay, well, I'm gonna make what I make. Like I don't see why that has to be such a thing. Like I'm not really concerned with that because I know you gonna make your money. Like I can't be concerned with all that. I want to see you go in the ring, perform at your best, and come out safe. That's what I want to see. All the shit about no, you need to be in the media more. No, we can get on here and bid and talk shit and argue and fuss like we do about boxing. I don't need my fighters to do that. We can do that shit. Hopefully we bring in more fans to the sport. They might be on there like, man, them niggas crazy. They be on there. You know what I'm saying? Like I want the fighters, bro. If you can do it, do it. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. That's where I'm at with. I wouldn't tell a guy not to do it. I would just say do what you feel comfortable with. You know what I'm saying? Like I just that's just I'm telling you, man. And with Belanga, I don't because I'm not big on Shiraz. Cause Bang said the same thing. He said he got Shiraz over Belanga too. I think if he don't come in focused, yeah, he gonna get beat. If he come in focused, man, I really believe he can outbox that dude and possibly stop him. If not, he can put him down.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you 100%, EH. And it's like with the Berlanga Shiraz, I'm not sure if Berlanga can outbox Shiraz. I'm not really too sure about that. I don't like. I really don't see like I don't know. I see Berlanga like focus a lot on his power and getting you out of there. I'm not saying he can't box. Look at the level he's at. I just think Berlanga. I think Shiraz will have more of a better chance to outbox Berlanga, and as far as the like his personality is. I'm gonna be real. I don't think Belanga's like you. I don't know Belanga, and I know you from here, but your personality don't seem like Berlanga. Like maybe maybe I could like recognize Berlanga's personality because he's from New York, and everybody from New York is not like that. You feel me? People get that shit. People should get that shit misconstrued. You feel me? Everybody from New York is not the same, but what I'm saying is like the way Berlinga, talks and like and how outspoken he is. That shit sells. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. But we live in the world nowadays where it's like these cell phones, these tablets, these shits is like gold nowadays. Listen, back in the days, you you needed the interviews and the press and the motherfuckers to ask you questions. Nowadays, you don't need the motherfuckers. You feel me? Well, you need them, but you don't need them as much. Nowadays, is the middleman is cut out. You feel me? The middleman is cut out. It's strictly the motherfucking fighter and the motherfucking the promoters, whatever the case may be. I don't need Fight Hub to come and ask me no questions. I just could get on motherfucking. If I'm Boost, I could go right to YSM or I could go right to motherfucking GH and let them motherfucking niggas ask me questions. The fighter doesn't need the interviewers as much as they did back in the days. These phones, these tablets, these Instagrams, these motherfucking Twitches, these streamers. This shit is the new generation and how things is going. And if you in business right now, right? If you in business right now and you not on Instagram, you not on motherfucking TikTok, whatever the case may be. If you not on these streaming platforms, you're gonna have a tough road. Why? Because people they want to. You said you drive trucks, right?
Right.
Okay, so boom, you drive trucks and what you deliver shit, whatever the case may be.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay, cool. So now if I'm coming to do business with you, yeah, you told me you drive trucks, but I want to see the truck. I want to people nowadays they want to see something. You feel me? They want to see the fighter. They want to see the fighter, in the gym. They want to see the pitch. They want to see all. Yeah, just like with me. Like I told you, I got a food truck, right? And but motherfuckers like when they contact me, like for businesses or for caterings, the first thing they ask me, oh, what's your Instagram? What's your social media? Why? Because they want to see how the food looks. They want to see your videos. No, they can't taste the food, but they want to see it. You feel me? And if that shit looks good, okay, we gonna fuck with them. So now what the fighters is, if I'm a promoter or if I'm in boxing and I go to your social media page and I see a motherfucking picture of you, doing some bullshit. I'm like, yo, I thought this nigga was a boxer. Where the boxing gym photos? Where the you hitting the bag? Whatever the case may be, that shit sells, and that's the generation we in, bro. Even like a nigga like Jake Paul, yeah, he may not be a good boxer, whatever the case may be, whatever. But he knows how to grasp an audience. He knows how to
But
get their
but see,
attention.
but Chef, listen to me. Listen to me. I spoke about that earlier before you got on. If you got a fighter right now that's 24 years old and he started boxing when he was 10, you know what I'm saying? Like a dude's 24 and he been
24.
boxing
He
since he
was
was 10.
boxing. Okay, that's 14
Means
years he been boxing.
that means he's been boxing 14 years.
Yeah.
14. All right. He was in the gym, going through amateurs training, doing all of that, right? Olympics, whatever, right? 14 years ago, I don't want to say 14. 10 years ago, Jake Paul was out doing, he wasn't boxing, he was out doing videos, filming dead bodies, doing all types of wild shit. Jake Paul has a following not because he was a boxer, because he was a blogger. So what I'm
Yeah.
saying is, listen to me. Don't put the pressure on a person who trains for a living. I train in the gym 8 hours a day. I don't make content. I don't know why we don't understand that. So what I'm saying is, listen, Chef. If you can mentally, physically, and emotionally handle doing that, please do it because it will help you to some degree or another. But if you don't want to do it, fine. Don't do it. Stay in that gym, and when you come out in the ring on show night, show out. That's all I'm saying. I'm not telling guys not to do it, but guys that don't want to do it, I'm not going to pressure them or be saying, man, I need you. He should be doing this. No, because it'll take your focus off of what you're doing. That's why they don't do it. It's not in their personality to do that. It's just not.
EH,
And I don't know why.
I understand you, but hold on. But before you go again, because I don't want to go too fast. I understand what you're saying, but also too, the you saying is not in their personality. I understand. I'm not telling a motherfucker to go out here and tap dance. I'm not telling you to sell your soul. I'm not telling you to go out here and shake your ass. I'm not telling you to do nothing. Against your morals. I'm not
Right,
saying that. All I'm saying is that this. The world we are in right now is ran by social media, is ran by content, is ran by that. It's not back in the days where all you have to do is just fight. No, it's not that. And the fighters coming up nowadays, they understand that. That's why they making videos, they taking pictures, they doing the little steps, and they performing in the ring too as well. EH, but
Okay, so listen, if you doing both, then fine, bro. I'm telling you, like, I just because
I'm
I
not saying you
know.
got to be a clown. I'm not saying you
No,
got to be
no,
a clown.
listen,
But
I'm
but
not
but
even saying that.
but
I'm not even saying that because listen, for me, this is the thing. For me, I don't know what the cutoff point is, right? For me, the videos that I do see of like, let's just because we be talking about boots all the time, as
uh-huh.
far as being in the media and shit like that. Like for me, the videos that I do see with boots on there, like when YSM is interviewing them, or sometimes there's another channel that used to interview him some time or whatever. You know what I mean? For one, I'm gonna tell you something. You know what I mean? And that's my young boy. But bro, a lot of the questions that is asked the boots, it gets repetitive because I didn't heard it before. You know what I mean? Like it gets to a point where there's only a certain amount of questions that you can ask me because I'm only fighting a certain amount of times a year. You follow what I'm saying? So after that, all you can ask for is maybe some, like you said earlier, some gym content and shit like that. And I see plenty of that. YSM be having plenty of that on there. So if you want to see that outside of that, what do you want to do? Listen,
No,
when I hear
no, you're
people talk
right.
about, but listen
You're
to me,
right.
when I hear people talk about the media shit, you know what I mean? I'm telling you, bro. You know what motherfuckers want? Motherfuckers want that shit that Ness be doing on TVV, arguing with people, cussing them out, all that kind of shit, and they want that shit showbiz be doing that clown shit.
Yeah.
Man, some motherfuckers is not like that. Yeah? So the
Yeah,
shit that
I understand that.
I don't know what people mean by that. Like we get enough, we see certain shit. What? Come on, bro. Like
Look,
I don't.
listen, EH, another thing you just said too, like you said, YSM, interview boots. Okay, but listen, H. Now, what about the motherfuckers who don't know YSM? How they supposed to know about boots?
See, listen. I had this conversation with
No, I'm just saying. Like, what if
I'm
a
getting
nigga
ready to
didn't
tell you.
know
I'm getting
about
ready to
YSM?
tell you because listen, I'm getting ready to tell you because the young boy Trees from Cleveland, him and I was on here. I don't know if you was on there, if you had got off, but when Trees was on here, probably like last week, we was talking about like matter of fact, I think you was on here, Chef, because we was talking about the casuals getting into boxing and stuff like that. See,
Okay.
listen, as far as entertainment goes, right? When you and I noticed this, like when Mill posts videos or something like that, because I didn't know, but he actually was talking to somebody else one time, and he explained why he does certain stuff, and I was like, oh, that's why he do that. It's certain catchwords and buzzwords that you use to put in your content.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why that's like that is because, you know, when people are searching. So when
Yeah.
people are searching, they put certain words in,
Yeah.
maybe your video
It's in
will
an algorithm. Yeah.
right in
I
the
know what you're saying.
algorithm and it'll get
Yeah.
your feed and all that. So
Yeah.
for people who don't know about boots, they have to have some interest in boxing. And that's the thing where you can't, there's no, see, and that's why I try to explain to people when you talk about gathering casual fans. Gathering casual fans is not going to be effective unless you put together a targeted campaign to target casual fans. So that means you're trying to get a fan that likes sports but might not watch boxing, or they like sports, or they like combat sports, but they might not watch boxing. They might watch UFC. Because I did a little bit of marketing when I had my car service. Before all that Uber shit started, I used to drive a taxi cab and then I got my own car service. So I know a little bit about that. And the thing is, when you're trying to target a particular market, you have to put together a specific campaign to go toward that. So whether you use email, whether you use Instagram, you know, YouTube, Facebook, whatever platform that you're going to use, you can't think that because I sit down with Boots and we do 1,000 videos, that when I put them up, everybody just gonna get to them. What are we doing and that's why I say this about boxing. See, now I take the onus off of the fighter. Boxing as a sport, the one thing that I would like to see promoters do, even more than working together and putting fights together and stop making it so hard. Every promotion company put an even amount of money in a pot for marketing. They start making deals with Target and these truck stops and gas stations that we go into, and some of these stores that we go into, and put out shirts with your favorite fighters on there, posing, taking pictures, whatever. Maybe taking pictures with Star, something where when a casual fan walks into a sporting store, they can see some shit about boxing. That's how you market this sport. You don't
Yeah.
market this shit because you putting out a whole lot of YouTube video. That's not how you do it. We trying to put the onus on the fighters, and that's, I don't care how much technology we got. That's how you got to do the marketing of the sport.
Yeah.
That's how you gotta do it, bro.
But listen, with the targeting shit, like the boxers' faces on the t-shirt in the stores, that's fine, Edge. But listen, Edge, we in the world right now, EH, motherfuckers is, yeah, people going in the stores, but they ordering shit online. They on their phones, EH. You listen, we live in a world
So how would you
where
do it? Tell me how you would do it then.
how
How
I
do
do
you do
what?
it?
How I do
How do
what?
you listen? All right, listen. Say for instance, I'm targeting a,
Who that? What do you say?
how do you target, like, whatever your demographic is for
Uh-huh.
your casual fans for boxing? Say you want to target
Oh
people
yeah.
from the ages of 18 to 40, right?
Yeah.
And you want them to be, let's say, black, white, and Latino males. That's your target. For this particular campaign, that's who we targeting.
Yeah.
If you got social media platforms, how do you do that? We talking about casual fans. We're not talking about people that watch boxing. We're trying to get people into boxing that don't watch boxing. How do you reach them through what you talking about, the media platforms? Now, how do you do it?
Well, with them young ones, I'm going to the schools. I'm going to the clubs. I'm going to the gyms. I'm going to the summer camps. You feel me?
What would you do? Like, what do you, when you go there, what are you doing?
You say I'm trying to do a campaign for, you said, for younger kids, right?
So I'm saying your target audience is black, white, and Latino males between the age of, say, 18 and 40 years old. You try, see, listen, Chef, listen. When you are trying to get a product or a service over to a person that knows nothing about you, they don't know nothing about what you offering, what you doing, none of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have to have a target audience. So whatever method you use to find out those people, Like, just because we got social media platform, it
Yeah.
doesn't mean that you don't use other methods to get information. And in most cases, when you trying to target a particular audience, you
Mm-hmm.
would usually get online and look for a lead company. Just like when you're in sales, you got to look for leads.
But what's the
And when
first thing?
you,
But what's the first thing you do? You get on your phone. I'm just saying the phone. I'm just saying the world we in right now. It's the phones. You feel me? It's the
I'm
phones.
not arguing with you about that, Chef. You listen. You're not listening to me. I'm talking about. See, this is what people don't understand about doing the real footwork. You're not listening to me. I'm not disagreeing with you with none of that. What I'm asking you is, when you have a target audience of people who don't know you, how do
Mhm.
you get to them through a phone when they don't know about you? It's a process that you have to go through.
And
That's
I
what
was
I'm
trying to
talking
tell you the process that
about.
I
All right,
would
tell
do.
me.
I try to
Tell
tell you what I would do. You feel me? If they don't know me, and I'm trying to get to this age group in my area. You feel me? Or near my area. I'm like I said. I'm going to the local schools. I'm going to the local gyms, the local summer camps. Why? So they could see me, so they could feel me, no homo, so they could touch me. You feel me? They know. Okay, he's there. You feel me? And then from on, I got this phone. So now I'm making videos with the kids. Now I'm taking pictures with the kids. You feel me? And from then on and on and on and on. But whatever it is I'm selling to the people, they have to see it, EH. They have to see it to believe it. So like I said, for example, I sell food. So what do I do? 9 out of 10 times, I'm posting food. Whether if it's for you or it's not for you. If I get 1 like or 100 like, I know somebody's seen it. You feel me?
Right.
All I need is for somebody to see it. Once they see it, okay. Now they send it to their homegirl. Now you send it to his homeboy. A motherfucker may be in Alaska, but if he come to motherfucking Florida where I live at, he said,
Mm,
"Damn, I know this motherfucker's in Florida. I gotta check him out." You feel me? And that's
mm,
all I'm doing is putting that motherfucking food in their face every motherfucking chance I get. Why? I want a motherfucker to look at a picture I posted, and I want a motherfucker to feel like, damn, I want that shit right now. No homo. I want a motherfucker to want to eat the food through the phone. Why? Because I know how powerful these phones are. So all I'm just saying is that I'm not saying Boots is is not a likable guy or he doesn't have a personality. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, what if I'm a 10-year-old kid and I look up to Boots, right? And the only time I get to see him is in the ring or if I'm watching YSM, platform. What if I'm just saying, what if he just, make a video on, okay, like for example, when motherfucking Booth was fighting Karen and the zone did that motherfucking video with him, he ran through motherfucking Philly with them dirt bikes. I'm like, damn, that's like some motherfucking dream chaser, Meek Mill shit. That's the shit a motherfucker wanna see. I'm not saying it has to be every day. I'm not saying that, but
mm.
that right there, I seen another side of Boost. I'm like, oh, okay. It almost make a motherfucker feel like he's human, like
Yeah, I
oh,
agree with that.
he's one of us.
I agree with that. I agree with that because I like that too. When I seen him on the on the four wheelers and shit, I like that too. I thought that was cool. I like
Man, that
that.
shit
Yeah,
was
yeah,
that
yeah,
that,
yeah, yeah,
that
yeah.
shit was dope as hell.
Yeah, I like that. I like that for sure. Yeah, but I'm just telling you, like when you doing these, like when you really trying to push, you know what I'm saying, to do any type of campaign or whatever, that shit requires a lot of work, and that's why I'm trying to tell you, a person has to have a personality to want to do that type of work.
Yeah, you
That's what
can't
I'm trying
force
to
it.
tell you,
You can't
and,
force
and
it
I'm
on them.
telling you a lot exactly like a lot of fighters. I'm not disagreeing with you about that, but I'm just telling you, a lot of fighters they not like that. That's just not what they do. You know what I'm saying? It's not like they hate children or they don't like people or whatever. It's just some people are like that, bro. Like what may be easy for me and you, even if we had to make an adjustment, even if we had to make an adjustment to be like, oh, you know what? I gotta get out here and do this shit. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? 'Cause, like, I
Mm-hmm.
mean, I did sales before. I
Mm-hmm.
didn't I didn't walk up to strangers. I knocked on motherfuckers' door. I didn't walk up to strangers and call people on the phone. I did all that shit. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? But
Me too.
if you was with me in my daily life, you'll be like, damn, you're a loner. You're a fucking hermit. You know what I'm saying? But if the requirement came for me to do some shit where I had to, but some people ain't like that. It's a strain for them to be talking to people on the phone, doing interviews. Like some people just not like that. And I just don't
You're right though.
Listen,
Some people not like that. But
I understand the I see it's a double-edged sword because I understand that a lot of times when you meet a fighter, you know, in most cases, the fighter don't have nothing. So he don't have no money to invest in his career. And as a promoter, like she said earlier, you don't want to kick out all this dough on somebody and then the motherfucker crash out on you. You know what I mean? So I get that. I look at it like, and this might be harsh on the promoters, but it is what it is. It's a cost of business, man. Like you can't. I don't like the fact that they put all the onus on the fighters because we got this technology now to do all of these fucking campaigns. Like I don't, because when I look at other sports, the way that I would like to see boxing, it ain't like that, bro. And you listen. I'm not knocking the social media shit, but people still get up and go out. So you gotta put boxing paraphernalia in people's face. As much as we use phones, Walmart is the fucking club now. I remember the discos and the motherfucking clubs used to be the shit back in the day, man. You gonna meet women at Walmart and Target.
that's a fact.
That's where they at. So why not put boxing paraphernalia in there with people's faces on it so you can get more familiar with? And what you could do is you could go into a deal with the popular guys like Joshua and Tank and all them first. And then once you get it in front of people's face, then you start adding the guys that's semi-popular. That will help out a lot. And then you can put their Instagram, or if they got a website or something, you can put that on the shirt or something, and then they be able to get in contact. Like there's other shit that could be done besides trying to put it all on the fighter. That's all I'm saying, man. Like I don't like how they, because the fighter got a job to do, and that's to stay in shape, stay focused, and stay mean. So when you actually do your real job, which is kicking ass, you on point for it. And I know a lot of these young guys, they don't have the emotional stability to deal with all this shit with people coming at them, because the number one things that come at you when you put yourself out there is criticism. And
yeah,
I
but
know most of them can't deal with it. I know you gotta say, you're gonna say, oh, they need to deal with it.
no,
Okay,
no, no, no.
but
I'm not saying that, Edge. I'm just saying this. If you don't want the criticism, if you don't want the hate, if you don't want motherfuckers talking about you, your mama, your sister, whatever the case may be, then just be average. You feel me? A
now
motherfucker
listen,
just be
I,
average.
I,
They ain't gonna talk about you. They ain't gonna worry about you. They ain't gonna say your name. Be average, blend in. But if you wanna stand out, you wanna be the best at what you do, that shit comes with anything in business, boxing. It don't matter what it is. You feel me?
no,
If you
listen. This is the thing, though. No, it's different for athletes and public figures because um we put this onus on them to do all of this kind of stuff. So when you are an athlete, you know what I'm saying? Like the onus is on you to be, you got to be out there and be popular. But I'll tell you this much, it's much easier on guys who are in the NBA or the NFL because there's
Chill, pass that bag
already
in that chair.
a
Huh?
system
Pass me that
in
bag in that
place.
chair.
You know what I'm saying? That when you come in, it's already in place for you what you do and how you do it. With boxing,
Oh,
you
damn.
got to create it
No,
for
okay, well,
yourself. And when you
yes.
focus on being in the gym and trying to stay in shape, it's a lot of different type of pressure. That's why I keep saying it. Floyd Mayweather is an anomaly, bro. That shit,
boxing is a
he's an
lonely
anomaly
boxing
to
is
be
a
able
lonely
to handle
sport,
all of
man.
that kind of stuff. It's not, it's really just for athletes. It ain't even so much for movie stars. And I think we put extra pressure on boxers because Mr. Al Heyman has been in boxing for a while and you will never see him.
Yeah, I don't even know what he looked like. They
That's
say
what I'm
they
saying.
show pictures of him, but I don't know if that's him.
That's what I'm saying. So just because you popular don't necessarily mean, because I've heard people on podcasts talking, man, I don't do anything. He's the face of PBC. They gonna fail. Ooh, all this bullshit. Because you
Yeah, but
just want
Ish,
to be
but listen,
in the motherfucking booth all the time.
but I guarantee you, back in the days when Al first started, he was out in the, like, he was outside front line. People seeing him, he marketing, he doing what he do. Now he established. He don't gotta be seen. But all I'm saying is for people that's coming up and that's beginning their journey. the people have to see you. They have to see you. They have to hear you. You feel me? They have to. And if we talking about Boots, Boots is on his level right now to stardom. You feel me? Where he is that guy. You feel me? He's that guy. And all I'm saying is, just sometimes people want to see him. Like I said, back to that shit on the zone. That shit was dope. That shit was dope as
Hey, Chef.
hell. Yo,
What's up, Chef?
what's the word?
Yeah.
Huh?
Y'all ain't even realize it's been like 6 days we've been on here.
Oh yeah, doing this bitch for about 6 hours.
Brother Khaled. No, I'm just fucking with y'all. I was just listening. I came back to listen.
Brother Khaled.
Now me and Chef on here talk about that marketing shit. You know, they always get me with that shit. They get me hyped about that shit. Like,
Uh-huh.
boy, I'm telling you, man, I'm not against social media. I love social media. Like I love it. I've seen some of the
I got a
finest.
question. I got a
I just
question,
see some of the
EH.
finest fucking women on,
I
on
got a question,
Instagram.
EH.
Go ahead.
EH.
What's up, Jake?
What was it? What was it? What was it like when the social media first hit? You heard me?
You said what was it like?
Yeah, what was it like for you when they said it was social media, you could talk to somebody in Hawaii and wherever else? Like what was that like for you?
Um, well, the first time that I dealt with I'm just gonna talk about the technology was the cell phone. When I came home in March of 2000. When I came home in March of 2000, the
2000,
first
yeah.
cell phone I got, I was messing with this old head broad, you know what I'm saying? And she was like she was in the game too, but she was older than me. She was slick as a motherfucker. But she got both of us cell phones. That was
Right.
the first time like being introduced to the technology. Because before that, because I went to jail in '93, came home in 2000. When I went to jail in '93, we had to stop and use the payphone to call credit card numbers and check numbers and shit. You know what I'm saying? So I was remembering
Right.
everything in my head. So coming home with those cell phones, it was just that was my first introduction, bro. And it was just like I can't even describe it. Like after that,
Mm.
okay, so I get knocked a year and a half after that. I fell in 2002. I came home in 2005, and that's when I moved to Baltimore.
Damn.
When I moved to Baltimore, um, shit. I think after moving to Baltimore, okay, all right, cell phones is commonplace now. I think my first interaction like with technology from that point probably was YouTube.
Mm.
And whenever I can't even remember when it was that I like was getting on YouTube, but my first thing was the music and the videos.
Right.
Because back in the day, for me, it was cassette tape, and then it was DVDs. And if you wanted to watch music videos, you had to be in the house when the music videos came on. Whatever time
Right.
the show, you know what I'm saying? So for me, man, bro, I'm telling you, and I know this probably happened with everybody with new technology, bro. When I found YouTube and they had all of my videos, old school videos, rap videos, all that shit I like, bro, I was on that shit all night.
Real
Like,
shit.
the fucking sun came up, and I'm like, damn. Like, I'm just watching. I'm calling my brother, yo, you see such and such video? Like, that was that. And then from there, it's just, after that, I think you kind of start taking it for granted. So when the texting came out, what I mean? I remember, like, and even now, I still like to call people. That texting shit, sometimes information get fucked up when you try to text with people. But, like, I'd be calling motherfuckers. And I remember at the time, I was in the mosque when I was in Baltimore, and my minister had to tell me. Because, like, he was, like, one of the brothers that sent me some information. So I was like, man, I didn't get it, brother. And he was like, you gotta use the text. I was like, man, I ain't texting. My minister was like, text, brother. Put, put it right there. Open it up.
Chef, what up?
DH, what you over there playing at 2K?
Okay. 4. Okay.
No, I'm telling
No, the dude was my bad. The dude was
I
telling me
gotta,
what
I gotta get on there with you. I gotta get on there with you one day. I don't know if you're good, but You can't be ass playing with me, G. I get busy.
No, I know you play ball.
Yeah, but
I'm just
the
on the water though. Definitely the point. Like yeah.
Your shit breaking up, G. I don't, you must be outside or something.
Yeah.
it's still breaking up.
No, yeah, Juka. I said G breaking up. He must be outside, and he must be outside or something.
I thought G was in the motherfucking bed. I was like, G got that blanket out.
Now we bring this shit for 6 hours, y'all. We gotta end this shit, man. Bring this shit back. We gotta bring this shit back soon. I know B. Know I'm seeing probably talking cash shit right now. He probably on that plane with his feet up.
Yeah.
He probably in plane right now with his feet up, talking shit. But he, they did their thing today.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, G, listen, G, we can hear you now. Listen, hey, we gotta bring it back one of these days before the week is out. Maybe Sunday, maybe after Sunday. We gotta do a motherfucking a GHB TV. We gotta do a motherfucking award show. It's halfway through the year. We gotta give some awards out on the show. G, you heard? We gotta give some awards out on your show. Real shit. Sunday after trucking them
Hey,
fight.
Yeah.
You feel me?
hey, listen, on
Yeah,
some
actually.
real shit, the
Let's
only
get some
motherfucker,
awards out.
the only motherfucker that deserve a award around this motherfucker is G, yo. G be letting the
Yeah,
niggas
that
crack.
too. That too.
Say
But we
that
can have a
shit.
little, a little, a little fighter of the year, a little fighter of the year award. You feel me? Performance of the year, knockout of the year, upset of the year,
No,
all that kind of shit. G, let's do that Sunday.
you got to see how everybody feel. See how
Yeah,
everybody feel about it.
definitely.
That's funny as shit. He talking about doing the award ceremony.
Yeah, we have. Listen, we halfway through the year. We might as well do. You know what I'm saying? Do a little award ceremony on GHB TV. Do it right. You feel me? Get the get the get the
I'm with
panel.
it.
Get the panel to advice. You feel me? Let's see. Let's make this shit fun, man.
Hey, G, brother Khaled on here, or he in the chat?
Brother Khalid came on a while ago.
Yeah, brother Khaled, but brother Khaled. Listen, y'all, we gotta end this shit. We gonna be on this shit all day. You feel me? You could talk, I could talk. We'll be on this shit all
Everybody
motherfucking
was
day.
everybody was big, and that's why I said my old head doing this shift. I might as well let him do his shift. I'm gonna do the shift with him.
Yeah, for sure. He didn't make stops and all.
He was everywhere.
But
Yeah,
I'm in Kansas City, Missouri, nigga.
been busy.
Yeah, one thing about you is they can't say you ain't out there getting that money. Every time I see you in that
Been
truck,
busy.
you either in that truck or you in that velour shit. I remember last time you was in that velour. You was in that velour shit at the crib. Word.
Yo, what's
Word.
up, Doc? Soon I'm at the store. That's funny as shit.
Right the page. Yeah, man. I like when the pen. I like when motherfuckers. Yo, G. Another thing is you gotta find that old head man. The nigga with the bald head. You gotta bring him back. He was funny as
Oh,
shit.
from
Yeah. Oh,
earlier, right? What's up?
yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, I was thinking
Old
about
head. Yeah, you gotta bring him back, G. You might have to do a no homo, a one-on-one with him. He funny as shit.
that. No, he wanted to get his shit off, didn't he?
Yeah, you gotta bring him back. I don't give a fuck.
Oh, hey, the female that was on here, that's 2 cents. That be in the
Yeah,
comments.
Oh, that
yeah.
was which one was 2 cents?
2 cent. No, not 2 cents. It's two different Jones. That's not the
Oh,
same
Oh,
person.
oh.
okay. I thought that was 2 cents that be in the comment. I'm about to say, he family.
Yeah, no, that's not the same person. That happened a long time ago. I remember a couple years ago. Same thing. It was on the live. Somebody asked me the same thing. It's like, there's 2 cents. I was like, no, I thought it was two at first.
Yeah.
It's two different people.
Cause
Yeah, we gotta.
I couldn't see how she had it spelled. Cause I'm on the phone, so I
Right.
couldn't see it. You know what I
Man, we,
mean?
we gotta bring old
Yeah.
head. We gotta bring old head back. I know that. I don't care. He funny as shit. You gotta bring him back.
Hey, G, who you like with the Belanga and Shiraz joint?
Oh, well. I tell you, bitch. Now he got like 2 hours. Oh, outside 2 hours. What you mean? Like the night. They don't.
G.
You know, I think G said he in the motherfucking store or something. Service probably bad.
That's why he talking. Oh, okay.
Let me say in the motherfucking store and shit. But yeah, he been in this shit for motherfucking hours, man. But boxing, listen, man, boxing is good right now. I don't care what if anybody say boxing ain't fun right now. If anybody say boxing ain't lit right now, they hating like a motherfucker. Boxing is lit right now.
That's crazy, Chef. Because I said this shit the other day.
Yeah,
I had
I'm
said that
loving this
with the
shit right
phone,
now,
and I
man.
was like, bro, boxing doing this thing. I don't give a
Boxing is
fuck
lit right now. I
nobody
don't
say,
care what
bro.
nobody say.
We ain't had so many motherfucking fights. I still got fights I got to catch up on. Just like when you was telling me about the OTX shit that Truck was on. I missed that
Oh
fucking fight.
yeah. That was a little minute ago. I don't know if Bang was live. I don't know who was live, but I remember I think we always watching that shit together type shit. But yeah, I think he kind of got robbed because like G say, like, you know, in OTX, if it's a draw, you get one more round type shit. But man, I feel like Truck could have done more, you know, but it is what it is. I just hope he learned his lesson, and we gonna see Saturday, you know, what it's looking like, you know.
Cause I got all that shit. Like I got the Zone, ESPN Prime. I got all that shit. So when I miss
Yeah.
shit, I go back and watch that shit. Cause I just be wanting to know. You know, I be wanting to know about the fighters, who fighting, who's who. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Cause a lot of times you get these guys that be sleepers, man. God come out of nowhere. You know what I mean? And give a guy a rumble. You be the one just like, dang, who the fuck is this motherfucker? Where he come from? You know what I mean? Cause just cause we don't know a motherfucker don't mean he can't fight. You
And
know what
now,
I'm saying?
and now he got you on box track checking his record and seeing who you for. Where this nigga from?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, real
Straight
shit.
up.
But yeah, man. But I'm going. I'm about to go outside, man, and do what I do, man. You know, it's always good chopping it up with you. You feel me?
For sure. Where you at in Florida?
I stay in Fort Lauderdale now. I used to live in
I'm in Fort
Miami, but now
Lauderdale. Okay.
I'm in Fort Lauderdale. The motherfucking Panthers, they won the World Cup, so they about to have this parade. So I know it's gonna be a bunch of motherfucking traffic on Sunday.
Well, that motherfucking Florida, bro. I used to hate coming down that motherfucker because you only got two ways out of that motherfucker. You on 95, you stuck like a motherfucker. I hate going down Florida. In
Yeah, I
in
like
the
the,
truck. Like with this tractor trailer shit, man, that shit, boy. I used to hate going. That.
the motherfucking weather. The weather keep me here, I think.
Yeah, no, the weather's beautiful. Weather's something. Oh yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, but I'm going. EH man, drive
Hey,
safe on
bro.
that road, brother. How about you later?
All right, later.